I think we can make it happen. All right, fuck it. Good evening, Edic Von Edic. You know what happens? I need about 3 minutes or so. I gotta get some background music for this, but I'm just gonna go ahead and chug along here. Yo, what are we doing today? We're having a week in review. I'm assuming everyone is delighted so far at the performance of President Trump. Going to be talking about some of the things that are going on, and we're going to review them. Good afternoon, still at war, says Elliot. Yeah, that's going to be going on for a while. I don't think the Iranians even want that war to stop. So I think they see that as a way of scoring at least a psychological victory on President Trump. Also, too, if they are indeed working on nuclear weapons or whatever, this is the time to do it. I don't think they're going to give the Trump administration what they want, which is access to their country to make sure they're not developing nuclear weapons. I don't think they're going to be letting us come over in their country and do inspections under the Trump administration. I think once he broke the Iran deal, that was it for him. That's not to say it may not happen under a future administration, but I don't think they're going to. I mean, has the Trump administration done anything that would lead you to believe the Iranians would trust them? I mean, would you let the Americans in your country to do inspections and drive across your countryside where they can be spying on the ongoings of your country? I mean, if we're in Iran and we're driving across the countryside to get to, because basically we would have access to wherever we want to go and look. I mean, wherever we think they're developing nuclear weapons, we would say we want to go there and make sure. But it could be a base we've seen on satellite. It could be an interest to a mountain that we think, is suspicious activities around that mountain. So we want access to wherever we point out. That means we want basically unfettered access to their entire country. You know, we're not just going to be there just looking for nukes. If they get a new radar system, or if they're building, let's say for instance they have received the technology to develop submarines, not nuclear submarines, just the regular diesel powered ones. But we want to know what type of weaponry they have, so that just in case they're our adversary again in another war, we'll be prepared. Well, what's the first thing we're going to say? We believe there's nuclear weapons being developed at that submarine base where it's being built, so we can get access to take pictures of that sub. That's that's kind of how we go. So if they give us access to their country, that's going to give us access to spying on whatever we want. Any area, any other weapon they come up with. Let's say they purchase some new fighter jets from China or from Russia. Well, we seeking by on satellite, we believe there's nuclear material in this particular hangar. That's where the aircraft is at. That's what we want to see. Is we want to see that aircraft, but we just make up excuses to get near it. So I don't think they're going to fall for that. That would be crazy for Iran to give us unfettered access like that, knowing that we're going to use it to spot. Anyhow, good evening, folks. Happy Sunday. It is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. We're doing a basic weekend review. I do got a couple clips I want to run by you, but we're going to be reviewing the Trump administration, and this is kind of unusual for President Trump, but it looks like he's kind of had a rough week. And normally, Trump is the "I'm tired of winning" president. Things normally go well for President Trump, but this last week has not been good. And I want to give you a couple of clips. Before I do, I'll ask you guys, as always, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000 if you're watching on TikTok. Happen to be watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. And if you're watching us live on Instagram, good evening, Tenora. If you're watching us live on Instagram, Substack, TikTok, or or Clapper, follow the program, happen to be watching us live on YouTube, give us a sub. Winning the fuck what, Tim. Derek, Trump is winning like crazy. Personal victories. He just settled out of court with the IRS for leaking his name for the tune of $1.776 billion. That's a win. All of his candidates that he's been trying to put in, his primary candidates, getting rid of the Republicans that were going against him with the January 6th hearings committee, or Republicans that have said things that he don't like, Republicans trying to get the Epstein files released. He's gotten rid of all of them. That's a win. I mean, he is winning personally. Now, keep in mind, his wins does not mean that just because Trump is winning, that doesn't mean you have to be winning simultaneously. He can win independent of any of us. And that's kind of what's mostly been going on, is he's been winning. We have not. But this last week wasn't so good for Trump. And I do want you to hear a couple clips before we start taking callers and, of course, reading comments. For my TikTok viewers, I need you to smash that like button, get the likes on up to 10,000. I will give you a couple clips. This is the week for President Trump that we're talking about here. And it's been a doozy. It's been a doozy.
Welcome to this week. It's a week where President Trump suffered 3 significant setbacks in a single day from 3 different judges in 3 different jurisdictions. The first came from a judge in the Eastern District of Virginia, who ruled that President Trump's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund cannot give out a single dollar until further proceedings on whether the fund is legal. Hours later, another federal judge.
Before we hear the next ruling, that's that anti-weaponization fund. That's the one his taxes got leaked, and he was going to use that money to potentially pay January 6th protesters and Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, all of that. That's that money. A judge has ruled he can't give any of that money out until they determine the legitimacy of that settlement.
Is legal. Hours later, another federal judge, Kathleen Williams of the Southern District of Florida, took a step towards reopening Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS that led to the creation of that fund, saying,
Now that's a step even further back. So you got one judge ruling you can't give the money out to anyone. Now you got a judge that has stated we also gotta verify whether this thing was legitimate to begin with. So he can't give any of the money out, says one judge, and another judge is like, we're gonna reopen this whole settlement to make sure that this was done properly. So that's 2 pretty big rulings on that.
Lawsuit against the IRS that led to the creation of that fund, saying she wants to investigate grievous allegations brought by 35 retired federal judges that the deal to settle that lawsuit was, quote, premised on deception, and whether the settlement itself is a fraud on the court. She questioned whether another aspect of the settlement, the one that forbids the federal government from pursuing tax claims or even auditing the president, his family, and his companies, violates Department of Justice policy.
And now that's another part of that. Remember that settlement pretty much protected Trump going forward and anything he'd done in the past from ever being audited by the IRS. The judge is now saying that doesn't look like that's on the up and up as well. So all of this is in regards to that. But this is just one bad aspect of President Trump's week.
And his companies violates Department of Justice policy. The tax immunity provision was signed solely by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. A Justice Department spokesperson responded to these rulings saying, quote, the department remains extremely confident in the legality of the anti-weaponization fund. We will not allow the policy preferences of judges to interfere with our efforts to provide restitutions to victims of lawfare.
There's more.
But those weren't the only setbacks for Trump in court on Friday. Judge Christopher Cooper of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia ordered the removal of President Trump's name from the Kennedy Center. In a bluntly worded opinion, Judge Cooper wrote that neither Trump nor his handpicked board has a right to add his name to the Kennedy Center, and he gave the administration 14 days to take Trump's name down from the front of the building and to remove any reference to a Trump Kennedy Center on the organization's website or in any of its promotional materials. Congress gave the Kennedy Center its name, the judge wrote, and only Congress can change it.
So I've said this before on the live many times. I do not know why Trump is so gung-ho about even doing this. Why would you want your name on a memorial? This is a tribute to somebody that's dead. Why would you want to? And by the way, if you want a memorial, it seems like you want your own memorial. Why would you share in with a memorial that already is attributed to somebody else and it's been that way for most of even his life? I mean, that's been that way for quite a while. So why would you want to put your name? That's like literally trying to put your name on somebody else's grave. Like, while you're alive, by the way, while you're still alive. I don't get why. I don't see what the purpose of Trump doing that was ever to begin with. I just don't understand it. Maybe I'll get a MAGA viewer on the program that can help me explain it, because that never made sense to me to begin with. Putting your name on a memorial while you're still alive.
Came on what would have been
I'm sorry about that.
President Kennedy's 109th birthday. President Trump responded with two lengthy diatribes on social media against Judge Cooper, calling his ruling dangerous, saying Judge Cooper should be ashamed of himself and should be impeached, declaring, quote, "There has never been a president of the United States who has been treated so unfairly by the courts as I."
And I do want to get a response on that from everyone that I talked to on the call in regards to the callers and in the comments. Trump says, and he has it, they have it highlighted here. President Trump said there has never been a president of the United States who has been treated so unfairly by the courts as he has. So I do want to get your take on that. Is the courts treating President Trump unfair? Now, you heard him also say, in regards to the judge that's demanded he remove his name from the Kennedy Center in 14 days or less, that judge should be impeached. Wow, just one bad ruling, huh? You should lose your whole you should lose your whole career because you ruled against Trump just once. Wow, he should be impeached.
But in that same post, Trump seemed to suggest he would not appeal, that he would instead walk away from the Kennedy Center, making a full and complete transfer of the institution to Congress, saying he has no interest in the very institution his allies had just made him chairman of last year.
So that's that. We're going to talk about all of that. I don't, listen, like I said, I don't know why you would have wanted to be chairman of the Kennedy Center unless you were planning to do exactly what Trump was trying to do, which was basically take it over and make it your own. I never understood that one. I just still don't understand why you want a memorial to be named after you while you're alive. Also, I do got one more clip I want to play, and we'll start taking callers momentarily. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. We'll take the first caller at 10,000. In the comments, Hanson Conservative says, "Whoa, freak out. I can taste the colors. I can see everything." Freak out. Well, you can imagine Trump is going to be freaking out with all these bad rulings. He's already said one of the judges should be impeached. And listen, the judge has a point. The Kennedy Center was named that way by Congress. So the judge is simply saying if the name is going to be changed, Congress should have to do that too. Why should that ruling, even if the judge is wrong, why should he get impeached? That's all it takes with Trump is that, and you should be impeached for that. Also, before we start taking calls, I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. This is much shorter, and we'll go straight to the box and straight to the callers. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000.
President Donald Trump announced Saturday that he plans to hold a political rally celebrating America's 250th anniversary after several artists withdrew from performing at the upcoming Great American State Fair. Trump said the event would highlight patriotism and celebrate America's history, with details expected to be announced soon. Follows Zero King for the latest USA.
So what is this 250th celebration? This is, the country's we've been a nation now for 250 years. So we're going to celebrate by having all of these different acts, and a host of the majority of the acts decided not to show up, citing that this is all began to become too political. And I think the only people they have now is, and I don't know why the acts were so old, by the way, Vanilla Ice, Flow Rider is still somewhat modern. I mean, I don't know what kind of hit. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur. That song is probably damn near 20 years old now. I don't know what any Bret Michaels. Who else was on there? I'm trying to think. They had Milli Vanilli. First of all, that's a fraudulent act, and one of them are dead. Why would you book Milli Vanilli? But Milli Vanilli was in this. CNC Music Factory. I think Mark Wahlberg used to be part of that back in the day before he became an actor. Like, why would you pick these old ass acts? And it's all from a specific time frame, 80s and 90s. Why would you pick all of these B-level acts to celebrate this? Is it because he can't get A-level acts? I mean, Kid Rock is a B-level act as well. Kid Rock is somebody that often hovers around Trump. He's not an A-level. He's not a current musician either. He's also a B-level talent. So it's crazy. I don't know why. I tend to think if Obama was throwing this, you would have a bunch of A-listers. You'd have your Taylor Swifts and Beyoncés and all of them. I don't know, but for some reason with Trump, you're getting a bunch of washed up acts that haven't put out new hits in decades. And even they're backing out. Now, you heard what Trump said, though. Because all of these, he called them washed up talent. I think that's what he said once they all backed out. We don't need washed up talent or something like that, he said, which kind of plays into if they're washed up, why the hell did you book them in the first place? You're okay with them until they decided not to show up. Then they instantly became washed out. Kind of sounds like the guy who tries to holler at a girl and she denies him. All of a sudden she's fat and ugly and shit. You were okay with her when you thought you could get her number, but now that she don't give you the number, she's suddenly unattractive, huh? That's what this sounds like. But in lieu of these acts performing, President Trump has indicated he is going to host a rally, which we'll talk about, but in my opinion, that's exactly why they dropped out to begin with. They all cited this was getting too political. The minute they dropped out, you came forward and said, yep, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll do it myself. So they were right. They were absolutely right to drop out. It was going to be political. So kudos to the acts, in my opinion, for dropping out. This is kind of just like when Trump was pursuing the Nobel Peace Prize. And folks are like, no, we don't think you're for peace. And the minute they denied him the Peace Prize, he came out and revealed himself. Yep, you're right. I'm a warmonger. Ha ha, fooled you. That's what he's doing here. Yep, I was going to go political. Ha ha, fooled you. So anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000, and we'll start the program momentarily. A monster truck rally on the People's Lawn, the People's House, is a graffiti-owned, tagged up, used up condom of a house. What are you saying in Colorado? Yeah, and obviously the UFC fight they're going to have on the White House lawn just happens to be on his birthday. Strange coincidence, huh? Last year, we just happened to have a military parade on his birthday. Strange coincidence. All of these big events seem to always happen on your birthday. They're not trying to do it for you at all, huh? Tap the screen, get the likes up, looking in the comments. All the cultists will be fawning over this over this Flag Day celebration. That likely will happen. Natalie, appreciate the love. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Yeah, it will be. MAGA's going to go crazy for it. I don't know how you properly celebrate the nation's 250th year in existence by bashing half of the country, because that's what he's going to do. Now, most of us are probably not old enough, unless you're a baby boomer generation, to remember the millennial. The country's turning 250 years this year. The millennial, when the country turned bicentennial, I think it was called, bicentennial. When the country turned 200 years, that would have been in 1976. Most of us are not old enough to remember that, but I guarantee it wasn't held like this. But they did celebrate when the nation turned 200. There used to be quarters. You could buy a quarter. You get a quarter. You look at the year. There was a bicentennial quarter that was commemorated for it, but I doubt if it was anywhere near as controversial as what we're doing now. So, looking in the comments, what about Biden? We'll get plenty of that. They're not calling it whataboutism anymore. They're calling it whataboutism now. Tim, the year I graduated, you graduated in 76. Cross stitchers, you're absolutely a baby boomer. If not, you're not silent generation, are you? At least a baby boomer. If you graduated in 76, that's going back. Oh, stop being so jealous and God bless America. Jealous of what, Mary? Let me go to the box, tap the screen, get the likes up to 10,000. We'll start it out with Lewis. Good evening. Whoa, Terry Armstrong, I appreciate that. Shout out to you. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Good shit. Lewis, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. So Trump is going to be the main event for the 250th celebration of this great nation. Sounds like something you can't wait to attend or you can't wait to watch?
Tim, I won't watch it, but I probably will peep in here and there, but I won't be there through the whole thing. It's probably going to be absolutely like everything the United States does. It will be spectacular. Let's just be for real, but it won't have much to do with him. I have mixed feelings about all this stuff that Trump is doing. You know what I'm saying? Tim, have you ever been to the White House?
Yeah. I've not been in it. I've been right in front of it as far as security will let me go.
Okay, so you've never been in it.
No, I was the years when they used to the years when they used to let you in it, I didn't go out there.
Yeah, I've actually been in it several times. And have you ever been to San Antonio and seen the Alamo?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time you went there and you saw it, even though you had heard about it for years?
Okay.
Do you remember that feeling of underwhelmment when you finally seen it?
The White House is like that too. It's not a big place.
Even the ballroom. The ballroom was so dated and so underwhelming that I was like, man, we got to do better than this. And this was years ago that I said that. We got to do better than this. When you see all the other countries,
yeah,
they
but
never really showed.
Let me interrupt to say this. We got a country where we're allegedly one of the wealthiest countries on earth, and most of our citizens, I won't say most, but a large portion of our citizens are uninsured health-wise. You got a lot of homelessness in many major cities. You got kids that are going to school and not coming home because they got shot while they were in class. When we say we got to do better than this, why the hell does it have to start with the ballroom is what I'm asking.
Now, here's my point. I think one of the reasons now, because of the economy we're in and because of who's doing it, is why I have a problem with it. I'm just going to be straight about that. It's the timing of it. It's
right.
Not so much that it shouldn't be done. And no one's saying that. What we're saying is the timing of it and who's doing it. Definitely who's doing it. Because he's changing so much of our history around the United States and everywhere. That's what makes it even more grotesque. But actually, it is something that needed to be done. Maybe not now. Definitely not now.
Definitely not now.
Definitely not now. Not even when his first.
Well, let me say this. It should have been a request collectively from more than just him.
I agree. I mean, you got to figure. I always felt that Donald Trump, who's supposed to be doing what he's doing now, is what he ran on when he was there. He was going to be the infrastructure guy that fixed everything, fixed our roads, fixed our buildings, did all that stuff. And he did none of that his first term. Now he's doing all of that at the time when no one's even interested in that right now. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Well, MAGA's interested in whatever he does, so they're interested in it. I mean, he could say he needs to tear down the White House and build a whole new one, and MAGA would be like, yeah, that makes sense. You went on mute. You want to go ahead?
I think MAGA's okay with what he's doing, but that's not their interest. They're just okay that Trump is doing it. They'd be okay no matter what he was doing.
Right.
You know? So my thing is, but that doesn't mean that they want that done. They're just okay with anything he does.
Well,
I mean, let's just be for real.
When you say it's not MAGA's interest, MAGA's interest is in a happy Trump. So it's hard to ascertain what MAGA personally are interested in, because whatever Trump is doing, they're supporting that. So the primary interest of MAGA is a happy Trump. So that's all. Whatever he wants, just make sure he gets it. That seems to be their interest.
Now that I agree with 100%. I'm just saying to you is that I understand why he's doing it. It's like I said, I just think the timing's bad. I think all the things he's doing make sense. I think the reflector pool need to be done. They say it was losing so many gallons of water a year because it was leaking. All kinds of crazy stuff like that. But I don't think anything he's done. Well, I'm not gonna say that. I definitely think him putting his name on the JFK Center was.
Well, let me go further than that. You're right. Him putting his name on the JFK Center, but remember, he's also put his name on the passes at national parks, passports, and now he's going to put his name on our currency.
But that's what Trump has always done. You got to figure. People don't realize it. Trump doesn't own Trump Plaza.
Yeah, but it's different what you're doing as a citizen with the approval of other corporations that may think your name is of value.
But he's always put his name on shit that doesn't belong to him or that he has no responsibility to do. That's just what Trump does. I mean, that's what Trump. One thing Trump is good at. I'm gonna give him all the props in this. Trump is good at promoting Trump.
Yeah, he's really good at that.
That's just what he is. Only thing is that when he's gone, his name won't be worth dooley squat. His family may change their names.
I don't buy that. I think that Trump.
Well, Ivanka already changed her name. Ivanka already changed hers.
Well, there will. I don't think. I disagree with you. His name won't be worth anything. I think his name will be valuable. It will just be valuable with a group of people that maybe Ivanka doesn't want to be associated with. His name will be of value. I mean, look. Mussolini, Adolf Hitler, their names are still of value. It's just in certain groups. So I think the Trump name
really? When the last time you met a Mussolini?
No, I'm saying what they stood for. I'm sure people in Italy there's a certain sect of people in that country.
It's almost like yeah, but it'll be in disgust. It won't be in honor.
There's a lot of people that like disgusting shit, Lewis.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Tim, I'm going to get on your case a little bit.
Sure.
Man, don't you be calling no women no bitches, boy.
What? Listen, I got attacked.
Hold on, time out, Tim. If she was standing in your face and she said what she said to you, I don't think you would have did it. I think you did what I hate guys do online is they get these social media balls. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, if you'd have called a black woman a bitch in her face, your ass would have got slapped down like.
No. Let me tell you something. If I'm asking a waitress, could she put a little bit more drink or give me a little bit more ice or something that she don't know? Yeah, if I call her a name like that, I'm totally wrong. This individual did not like the fact that I host a show and I let MAGA speak and I let everybody speak. So she started going off on everything from my looks to my size. She started insulting the hell out of me. And the panel was laughing at it.
What did she say to you that wasn't true?
What?
Like what?
I'm ugly. I'm handsome than a motherfucker.
Well, that's just to me and you. But I'm just saying.
She had no look. She was insulting the hell out of me on a number of levels.
I'm just saying that all of us are ugly to somebody.
Get the fuck. Hold. Wait a minute. And you mentioned in public where a woman, if I'm in public and a woman is doing that directly to my face, she still deserves the same insult. Why would you do something like that to somebody you don't know?
But I don't think you have to. I think you need to say something. I'm not saying you shouldn't have said nothing.
At what point did she become responsible for her own actions?
Well, I mean, she didn't call you.
I don't look. I'm gonna tell you the same thing I said the next day after that show was over. If you don't want to get insulted,
I know what you're going to.
Right? Don't do it. Don't.
Tim. I watch you every day. I know what you said. Trust me, I know what you said, and I agree with you 100%. I'm just saying, you're my boy, man. We got to be bigger than that. That's all I'm saying. I know you lost your cool, and you definitely went out of character because that's not you. I mean, what she said to you is mild compared to what Gangsta Grandma said.
Gangsta, I like Gangsta. I didn't even know who the hell this woman was.
I know. And that's why I think you lost it. Because I know you normally don't treat women that way or anybody just because they disrespect.
I hear you. I hear you, but I'll tell you this. it stopped her from continuing. Once I did that, I mean, look, this is the same thing I tell when they say, you know, a man can't hit a woman if she hits you.
I'm real surprised they didn't drop your ass.
Why would they? Well, first of all, I was the only person on the show that was in opposition. It wasn't just her I was getting attacked by the way. It was many of them on
See,
there.
that's what makes your show so unique. You, Zeus, and the guys who just do one-on-ones. That's why they don't put a person up there for them to be gang banged on. You know what I'm saying? And and I think that's exactly what gives those people a lot of guts to say even what she was saying. Is because there's so many of y'all ganging up on her. I don't, because I've listened to her before. She's normally not that abrasive as she was with you. But Tim, I'm gonna tell you something. I think everybody loves you.
No, they don't. Obviously, she don't. Thank you, handsome conservative. She doesn't.
Time out, Tim. Time out, Tim. We do. But we hate the way you let 3 of your people who come on there that are opposition, the way you let them deal with you and the way you let them just tell lies, it just pisses us off so much that we can't get up there. I'm not going to spend no $1,000 to talk to one of those.
They actually say the same thing about a lot of you liberals.
No, we're not going to do this today. No, we're not, Lewis. Get your dick out your mouth. I am so sick of this shit. On God. He had 8 people. 8 people coming at him. 8.
I agree.
They all tagged him. Fuck you, Lewis. You a bitch too. If I had 8 people coming at me, I'm coming at all your ugly asses, all of you. And I don't give a fuck if I got no bitch, a cunt, or
Tim,
anything.
will you tell this hussy that I'm one of her biggest defenders?
Now, see, you called her a hussy. See, now you done lost your cool.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You lost your cool.
But you missed.
But no,
you
you
missing
don't
my
know. He had every right
I do
to
know.
call her out her damn name. He had every damn right.
No, he does not.
Yes, he did.
I don't think.
Let me tell you something, Lewis. Let me tell you something, Lewis.
Hey.
And this is coming from a friend. Let me tell you something. When 8 people come at you, and you have everybody coming at you, calling you everything but a fucking man, I would lose it my damn self. I had somebody call me a what? What was that?
You lose it when you lose it.
Yes.
But you lose it when it's one person.
No, but
You
I
lose it when
stand
it's
up for
one person.
myself, Lewis. I stand up for
They
myself.
say that having a nasty mouth does not mean you're standing up for yourself.
Oh, honey, I go straight the fuck ham on him, Lewis. Come on now.
Being disrespectful is
I
not standing up for
him
yourself.
every damn day. I
know you
disrespect
do,
him every
and
damn
that's
day.
what I'm saying.
But
Just
you don't,
because-
but you don't, but
and
you know what?
he
They called her every, they called him.
How many
Lewis, they called him everything but a black man.
How many times has he called you? How many times has he called you a bitch?
But wait a minute, hold on.
A B-word.
Hold on,
But
Lewis.
he knows what I'm
Then
doing,
he shouldn't have
No,
called her one.
I play
And that's
with
that's
him.
my point.
Let me get this shit straight.
I think out of everybody, everybody I've ever seen Tim talk to, you are the one person that would say it and nobody would be upset about it.
Because me and him are friends. He knows I'm trolling the shit out of him. He knows I don't mean the shit like that. We are friends like that. I'm gonna call him
and that's
when
what
I
I
go to
that's what I
another
say
panel.
about this app, Tim. That's what I say about this app. It gives people the authority to think they can be disrespectful to people.
Well, based on what you hold on, gangster, hold on. Based on what you're saying, Lewis, I can understand why they would think they could be disrespectful to people. In fact, I'm against the whole movement, period, that a man should never put his hands on a woman, because you're literally telling a woman, if I hit the dude, he can't hit me back. You're giving people a pass to do bad shit because they don't expect recourse. You don't see rabbits attacking lions because they know the lion will hold them accountable. But you do have a lot of women that have no problem cussing a dude, as you mentioned, in person. She could be a foot shorter than me, cussing me out because I know he can't do nothing back. So you're giving people a pass to do bad shit when you do that.
And I say this, and I'm being honest, and I even told Tim in the back, and I says, you know what, Tim, I'm sorry sometimes I'll be going out, and you know I'll be playing. Because I don't want people to feel that they're going to disrespect him like that. Call him out his thing when I be doing it, and I'm playing with him.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I expect better from Tim. I don't give a shit what you expect from him. That's on you. I'm just saying what I expect from him. and I've been watching him just as long as you have been watching and listening to him, and I feel like I know him just as well as you do. And I'm telling you now, I wish he just wouldn't do that. Now, that's not going to change no matter what you get your white ass up here and say. So that's just,
Quiet
that's,
ass. Hold the fuck on. No, let me tell you something. I'm going to be, you need to shut your ass up. I'm not, for one, I'm not white. For one, I'm not
you see what I'm
white.
saying?
I'm not
I
white.
see what you doing.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't see what you saying. I see what you doing.
And I didn't call, and Tim,
But
and
why
I
would you
didn't
say
call
that?
her a
Because I
bitch.
could have roast your
She's
ugly
still-
ass. But I'm not going to.
No, you can't. I'm not ugly, number one, girl.
Yeah, for
couldn't-
one, you
couldn't
is
never
ugly
get
to me.
close to me.
Everybody's ugly to somebody like you said,
When I
right?
started looking, I've been looking
But
at
I'm
your
just
page. I've
saying,
been looking at your
but I'm
page for
some real
two
But I'm
years,
some
and
real shit.
you don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance with the bottom of my foot.
You can't
Damn.
come at him. You can't come and tell him what,
Whatever.
you should
I'm
have
saying,
did
Tim,
better. When there had
just-
8 people coming at you, you shouldn't say that, though. Don't say, oh, when you was in the road for calling a black woman to be, well, she was in the wrong for degrading him.
I didn't say that he can't go off on her. I just said I didn't say he shouldn't have went off on her. I didn't say that. Did I say that, Tim?
No, but let me tell you something. Though. The fact that they were all, as Gangsta points out, I was getting hit by a lot of the panel. When I called her that, all the insults stopped. This is what I say about.
He stood his damn ground. Timmy, you do it again. Don't let these wussies and these mofos get at you. I have your
No,
back
don't
in
do
those
that,
panels.
Tim. Tim,
I do.
don't listen to this ignoramus. I'm telling you right now. Because
Ignorant
don't do
Amos.
this,
I
Tim.
saw you
Don't do
ignorant
it.
Amos.
You firing.
You can always just leave.
You telling me, Lewis?
Any decent moderators.
Lou, we don't have any moderators on the show. Let me say something. Hold on. And by the way, folks who are watching,
I know, but
we're so. Hold on, hang on. I'm not talking to just you. Hold on, Lewis. What? Just for everybody else that's watching, that is one premise of the show. We do not have moderators. We are so much in favor of free speech. There are no moderators. But let me say this, Lewis. You criticizing me while firing all kinds of missiles yourself. You're doing everything you're accusing me of.
He wants you to go off on his ugly ass. But I got God in today. Yeah,
I just wanted to show her that we can do better than that. That's all I'm saying.
All right, well, I got to move it on, folks.
Let me tell you, but
I've been
you
hurt
know
like
what,
crazy.
Tim? You don't take the disrespect, though. What they did to you was messed up. What they did to you was fucked up. They didn't go one at a time. They didn't do that. They went all ham on straight on you, right after another, and they wouldn't back off. So, yeah, you have entitlement to call somebody out their name. Anybody would. I would, too, and not one of those motherfuckers would whip my ass.
All right, Gangsta, thank you for coming through. And same with you, Lewis. I do got to move it on. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with the show. I didn't expect that to go in that direction. We're actually doing a weekend review on Trump, but I guess I hadn't talked to Lewis in a while. So he did bring up something that happened in the past. Just briefly, we're going to get back on topic, but for folks who are wondering what happened, this was about a week or so ago. I had a show where I referred to African Americans as the blacks. And some of my more racially sensitive guests, all African Americans, of course, told me that what I was using the term blacks as a noun is offensive to African Americans. I should have known, I suppose, myself, but I still have never heard that. Other than what I learned on here, and there were other guests that came up and told me they didn't know it either. But anyway, we ended up talking about it for about 5 or 6 hours, as many of my African Americans on my left flank were hammering me, calling me everything from a coon to an Uncle Tom, you name it, all of this stuff, because I should have known that, and I kept making a mistake and saying it over and over again because I was used to talking that way. Kind of like if an older gentleman says, using the N-word, you're a disgrace to our culture for all of the bloodshed we had to do for that word. Why are you still using it? If you tell that to some of these young books, it's still going to take time for them to stop using it, even if they respect the older guy, because that's the way they've been talking most of their life. Same thing. I didn't think it was that, but anyway, they were tearing in on me. And one of the girls came on the panel. She was an African-American woman. And because of the way I run my program with a MAGA hat, we often say we're MAGA friendly, and we are MAGA friendly. When I hold up the MAGA hat and I say I'm MAGA friendly, damn it, I mean it. MAGA can come on the program and say whatever the hell they want without any bans or I don't censor or limit their speech no more than anybody else's. And she hated that. She basically said any black guy that hosts a program, it should be anti-Trump. It should be kind of like a hate Trump program. We don't do that here. We discuss the issue. So she called me all kinds of names, and I just called her a bitch. And then they were fine with her calling me names until I called her a bitch, and then I was wrong according to the whole panel. And then you heard Lewis just come on and echo that, saying I was still wrong. So that's where that came from. Anyway, we're gonna move on from there. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 20,000, if you will. Easy to claim ignorance, says Timoteo. Okay, I guess. Now the show began. Oh, hell, Queen Gangsta to the grand. Well, Gangsta Grandma came through for me today. She's on my side. That don't normally happen, so I'm going to applaud that and revel in that for a minute. MAGA actually chose the dude who dodged 5 drafts to lead their white revolution. What is the white revolution? I didn't know what that is. I haven't heard about that one. Words is not doing a thing. No. And somebody said it's always fun till the rabbit has the gun. That's all I'm saying is that my point is this, and this is the same thing I tell my MAGA viewers. Don't insult or don't throw mud if you don't want to get dirty, because this is the same way with President Trump. You know, remember when Charlie Kirk perished and how MAGA was acting, how they were upset about that? People joking and making wisecracks about Charlie Kirk passing away and how he lost his life. Then the minute Mueller goes out or Rob Rayner, they had no problem with it. So I'm just simply saying, if you know, don't sling this shit if you don't want some of it to get on you. You're not going. It's not going to work where you're going to be the only one doing this stuff. Eventually, it's going to come back at you. Triple OG, good evening. Welcome to the program. Tap the screen, folks, up your bar with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. Triple OG, good evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to come up.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on.
But I do like listening to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks. And by the way, what we are discussing here is that a judge has ordered Trump's name to be removed from the Kennedy Memorial. Apparently, he still can keep his name on the park pass, his passports, and now he has this $250 bill that they're trying to change the law so that we can have currency dedicated to a living president. You heard him say the 250th anniversary after all of these B-list celebrities cancel, that he's going to host a rally. So I suppose what do? You get up there on the 250th anniversary and you bash Obama and Biden, talk about how much the Democrats want to destroy the country, how much the Democrats hate America, but we're here to celebrate the 250th anniversary. I don't know how that's going to go. And of course, Trump's $1.776 billion settlement looks like there's a judge that wants to first prevent any of that money from going to anybody, including the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers that were storming the Capitol on January 6th. And there's another judge that wants to review the whole lawsuit because they're saying it may have been done based on misinformation. So that whole thing may go away. So we'll see what happens. Going back to the box, Trump is going to make this rally into a white trailer park trash type of rally. Yikes. There's going to be a lot of protesters there if he does that. If it's all, Washington, D.C., is not the friendliest place to hundreds, if not thousands of people in MAGA hats. That's not the friendliest city. So that could get to be real interesting real quick. Takesha Bowie, tap the screen. I'm beginning to believe God actually hates MAGA. What would make you say that? Is that Bates? What would make you say God hates MAGA? That's a struggle. Does God have hate in his heart? Takesha, you're religious. Would you believe something like that ever?
He don't hate them. He hate their ways. But listen to him, because I won't be up here long. What does the military consist of?
Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, Marines, Space Force.
Have you watched the Laura Trump interview with Donald Trump?
No.
Let me tell you what Trump said. He said, we've defeated Iran militarily. We got ships up on the water. People are taking pictures of them. And we've defeated their army, their navy. And then he said in the same breath, but we've left their military intact. A lot of people don't know that we haven't done anything to their military. And I said to myself,
that makes no sense. That makes no sense. That's something they would have hammered Biden for doing, but they're ignoring what Trump does.
I said, At the beginning of your sentence, you said we defeated their military. And then you turn around in that same breath and say about the ships under the water. And in that same breath, you said, but you know, we've left their military intact. We haven't, a lot of people don't even know that we haven't even touched their military. And I'm saying to myself, why ain't the Army and the Navy and all that a part of the military?
Well, probably the worst thing you could ever do when it comes to President Trump and this Iran war is listen to the stuff he's saying, because there's conflicts everywhere. For instance, he just said the other day that Iran thinks that they can outlast him until the midterms. He said, I don't care nothing about the midterms. Well, if Iran,
No midterms.
well, yeah, but here's the contradiction. If you're saying that Iran is trying to outlast things into the midterms, then why the hell are you constantly sitting there begging for a ceasefire? That sounds like they're delaying it. That don't sound like they're trying to end it. I mean,
Tim, you noticed this what he's saying lately, which lets you know that he can't do nothing with Iran. I'm gonna take my time with the deal. I know about the gas prices, but you know, I'm gonna take my time. I'm not gonna rush in the net. There is no deal. Yeah, they already agreed, no nuclear weapon. And that said, well, maybe what if you try to buy them? And they agreed not to even try to buy any. Man, you just sit up here just lying in this interview. I watched the interview, Tim. I said to myself, if anybody, because I thought about the handsome conservative.
Ooh.
When he kept saying,
he's listening.
you know, we've gotten rid of their military, Tim. They've got nothing left. And then when Trump said today, when he said in that interview, we haven't even touched their military. We've left it intact. A lot of people don't know that. And I'm saying to myself, well, in the beginning,
Did handsome conservatives say that? Did handsome conservatives say that? And he just said, say my name and I'll appear. We believe in conservatism. Now, did he actually say that? I don't think handsome conservative.
Yeah.
He said that?
Yeah. He bragged about how we took out their military all the time, Tim. Because that's what Donald Trump said. So they repeated. And then Donald Trump just said that they ain't took out them folks' military.
Yeah.
That's why you cannot repeat anything Donald Trump says.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, his wording and descriptions, like I said, he's been saying since day one they're begging for a ceasefire. That's obviously not true. It's obvious they're not trying to acquire a ceasefire. That's pretty obvious.
They ain't saying what Donald Trump talking about, because get what they said. They said by July the 1st, a lot of countries will be out of oil, and China will be sitting on 10 billion barrels. And China can negotiate with those 10 billion barrels, because people that got good sense know that China is working with Iran against America. While Trump went over there with his good shoes on and got that little welcome, never went over there and put the nail in Taiwan coffin, and you still didn't get nothing, and you're still getting suckered out over here with Iran and China.
Well, he had put the nail in the coffin of the Ukrainians as well. Fortunately, other people have stepped up, and they've evolved into unmanned weaponry. But he pretty much left the Ukrainians out to dry. But you got a pushback. Handsome conservative says, I know I live in her head rent-free, but that was not me that said that. So he's denying your accuracy.
In the comments, have any of you ever heard handsome conservative, when we talk about Iran, he says we've already taken out their military?
I don't recall. You sure that wasn't MAGA reaction, one or the other? I don't recall him saying it myself. Maybe I'm getting old.
I'm not finna argue with you, Tim. I'm a very good listener. I listen to everything. I would not have said it if he did not say it. Well, I don't believe in lying on people, Tim. He said it.
All right. I see a lot of folks in it. A lot of folks in the comments, a lot of folks in the comments are saying he said it, but once again, he's pulling the Shaggy. It wasn't me. So he's saying he didn't do it.
You know I'll go back and pull a live, because I got them all saved, and I will pull that part up where he said it. Oh. He said it more than once.
Every live I got is on YouTube. So whatever you see as a thumbnail, that's going to be on the front of it. So all of my live streams are saved on YouTube. So if he said it, it's in there, but I don't remember him saying it.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say, Tim, because I got to go. I'm trying to cook me some cabbage. You said...
How do you cook cabbage? What do you mean, cooking with some greens or something? Cooking cabbage?
Listen, Tim, don't play with me. You said the other day that Kamala Harris was wrong for not telling us about Biden's condition, which she not supposed to. If he don't tell us, that wasn't her right
That's
to tell us
crazy.
about his medical condition. But you don't have a problem with them coming out with these fake doctor reports for Trump saying he got the heart of a man 11 years younger than him, and he weighed 200 and 30 something pounds, and he on his fourth cognitive test, and they said that they just gave him a routine MRI, and they gave him an AI CAT scan and all that. Y'all don't have a problem with how they lying to us about him. And the doctor said that the reason his hands like that is because he take aspirin and he shake hands so much. That's where the bruising come from. You didn't bring none of that up.
You just did. I'll strongly counter because you just didn't watch the show, because that was some of the stuff we talked about in the last show, is that he's claiming that it comes from shaking hands, even though the doctors are like, people who are watching, medical analysts are like, but that doesn't explain why you got marks on your left hand if you're saying it's from shaking hands. I've covered all of that. Yeah, I have pushed back on that.
You want to dog Kamala out, and the Democrats for not telling us that Joe Biden was getting a little, up there and forgetful and stuff. But you ain't condemning the White
That's
House.
not true, though. But what you're saying is not true. I have condemned Trump for taking multiple cognitive tests. I have condemned him for all. Maybe you didn't see those shows.
I said the White House for lying for him.
They lie for him on everything. Did I just not start the show by saying MAGA wants anything that makes Trump happy? I mean, I've been saying it all along. You just ain't hearing it, I guess.
Go back and listen to the live. But I'm saying it just seems like you just so hard on Kamala, man. Leave it alone.
The reason that's going to be, Takesha, is because you expect me to be hard on Trump. So I can be hard on Trump all day, and it's going to kind of go in that one. Because everywhere you hear, people have been hard on Trump. You're not expecting me to be hard on Kamala, so you're going to remember that more. But I'm very hard on Trump for that stuff, too.
I don't have a problem with you being hard on her, but you're too hard on her. My thing is this. If you, my friend, or my boss, and you say, they found out I got the HIV, and I said, you gonna tell the staff? And you said, no. What the hell I look like going out to tell the staff, hey, he ain't gonna tell y'all, but he got the HIV? That's putting some about a medical stuff in the public. You can't do that, man.
Here's why I disagree with you. You don't. This is what you talking about, me holding people accountable on the right. This is what Republican Congress is doing right now. What you're talking about, Kamala Harris should have done. You're putting your own welfare over the welfare of the nation. If you know your boss is doing things that is bad for the country, we can talk about Trump, we can talk about Biden not being cognitively all there. As a VP, your duty is, you swore to the country, not to the president. You are supposed to tell that. Make that known that we got a leader that probably isn't capable. That's what the Republican Party's not doing with Trump now, and you're defending Kamala Harris not doing it.
Listen, the only thing I was saying, Tim, is what we expect from them, we should expect from the other party too. I don't have Biden should have come out and, well, he kind of told us when he stepped down. He didn't say it verbatim, but we're not crazy. We know why he stepped down, but for them to keep acting like there's nothing wrong with this crazy man, it's getting out of hand.
Yeah.
This man he got the nuclear code. Who would trust him saying the military gone, then in the other breath telling something they ain't touched it?
These people would trust him. These people.
Jesus on the mountaintop. Jesus on the mountaintop.
I'm just saying.
I'm done. I can't take no more.
All right, Takesha, enjoy that cabbage. Good on you. Appreciate you coming through.
Thank you, sweetie.
All right. And by the way, in the comments, while we were talking about Kamala Harris having a duty to let the public know, folks are bringing up the HIPAA laws and Biden's, the Privacy Act, protecting his medical history and things like that. I agree she can't violate the HIPAA laws and things. She don't have to diagnose the man. You can say something without saying it. People were asking her, do you believe he can do another term? you can duck and dodge that question in a way that people know why you're ducking and dodging that question. That way you're not on record saying that he can do something and then he has to step down because it was obviously he couldn't do it. So she could have, listen, it's not my place. There are laws against me speaking on the health of somebody else. So I can't go down that route. I will just say the debate performance we saw out of Biden, I have never seen anything like that out of him or any previous presidential candidate in history. You ain't violated nothing by doing that. And you're starting to let the public know something is wrong even in the eyes of the vice president. You can relay that message without breaking any laws. And I do believe that she should have had the duty to do that. Now, some people are going to say she would have only been doing it because she wanted the job, whatever the case may be. But you have an oath to the country. Shout out to Mike Pence, by the way, who did not do Trump's bidding when it came to refusing to certify the election. That's not to say he didn't want to do it, but at least he did do the research. And after being told if you do this, it's a violation of law, he decided not to pursue it anyway and just hope for a pardon from President Trump, which is exactly what Pam Bondi and a bunch of them are doing now. They're just doing things that they know from their education, from their professional level that is wrong and often criminal, and they're just doing it anyway because they believe Trump is going to have their back. Mike Pence didn't do that. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. MAGA is the political movement whose people with 3 teeth, what? Who vote for people with 3 yachts? I've heard that saying, that people with 3 teeth shouldn't be voting in favor of people with 3 yachts. I'm not going to say that MAGA supporters or MAGA Trump supporters only have 3 teeth. I understand it's ridicule. But yeah, if you're talking about a group of people that are overwhelmingly defenders of the rich, that is MAGA. And MAGA consists of a lot of poor people. I do not understand how people who are super wealthy are getting so many people who are damn near dirt poor to defend them. I don't believe, a burger flipper should make the same $13 an hour I do, but you're okay with the guy making $13 million a day. It doesn't make sense to me. Let me move on with the program. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. We'll go to Mike DeVos. Good evening, Mike.
What up, Tim?
Not much at all. Doing a weekend review. Trump's 250. If we're going to do, 250 is the celebration of this country being a nation for 250 years. I'm calling it Trump's 250 because he's going to be the only headliner and he is probably going to dominate. What do you expect?
The same bullshit, the same rhetoric.
Are you going to watch?
I said the same bullshit, rhetoric.
I said, are you going to watch?
No, I'm not going to watch.
Really? Is that not your patriotic duty to participate in the celebration of this great nation?
I'm not doing this with you on Lord's Day. I'm not.
Why?
Listen, first of all, those 250 years haven't been very fucking great for us, by the way. If you really think about it, out of that 250 years, what are we talking about, 60 years?
You're talking about what is known as the black experience out of those 250 years?
Yeah, what you talking about, the last 60 years?
Even
out of that 60 years, conservatives have been in power 32 of those 60 years.
Are you suggesting that our goal out of America's 250 years, the goal for African Americans has been subpar, maybe a little bit below your expectations?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little bit.
And a little bit meaning a lot, because, you can use different definitions for real words these days. A little bit means a lot.
Well, you did get Juneteenth. You are a free man now. You've had a black president, at least one of them in those 60 years. I mean, you're getting somewhere, right?
You're so funny. I just saw a clip about that about 15 minutes ago. Some white guys on TikTok. If you want somebody to be responsible, go dig up the unalive. And I was born in the 80s. Matter of fact, it was a post you posted.
Yeah.
The dude in the car with the gold chains on. It's so funny because everything about him was so AAVE. Everything about him was so the chains but anyway, I just find it interesting. But yeah, I just find that interesting. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, Tim, when you say you move forward, but then you're digging up remnants of what it was then, and you want to go back to that time, how do you just ignore that?
Well, the pushback, Mike, is going to be that nobody on the MAGA side of the aisle is trying to go back to this dark, oppressive time that you and some liberals think they are. They believe you guys have them pegged wrong. They're just for freedom and equality for all. They don't want DEI, or they don't want whites to be discriminated against. This is the belief that they're not trying to take your rights away. They just don't want you to take theirs away.
Mm-hmm. And I can show you video from the 40s, 50s, and 60s where they said the exact same thing. They said the exact same thing. Literally. We don't care about the nigger. Just don't want to go to school with them. Is that so bad that our white race, we just don't want them in our neighborhoods? We don't want to eat with them. We don't want to drink from the same water fountain. What's wrong with that? In Jesus' name. Isn't that the same shit they were saying then?
In Jesus' name?
What did I say that wasn't factual?
I don't know about I ain't never seen it in Jesus' name.
Tim, you can go back historically and find time. Slave masters were beating slaves with the Bible in their hand. Tim, what are we talking about? These white Christian nationalists, they have Christian nationalists in their name. What are we talking about?
Do you really believe, what percentage of MAGA do you believe want to go back to the times of oppression of minorities and women, though?
The vast majority. The vast majority. Tim, here's why. Well, let me ask you a clarifying question. Do you believe that the MAGA movement and the numbers of MAGA, the MAGA base, that 30%, do you think that 30% is still intact?
Do I believe that Trump's... Wait a minute, say that again.
The MAGA, you said MAGA. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that the MAGA base, that the 30% of the Republican support is MAGA, right?
Okay.
MAGA.
Yeah.
Do you believe that 30% still exists? You think it's changed?
It's dwindled, yeah, because there are... I talked to some MAGA that are on some of the social media platforms, and the economy... and particularly the Epstein stuff has cost him some MAGA. There are genuine MAGA that are disgruntled with Trump because of those two issues.
But it's funny. But the rest of the issues, they don't have a problem with.
That is true.
The rest of the division in this country, they don't have a problem with. They don't have a problem with them trying to the redistricting and the Voters Act and taking away voting rights. They don't have a problem with none of that. So if you ask me about MAGA, I believe that the vast majority of them, I would say 90% plus, don't give a fuck about none of this shit. They don't care about race relations in this country, else they never would have voted.
Well, but Mike, let me put on my MAGA hat and play this other side of this. The reason they don't care about the redistricting or some of this racial stuff you're talking about is because they believe Democrats are trying to fundamentally destroy the damn country. So they're like, look, if you got a gerrymander to prevent them from turning my girl into a boy or my boy into a girl or letting anybody in the damn country, then damn it, gerrymander. They believe the Democrats are trying to destroy the country.
And that's what they believe, but those aren't facts. And the more that we placate to their beliefs, let me tell you this, Tim. This is so funny about these people. Even the video that you posted. Mm-hmm. The fragility with white America is astounding. They talk about feelings all the time, right? Your feelings and fuck your feelings and your souls, your snowflakes and all that. Well, what was race built on? What was systemic racism built on? The same
shit I need to be comfortable. Before you continue, tap the screen, get the likes on up if you're watching this on YouTube. I certainly need you guys to help me out with that. It's a free speech program. We don't have moderators. Doesn't matter what your politics are. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. Do the same damn thing if you're watching on TikTok. Continue, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the whole systemic racism, the foundation of this country was built on feelings. It wasn't built on facts.
No.
It wasn't built on facts.
No.
MAGA's movement right now is not built on facts. It's built on feelings. It's just crazy to me how we sit here and have these debates and MAGA after MAGA comes up and they're not even their position isn't based on facts. It's based on their feelings. And then they tell other people, so you want to make a movement built on your feelings. I can never compete with that. You know why? Because your feelings will change.
That's a good point. Like right now, while you're talking about feelings, I got the Wonders of Earth in the comments saying, "What's wrong with securing the voting system?" That whole thing is based on feelings. That's a perfect example of that.
It is.
It is based on feelings.
Because the facts don't support a broken voting system. The facts, not Michael's feelings, not Tim's feelings. If you look at the numbers, the facts don't support a problem with our voting system. We actually are having the most secure elections we've had in U.S. history. But if you listen to their feelings, well, what's wrong with about having ID when you go vote? It's already fixed. So then when you ask a clarifying question, I told you this when I first met you. America, white America, does not want to be uncomfortable for shit. They will create issues. They will create issues just to be comfortable.
Yeah. And real quick, before you continue, real quick in the comments, Tabitha asks, says, "We show ID for everything. Why not show it when we vote?" I'm okay 100% with showing ID when we vote. I'm not okay with making up a bullshit reason for why we need to do it. If you just want people to show ID, then say that. All of the stuff that we're saying is a reason for why we need the Save America Act is what he's talking about. It's all based on feelings. Just say, from now on, we want to require an ID. Quit making it sound like dead folks and immigrants and all this other shit that, as he's rightfully pointed out, it's not based on any facts. If there were illegal immigrants voting, they would be releasing names of people they've prosecuted and caught doing it. That should tell you everything.
Absolutely. But again, and listen, I want everybody to understand, if we are in the greatest technology revolution in the history of the planet. All of us. The fact that we're sitting here having this conversation without being on Skype, right? Remember Skype, right?
Wow, yeah.
So we're in a technology revolution that also provides us sources, the ability to just go look up sources, to go find out the real information if we so choose. That's what frustrates me, Tim, when I hear people still asking these questions. If you think we're crazy, just go do some research and you'll find out, wow, the SAVE Act is a terrible act because it suppresses voting rights from certain groups of people.
Explaining that, because I'm going to have a lot of folks who say there's no damn reason for a full-grown adult to be complaining about getting an ID. Tell me how the Save America Act oppresses folks from voting. This is what they don't understand.
Right. Well, a couple of things. First of all, in order for you to register, you have to provide identification of who you are when you register. Right? When you register.
Right.
The way voting is set up, if you do a mail-in ballot right now, your vote can only be counted once. You've already registered. That's why you got the mail-in ballot to your house. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't have came to your house if you weren't registered to vote. Period.
Well, their belief is if you get registered to vote and they mail a ballot to your house to vote, somebody else is going to steal that ballot and vote on your behalf or something like that, I guess.
Well, that's what they're trying to say. So say that did happen and then I go vote. Both of those votes aren't going to be counted.
No, it's only one vote per citizen.
Right, and so that's where the system is set up to go, okay, which one of these, I'm only counting one. Which one of these, if somebody were to go do that. But again, we're trying to solve for something that's not a problem because this country, this movement is trying to strip away votes. Now, let's get to the SAVE Act real quick. Also, purging voter rolls.
Yeah.
The SAVE Act wants to purge voter rolls every 30 days. Now, right now, the way it is set up today, you can't purge voter rolls 90 days before the said election. So if you want to change it to being able to purge voter rolls every 30 days, then now that 90-day window is out of the picture.
What would be the reason to purge the voter roll? What would be the reason to take? I mean, purging means you've registered to vote. In the past, you're 100% legitimate, and they don't come up with a reason to take your name off of. Why would they do that?
Yeah, because if you won't know it, now what's supposed to happen
right.
If you purge from the voter rolls, they're supposed to send you a notification saying, if this was done in error, please contact this office. But if it's done at a time where you can't re-register in that particular voting window, you can't vote in that election, whether it was by error or not. So do you trust this administration not to go, oops? Sorry, whatever zip code you're in. See, here's another thing, Tim. I mean, let me say this, and I've been blessed to have the career that I've had in the information because it gives me insight to certain things. Here's what I do know. I do know that when Elon Musk and them, they took that information from the Social Security office, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, they took all of the information. Yep. One King Cam, you can say whatever, but you don't know what you're talking about. Remember when they took all that information?
Yep.
You can scrub that information by zip codes, and you know how much damage you can do with that information?
Significant.
I can go into a black district that their zip code is 93211, and I can manipulate that data, and they would never know it until it was too late. I can manipulate that data by if somebody applied for a loan with that zip code, it gets flagged. If that person applied for a car loan, if that person, the property taxes in that area code will go up because this was a disaster from the beginning. And I told everybody that, and we're looking at it right now. If I purge Tim from the voter rolls and you go to vote, because how would you know unless you checked him?
Right.
If you go there and say I was registered to vote, you know what they're going to tell you?
What?
They're going to tell you to take your ass home. And here's another provision in the SAVE Act that people don't know. They are trying to make the election poll volunteers that are working there during the election cycle. They will get an automatic felony if they mistakenly register somebody or mistakenly allow somebody to vote. They'll get a fucking felony. Did you know that?
Who the hell would want to do it?
So that's how you keep people. That's my whole point, Tim. These people aren't reading. I got it on my desk right in front of me right now, and all I'm saying is, if you ignore this stuff, you ignore it.
So the point is simple. The point is simple. They're portraying this as just simply requiring the voter to have an ID. But the point you're making is it's a lot more in depth than just requiring you to have an ID.
It's way more than that. And not only that, I mean, I could go on and on because I've read it multiple times. But here's the problem. Every one of their agenda bullet points that people come on this app and cry, like you just said, the border and transgender, they can't support that shit with no facts. All they do is talk about the high level. Why wouldn't you want somebody to have an ID to vote? Never said that. But if you read the rest of the act, but a lot of them know, Tim. They're just comfortable in the headline.
Yeah, I agree that a lot of folks know, but they're just because I think a lot of folks know redistricting will hurt the black vote. You wouldn't. Why would you do it if it ain't gonna hurt nobody? So I think but they're saying no. We're just making it sure that no district is done by skin color. I mean, they do know it's going to hurt because keep in mind there was a reason they done it to begin with. Because they were doing it by skin color. So, I mean, the belief is if you remove all the protections that prevented America from doing all the oppressive shit it used to do, that America has evolved so far that nobody will go back to doing all that oppressive stuff. And I think the minority community and women aren't buying that. That without these protections, people will go back to harming us. I think a lot of folks believe that.
Absolutely, Tim. And again, until this country comes to terms with this racism, we'll never move forward the way we want to, because they just ignore it. They just want to ignore it and be comfortable until their gas goes up, right? Until something like that goes up. Let me give you a perfect example, Tim. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Do you know Timothy Hudson?
The name sounds familiar. Is that the kid that just the Carnival Cruise Line guy?
Yes.
That was our last show on how this guy walked. Yeah, we did a whole show on that.
Okay, and I wasn't on that show. Now tell me how this young man, and this is white America. You guys can say whatever you want about me, but you can't call me a liar. When the Carmelo Anthony case, this app was on fire that he got bail.
Yeah, the one that killed Austin Metcalf.
Yes, they were outraged about it. Although these cases are entirely different. This young man graped.
Yeah, Hudson's case is significantly worse. He basically is just a violent rapist that didn't try to hide the body. At least in Austin Metcalf and Carmelo, whatever his name is, case, there was a scuffle between them two. This is just, he just wanted some sex from his stepsister and murdered her. I mean, it's much worse.
She's 18 years old. How, and I've been on multiple lives having this conversation, and every MAGA that I've talked to made an excuse or was comfortable with him being out on bail.
I didn't get that. I mean, I didn't get him. I don't think, in fact, I think Handsome Conservative, and the few that I talked to, Handsome Conservative is not MAGA, but he's a conservative. They didn't agree. I didn't get any MAGA that tried to defend this kid being out on bail. So I didn't get it.
Think about this. Think about how secure you have to be in your white privilege. His uncle, who he's staying with, who they let him out, his uncle has children.
And want this guy around them.
That live in the house. But the argument was, first of all, where's the national outrage about this? I'm talking about the national outrage.
There is
Where's
none.
the national outrage, Tim?
There is none.
And this is why I get so upset with these topics. When I talk about Travis Decker and these cases, people talk about the race factor. I'm saying to white America, you get hyper focused on the black community or the Hispanic community or transgender community. Just the one-offs. Lincoln Riley was enough. And then, you have a transgender. Well, I don't want him in the bathroom, but the numbers don't support any of your positions. But you say nothing. You say nothing. You should be outraged as a community. What's going on with our young men and women? What's going on with white-on-white crime? Where's your protest? Why aren't you at the courthouse picketing this federal judge that let this boy out on bail? Where is your
I cannot argue with you for him to be let out on bail. Because you often hear the right talking about liberal judges being soft on crime with kids in urban communities. For this guy, for what he done, the same, people who want to speak out about liberal judges being soft on crime, you're right. They're totally silent on this. They ain't said, it makes no sense at all, unless I suppose maybe it does have something to do with his skin color.
Well, and again, anybody that wants to challenge my position on that, show me. I will give you protest, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's Ahmaud Arbery, I can give you a ton of them. I'm saying, white America, show me your protest, other than protesting against people wanting equal rights. Show me your J6 about something that truly matters.
Second, they would protest. If you fuck with the Second Amendment, they'll show up and protest.
Again, Tim, what about the children? Show me your protest in this case I'm talking about right now. Say, I want to know why this judge gave this young boy bail. If he were black, Tim, we would have heard about it by now.
It's hard to imagine. Yeah, I wish I could play devil's advocate and put on my MAGA hat. I can't defend that. Why they're not outraged about that. But Handsome Conservative says just because we don't protest like you does not mean it's unimportant to us. So he said maybe whites take a softer side on some of this stuff.
Okay, fine. And again, okay, if that's the case, if you don't protest like us, show me your protest. And by the way, when you say you don't protest like us, let's talk about that for a second. When we protest silently by taking a knee, that ain't good. When we protest silently and sit in, that ain't good enough. When we protest and we protest in March, that's not the right way. Every way we protest is not good. So, and you can bring him up.
I got to move it on, unfortunately. I got to move it on. And I'll explain to you why it ain't right, but I got to move it on.
I want to know. I want to finish. I'm sorry, Tim. I want to finish here. I want to know, if you say you don't protest the way we protest, then tell me what it is. Because listen, if your protest can't be seen or felt, it ain't a protest. If I sit in my house and do nothing but bitch about it and get up and do nothing, that's not a protest. So, Handsome Conservative, with all due respect, explain, has he been up today?
No.
I would love for him to come up and explain to me and the people in here what your protest looks like and what you're protesting about.
All right. When he comes up, we'll certainly ask him that question. Mike, appreciate it. Thank
All
you.
right, brother.
And I will say this. He is correct that it does appear that and I know why, but he is correct that it does appear that any way people of color protest, they're being told it's the wrong way to do it. And I'll tell you, it's because the right way to protest is exactly what my last caller was saying. Protest in a way that I can ignore it. You know, if you take a knee during the anthem where you're on the football field and we have to see this shit on TV and it draws attention, or obviously if you're blocking off streets, or certainly if you're burning down stores and stuff, all of that's the wrong way. You know, they say you protest, the right way to protest is do it in a way that I can ignore it and not pay attention to it. Like the perfect example of somebody protesting the right way that can be ignored, I often bring up, is the way the abortion protesters used to protest. They would stand on a corner peacefully, reading the Bible, maybe holding up a picture of an aborted fetus or something like that. They didn't block traffic. They didn't impede movement in any way, form, or shape. And you can just ignore them. And that's what people were doing the whole time. That's what people have been doing the whole time they've been doing it. But they didn't do anything that forced you to take note to their plight. That's the kind of protesting they want you to do. It's something that, like they used to say with Colin Kaepernick, as opposed to taking a knee and forcing us to see this shit during the game. Why don't you go rent a TV channel or rent a hall and get your point out? And you ain't gonna go to none of that stuff. You want them to do something that you can tune out. That's the point. Protest in a way that we don't have to deal with it. And by the way, even though we now view Martin Luther King as a hero in regards to peaceful protesting and stuff like this, when he was around, he was protesting the wrong way too. They were telling him the same thing. We're just in here trying to have lunch. I don't know why you keep bringing these Negroes in here having to sit in. We just trying to have lunch. Why are you disrupting us during? They were accusing them the same stuff. So there really is no right way to protest. If you protest the right way, as Mike just said, it'll get nowhere. Anyway, continuing on, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 40,000. We'll take the next caller. Wrong, they forced Christian anti-abortion protesters to protest that way or go to jail. Well, they want Colin Kaepernick. I guess you can't take anybody to jail for taking a knee, but they kind of want to do that to them as well. Keep in mind, MLK, a lot of his protests resulted in arrests. Me personally, I would never bomb an a clinic. I don't have the feed, clothes, or shelter that. I don't have to feed, clothes, or shelter the baby. Let the mother do what she got to do to survive it in this world. Yeah, I don't believe in bombing someplace either like that. White America will always be mad about everything, says Lonely Therapy. Is that the case? 28 people were killed in the George Floyd protest. That was a tragedy. Was it necessary for all the people to lose their lives? 28 people died in that? I haven't heard that. I like to know how. I mean, you know, if there's a protest going on down the street and some drug dealer sees his rival and he shoots him in the middle of the protest, that ain't got nothing to do with George Floyd. I'd have to see, I mean, because they weren't killing white people. That's who they were mad at during the George Floyd protest. So I would have to see how they perish, because I believe that it might be folks increasing the numbers that are not based on anything that had anything to do with the protest. Might have been just somebody catching up to their rival in the middle of a protest and getting them. And now you want to say, well, the protest did it. Have you seen the infomercial about America being invaded? There's so many guns in people's houses that will never happen. Kurt, that could happen. You know, and I'll go back to the box. Get us up to 40,000. Tap the screen. Get the likes up. I'll take the next call at 40,000. And help your boy with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goal. Some of you guys can show the program some love. There is a saying in regards to what the caller is saying. You know, America will never be invaded because behind every, you know, what is it? There's a weapon behind every blade of grass or something. I think the Japanese said that. I don't believe that. The warfare is so advanced, America could be invaded at this point. There's a lot of unmanned equipment. Right now, the Ukrainians have robots on, tracks like a tank that just sit there and hide by the side of the road. and there's a remote operator maybe a few miles away that's looking through the eyes of that robot. And when a vehicle passes, it's got a 50 caliber gun on top of it, a belt-fed 50 caliber gun. So it doesn't matter how many weapons you have on your block, and every member of your block may have a gun in their house. If that thing comes down the street, 50 cal rounds will go through most people's homes. You could, if you got a few of those, it doesn't matter how you guys are shooting at a fucking robot. And that's the one that's on the ground. Keep in mind, they got stuff that's in the air and everything. So I don't believe that America, because most of the citizens are armed, that guarantees we won't be invaded anymore. I think that applied back in the day. I don't think that applies anymore now. Warfare is too advanced. In fact, the weapons we have at home, everything from, and most people don't have a 50 cal. You might have an AR, an AK, something like that, an SKS, on down to little pistols and stuff like that. When you're dealing with drones and all of that high-tech stuff, that's kind of almost like outdated dealing with that shit. There's plenty of videos. Get us up to 40,000, tap the screen so I can take the next caller. You see the Ukrainian war videos, and there are fully armed Russian soldiers getting killed by those drones, and they're using their lone rifles to shoot at them, and it's not successful. So if they can take out trained soldiers, they would be able to take out Americans as well. Armed Americans would be getting taken out. I mean, those little drones can move 120 to 150 miles an hour. By the time you hear the buzzing, it's kind of, not to mention you're shooting at a target that's moving that fast. You're shooting at something, so plenty of those shots are going to miss. So I really think that the fact that there's a lot of weapons in America, I don't believe that puts us in a predicament now where nobody can invade. I think when we went into Iraq, most of them had access to guns, didn't they? There was no shortage of weapons in Iraq, and we occupied that country for quite a while. Same thing in Afghanistan. There was nobody in Afghanistan that wanted to fight that couldn't get their hands on a weapon. It didn't stop us from being there. So I don't believe that would stop it at this point. I remember when Trump was trying to make a new law about doing anything to the American flag, the same should go for him trying to undo the Constitution. I think that Trump simply has a mindset of my shit don't stink, or do as I say, not as I do, because you're right. Trump tried to make it a crime to burn the flag or whatever the case may be. And obviously, on January 6th, the same people he's calling patriots, they did all kinds of stuff that went against the U.S. flag code, including going up to the top of the Capitol building and taking the flag down and putting up a MAGA flag. They were definitely doing things that were disrespectful to the flag, and he called them patriots. So, yeah, he kind of wants to be tough on crime, unless you're committing the crimes on his behalf, and then it's kind of okay. You need to say what you gotta say. This is your platform. What am I not saying there, Kurt? And John says you are a foolish man. John, let me know what you got to say. Add something on to that. You might be right, but when you don't add nothing on to it, it doesn't say shit. I remember when what does it say? Because people don't believe in minding their own business. That is true oftentimes. When rocks are breaking windows and hurting people, we need to ban rocks and pass laws to ban rocks. People are innocent. It's the bad, evil rocks. Rocks are bad. I get that you're trying to compare it to the gun debate or whatever. People aren't going in schools and throwing rocks at all the students. People are not taking out law enforcement with rocks. I mean, it's just people are not going and robbing banks with rocks. So that's why rocks are not getting the same attention. If they were, they would start banning rocks in banks. I'm telling you. And now Trump plans to give the $1.8 billion. Well, that's what the show is about. There's a judge preventing that. There's a judge preventing that from happening. Let's continue on with one of my subscribers, Gangsta Grandma. Good evening, Gangster.
What's up, my little muppet?
How are you doing? So, we're doing a weekend review on our current commander-in-chief. How's he doing in your eyes?
Really?
The dog don't like it?
The dog, you say Trump, my dog barks. Ain't that about a bitch?
Maybe he's barking because he wants you to order a MAGA hat. Let me know what it says.
Oh, God, how can you touch that? You ratty raccoon.
Well,
Oh God.
this hat is a statement.
Made in China.
This hat is a statement. It says something.
It says that they want to make it white again. They trying to make it white. It's from Germany. I mean, people really get off the ass. That's a German thing. Instead of like Smittler said. You feel what I'm saying? This shit is like, ugh.
I believe it's the phrase "Make America Great" predates Hitler.
Let me tell you something. These white tea people are fucking insane. You feel what I'm saying? They don't care if a white tea kid raped their sister. They don't care about that. As long as black folks don't do nothing. You know what I mean? As long as black folk can't vote. You know? Oh my God. This is why I try to tell people voting matters. To our black people, voting matters. Because if it didn't matter, why are they trying to take our vote away?
Well, they're adamant that they're not trying to take the vote away.
Well, that right there is a damn lie. The white tea people know this, but you know what? They're complicit. They say they're not racist, but they are racist.
Well,
Let's go there, okay?
What they're saying is the voter laws were unfair to begin with because they were based. You were able to gerrymander districts based on race.
You know what? If that was the case, then the whole South would be black. Because there's more black folks in down South than anything else. You know what I mean? We need our shit. We need our voices heard. Why does a white man have to speak for us like that? You know what I mean? We can't. You know what I mean? A lot of us black folks will vote for a white man. But with our shit, not a Republican. That's why they don't want our vote. But you know what, Tim? You know what it is, Tim? They're so scared about the midterms because they know they've effed up. They know. And by July, everybody's going to be hurting. Be quiet, King. Everybody's going to be hurting.
But wait a minute. You're talking about the effed up with the black. You do understand out of George Bush and George H.W. Bush, hell, even Ronald Reagan, Trump did better with blacks.
Black people, Tim.
Yeah, those people. Yeah, those people.
I know. Try it. Come on now, Tim. Say black people.
He did better with black people. People.
Because they're idiots. The men that voted for especially the black men, even the fucking females. I mean, you some kind of special dumb fucks, you know what I mean? But hey, go fucking figure, the ratty raccoons. But the black men, they didn't want a black woman in office. Oh, God forbid they have to listen to a black woman. Yeah. It was nothing about that. It was
No, I don't know.
Yes, it was, Tim.
Hold on.
It was. The men thought a black woman was beneath them. Yes.
Are you sure?
Know, I miss Biden and them. We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be dreading when July comes, when we're running out of oil and shit. We are going. If you think it's bad now, it's going to get really bad in July. Really bad.
Well,
and it's all behind a white man.
Teddy in the comments says actually black people need to do better also. And that's false.
I think white men should stay in LA and quit telling what black people need to do.
Well, you are chastising white people. How can you chastise?
You know what? What I said was the truth. What I said was the damn truth. Do you know we have a pedophile on this app right now, Duke 9. He is a pedo, and he's maggot. And he's not even off this app. You know why? Because they like him. Even if he effed a 14-year-old.
Maybe they don't know it. Okay, hold on. Maybe they don't know what his background was.
They know it. Because we have people that did lives and showed his pick and everything. They still kissing his.
Well, let me ask it to you this way. Let's say, God forbid, you do something as heinous as what you're pointing out with this guy with a 14-year-old, whatever. Hold on, hang on. Let me finish it. Okay, let's say that.
You know what? You see how they're reporting?
Well,
you see how they're reporting, and I didn't say nothing negative.
But let me just say, someone has done a heinous act like what you're pointing out this guy's done. If they have served their time in prison and they're out now and they're not committing future crimes, should you still punish them for what they did in the past?
A pedo? Are you serious?
I'm just saying, should they?
Are you serious?
What do you do? I mean, no, serious. If this person has done something awful like that, and I'm not taking away from it being awful, I'm asking you, should it be to the point where nobody associates with him for the rest of his life?
They should be underneath the damn jail. He should have his nuts cut. That's the most violent crime ever. And what I say about black men? Oh, no. The ones that voted for him are Ratty Raccoons. You don't like it, kiss my black ass, too.
Well,
They're Ratty Raccoons. We're in this situation because of 20% of black men are pussies. They didn't want to listen to a black woman. They didn't believe a black woman, but they believed the white T-man. And you'll never be at his damn table. He don't even like the color of your skin, Negro.
I don't know if it's a. I don't know if Kamala Harris lost solely because she's a black woman. I want to tell you. Hold on. Let me explain. Listen to what MAGA and the right are complaining about. They don't like socialism. They don't like gender, gender stuff. They don't like open borders. They have legitimate shit because they had the same stuff about the white guy before her.
We still got open borders. We still got transgender people. What's your fucking point? They didn't like the fact that there was a black woman. Every damn time there's a black woman and coming into office, they did the same thing to Crockett. Oh my God, she's so ghetto. Oh my God, we can't hear nothing what she said.
They like wait. What about?
And guess what they voted for in Texas? A white T-man.
What about Condoleezza Rice? They like her.
She was a Ratty Raccoon.
Oh my God, she's a black woman. You said they don't like black women. I gave you a black woman they like.
Well, hallelujah, they got one that was kissing a white man's ass. Oh, hallelujah.
How was she kissing a white man's ass?
But let me tell you something, Tim. All this was behind race. They did not.
Your mic is down. I can't hear you. No.
I don't know.
You did something wrong.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
No.
Hold on.
I think the white man got your mic. No, the white man has disconnected you. I gotta move on. You fixed that up with the white man. I gotta move on. Well, she dropped anyway. Looking in the comments real quick, I do want to look at in the comments. Vessel says, "Look at God. What he won't do." You say that God took out my last guest, Vessel. That is horrible. Oh my God. He says, look at God, what he won't do. Jesus Christ, that's funny though. Looking in the comments, someone said, I wanted to address a comment. And by the way, help your boy out with the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goals. Help your boy out. Show the program some love. In the comments, Shane Lewis says all of the Democrat cities are collapsing. Shane, first of all, I got to ask you, what is your definition of collapsing? What is your definition of a city that is collapsing? Because I can show you some old backwood towns in the middle of rural America where grass is growing through the middle of Main Street because the streets haven't been paved. The town looks like a ghost town. So, and those aren't Democrat cities. So what do you mean when you say the Democrat cities are collapsing? What are you saying? All the Republican cities are pristine bastions of urbanism? Keep in mind out of the top 50 cities in America, we've done lives on this. Out of the top 50 largest cities in America, I think only 9 of them are Republican. Out of the top 50 largest cities. And you got to go down. I think the 15th largest city is Oklahoma City. I think that's the first big city that you find a Republican mayor in. All the ones above it, and obviously Oklahoma City is not a really, really big city in comparison to Houston and Chicago and Detroit and Philly and DC and LA and New York. I mean, there's a whole lot of bigger cities than Oklahoma City. All of them are ran by liberals. Collapsing? What are you judging that on? I would have to find out from you, Shane, in the comments. What metrics are you using to suggest the city is collapsing? Because poverty, infrastructure, and all, I would submit to you that small rural Republican towns are way worse at that shit. Way worse at it. So I think it's a matter of focusing on liberal cities and totally ignoring what's going on in your own. You hear people criticize liberal cities all the time. You don't hear them bragging about great Republican areas. You don't hear the right. Well, come to this city. It's a great city. You know what I'm saying? They're just bashing liberal cities. They're not celebrating any of their own though. So that speaks volumes. Tap the screen, get the likes on up if you're watching on YouTube. We don't black ban or censor anyone on this program. We're all about free speech. We don't even have a moderator. You can be critical of anybody on this show, including yours truly. Our comments go left of Mom Donnie to I'm having dinner with Q. And of course, we're MAGA friendly, been that way since day one. Always will be. In the comments, Okan says everything's about race. Well, we try not to do that, but under the Trump administration, you're going to hear it more. Because the Trump administration is doing it as well. So you're really going to hear it more under the Trump administration because they're rolling back a lot of things that a lot of the minority community viewed those as protections against races being oppressed. And the Trump administration is rolling a lot of that stuff back. Not to mention rolling displays and tributes to African-American history. And then, of course, they're promoting Confederate history. I mean, the Trump administration is knee-deep in race. So I get the claim that minorities or blacks make every damn thing about race. But in this case, the Trump administration is doing quite a bit of it themselves. I mean, Trump is making a lot of things about race, too. So it's happening on both sides. Homeless, go where the weather is good. That's if you want to survive. I agree with that. It says the homeless epidemic. Shane, there's homeless in conservative areas as well. It's just there's fewer people there. So you're not. Yeah, if you're homeless, you're not going to go move to some rural Arkansas town. If you're homeless, you're going to go where there's people to beg. There's garbage to rummage through. There's transportation or day labor jobs. I mean, you're not going to, yeah, of course there's going to be more in liberal cities. There's nothing they can do for you in a rural Republican area. So yeah, why the hell would you be in Eastern Kentucky out in the middle of Appalachian somewhere if you're homeless? You need those resources. You need to have homeless shelters and shit you can go to. If you scrap up enough money, you can catch a bus to go somewhere. You can't do any of that in the Republican area. So of course the homeless is going to be different in rural Republican areas. There's just no resources there for a person that's homeless to stay there. I mean, I don't care if I got to put together a piece of shit bike that I took out the garbage. I'm going to get on it and ride the hell out of a Republican area. I'm going to be looking for a city where there are people you can beg and panhandle or do odd jobs, stuff like that. It makes no sense to be in a Republican area. There's nothing there for you. You clearly don't know anything about the homeless, says Jeremy. Not a lot, but I know that. And maybe you can correct me. Are you suggesting that you've been homeless, Jeremy, and that the homeless are better off in rural areas? Jeremy, good evening.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good.
To answer closeted talk, I was homeless for 2 years. So yeah, the fuck I absolutely do.
Is it better to live in a rural area as a homeless person than a big city?
Depends, yeah. Sometimes it is.
Explain.
I know it sounds a little crazy.
It does, very crazy.
So you have a trade-off. You have a trade-off. You have a bit of a trade-off. It depends on what you're looking for. You do get more total resources from larger or metropolitans. You also get a lot more danger. And you also get a lot of other things that you don't like. The cost of living is higher, so it's harder to get out of any kind of housing. It's usually backed up a lot more to the housing there because they already have a lot of people who are in the city trying to get it. So if you are trying to get subsidized housing or anything like that,
there's not even any. Wait. There's not even any jobs in rural areas. You got $1,
yes,
maybe
there
one.
Is. You don't know what you're talking about again. I've been homeless twice. It's okay, and for a grand total of 2 years. There are jobs in rural areas.
I'd have to. What is your definition of a rural area?
Small city to countryside.
If you're in the countryside and you're homeless, you telling me there's plenty of jobs in the countryside?
There's fewer of them total, but there's also more safety.
Well, yeah, there's going to be more safety when there's no people around. But if you,
it's also that the people there are also more civilized. I know you don't want to hear this, Tim, but cities are not healthy for the human mind. They're not. They breed too much individuality to the point where people are not interdependent on each other. When they're not interdependent on each other, they're more aggressive.
As a homeless person, what are you doing? Camping out in the woods? Where are you hanging out at?
I have done that twice.
Yeah, to me, what you're saying doesn't sound like being homeless. It just sounds like somebody who's living off grid.
I lived in a shelter for 9 months. Then eventually I got sick of nearly getting stabbed multiple times. And it's because it was a shelter of last resort, so they don't really have the ability to tell people who are crazy that they can't stay there. And so I moved into the woods, and it was actually safer there.
I don't want to laugh at being homeless because I've never been in. I can only imagine how horrible that must be. But I would rather take my chances in the shelter than in the woods. Maybe that's just.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
No, you fucking wouldn't. I guarantee you. I guarantee you'd be asking me to open up my camp to you.
So when it's raining and when the elements, you're better off in the woods, huh?
Yes. And by the way, if you know anything, here's the reason why. Here's the reason why it's safer. Number one, there is a little bit of a barrier to entry. You have to be like me. You have to be somewhat competent mentally and a little bit right in the head in order to survive in the woods, to know what to do in a survival situation like that. Homeless people who go to the shelter are usually bitch-made and can't really survive very easily on their own.
I don't know. I personally would rather be in a predicament where I could talk to folks in churches and in day labor jobs and things like that, so I can get a stair step up. I don't see that stuff being in rural areas like you're indicating it is. I just don't. I mean, you might be to take a shower in that shelter. You in the fucking woods. What are you doing? Jumping in a river and cleaning off?
No, what you do is you sleep in the forest during the day and at night, and then when you want to get a shower, you wait till the right time. You go into the city and you have a gym membership. Usually,
okay, so you're not out. You're not that far out there. You're just on the outskirts of the city. You're still using city resources, though.
But you're paying for them. I mean, you can get a.
Yeah, but you're not out in the middle of, like I mentioned, if you're in eastern Kentucky where there's not a city around for 60 or 70 miles, you're not in that shit. You're in the suburbs somewhere.
You can live in the actual rural area where you're not going into the city. You're going into the town. Because most towns have gyms, even the smaller ones. Most towns that are small will still have at least a Planet Fitness, as if not some kind of gym.
Ain't no town with a population of less than 1,000 got a Planet Fitness in it.
I've been to them, dude.
No, that ain't happening. Yeah, I think you're confusing what a city is versus the rural area. Planet Fitness is not going to be in it. I mean, they need a membership of a lot of folks who are not even coming there to make that shit work. They're not going to put a Planet Fitness in some rural town where there's 2,000 or 3,000 people. That you may have some local guy open up a gym.
There's usually some kind of gym, or you could just save up money for a motel for the night.
They barely even put those in really, really rural areas. I mean, you need human beings to patronize businesses. That's why there's not a lot of businesses in rural towns. You don't have enough people around to patronize.
You're thinking of the absolute most ghosty of ghost towns. You're not thinking of the average rural area.
Listen, as an over the road driver who has made deliveries in plenty of rural areas, I'm talking about towns that are 20, 30 miles from the nearest interstate, from the nearest highway. There's a ton of those ghost towns like that where you go down Main Street and fucking trees are growing through the middle of the street because they haven't had any work done. All of the businesses got the windows shot out, or not shot out, but broken out. There's tons of towns like that all over America, and most of them towns are red.
Yeah, I know. And guess what? There's more of them that are not like that. There's more of them.
I don't think so. Yeah, and the ones that are not like that, they're real close to a blue city that they're existing because of that blue city. In fact, a lot of the folks that are in those towns are driving to the blue city for their employment and their business.
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
Without blue cities, America would be in pretty dire shape because that's where the people are. That's where the people are, Jeremy.
That's not necessarily even true. You're thinking of suburbs now.
I'm thinking of populated towns. If you put a town full of people together, and there's people. Usually, a big city is gonna have people from all different backgrounds. Diversity avoids the Republican Party like it's the plague. So anytime you put a diverse group of people together, they tend to go left because there's some kind of belief that diversity in the right doesn't go together very well.
Now you're just changing the subject. We were on this.
We're talking about cities. Cities usually are diverse.
Yeah, but now you're changing the subject from I'm talking about like surviving when you're homeless. to talking about who ends up in a city and who doesn't.
Okay, well, the point I make is still.
And again, you have trade-offs when it comes to where you're homeless at. If you're homeless in the big city, you're in much more danger. Everything's more expensive, and also resources are oftentimes heavily overwhelmed.
Yeah,
while when you're in a smaller
I
place, where I
disagree
was,
with you. You say everything's more expensive.
you're more likely to have services that are more easily available to you, but there's not as many of them.
Yeah,
You're going to have limited resources.
I would much
But you're
rather
gonna
be listen. I would much rather be looking for if I'm homeless and looking for something to eat. I would much rather be in a rural area in a major city than in a rural area. I mean, I just would. I mean, there's plenty of people throw away food. People give you food. There's tons of food to be found, which is something a homeless person is obviously going to need. I would rather be in an urban area than in the middle of some rural area out there.
Like I said, that might be you. It's not automatically a death sentence to go to a big city. I'm saying there's a trade-off.
I don't know how much I'm gonna trade off when it comes to me being able to eat and survive. I think that's what are you out there trapping squirrels?
No, I never had to live directly off the land. Like I never had to do that because there might be like a Dollar Tree nearby that I could just get food from, and I would get EBT.
So you were getting EBT and you vote right. You know they want to get rid of that, right?
Oh, Tim.
That's all they talk about is social programs.
Tim. This is what I call a low IQ conversation right now, okay?
Is that because you're talking? Keep going.
No. I tend to notice this a lot with bald people. But anyway, let's get back on subject.
Before you do, the Family's Old Boy says he sounds like a rich homeless person. Go ahead, Jeremy. He said you sound like a rich homeless person.
That's all right. We know he's bitch made and he couldn't survive out there on his own anyway. Look, Tim, let's get down to this. That's okay. When it comes to being homeless, one of the struggles that you're going to have to face every single day is you're going to have to face a balance of safety versus convenience. When things are more convenient, you're less safe because there's always a price. The price is oftentimes you have to be around more people. And the more people you're around, the more people that are also homeless, who oftentimes have mental illnesses.
Thank you, Mike.
and can be very dangerous themselves that you're going to have to be around. The forest was kind of my way of living in a way where I didn't have to worry about other people so much because most people aren't fit enough to actually survive in a forest.
Yeah.
Right? And by the way, the more knowledgeable you are, the easier it is to survive on very little in the forest.
And see, I push back because I'll say the more knowledgeable you are, the easier it is to get out of poverty if you're in a city because there's just that many more jobs available. A lot of the skills you're using to survive in the forest would be worthy of employment in the city. So I would rather be in a city because any kind of job you can find exists there, including handyman jobs and all kinds of little shit that in a rural area may be little to not existing at all. Like you said, Dollar Tree, that's it. There's a ton of places in the city you can go. Tons of places that are throwing out food.
I'm not, but again, there's the trade-off. You're also in more danger and everything's more expensive. So it depends. I'm not saying that the cities are better or worse.
I think it's better. I think for all of the resources that are available and opportunities in the city, I would be willing to put up with the additional amount of danger and the added cost of stuff because in the rural areas, yeah, things are cheaper, but a lot of the things you might need are not available at all because there's not a lot of businesses around. You want certain things that you can't catch a bus. It's not there. So there's a lot of things in rural areas that don't even exist. So I would rather be somewhere where it might cost me a little bit more, but if I can actually reach it, it is available to me.
Tim, have you ever heard of a bicycle?
Yeah.
Yeah, just ride that.
Then you're not that far out in the rural area if you can bike in. There's no way in hell you're 40, 50 miles outside in the rural area. You're not biking to the city. You're not biking 40 miles back and forth every day.
No.
You're talking suburbs. You're not talking city.
You're thinking of biking into a major city. I'm talking about biking into the local town.
What is the population of that town?
I can't remember. I'll tell you the name though if you want to look it up. It's not a particularly large town. It's called Kalispell, Montana.
Oh, that's pretty fucking rude. It ain't. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not trying. Montana has terrible. The elements are terrible in Montana in the wintertime. I would rather be in the city. I don't want to be in that.
That's why bitch made people like some of the people in your comments section could never make it out there, but I did.
No, I'm heading to Billings or what is it, Helena or what? I'm getting out of that area.
Missoula. Yeah, but Kalispell is pretty nice. It's very civilized, very nice, and you can carry on your hip, so you feel a lot safer out there.
What do you mean?
Because
you're homeless? What, you're out homeless with a gun?
You can go to Cabela's, go $300, and get some black powder and some ball and cap, pistol. Yeah.
Homeless people. If you can afford firearms, you don't sound like you're doing that bad.
No. $300 is not the same thing as $5,000.
That's a lot. That's a whole month worth of food.
Yeah, I know. That's why you save up and you get a job.
Okay.
When you work.
All right. I think we just got a totally different idea of what we're talking about, but I'll leave it at that. So before I end up moving on, 250th anniversary, Trump wants to turn it into a MAGA rally. What say you?
He's not as I wrote on my Substack. He's not a real conservative. He's absolutely not a person that I respect anymore. I just don't care anymore. It's bread and circuses. It's all a distraction. I do want to say one thing though, Tim. I do want to address one comment you made earlier, which is about like how the biggest economies, the huge economies are all in the major cities. And they're all run by Democrats.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. That's kind of like saying that the biggest mansions, no matter how dilapidated they might be, no matter how poorly run they might be, are all owned by Democrats. Yeah. Well, if that's the case, it doesn't really matter or that those mansions are big and beautiful. What if there's shit on the floor? What if the piping hasn't been replaced? What if there's all these problems? Mamdani is a perfect example of someone who doesn't know how to run a city.
Mamdani is, wait, hold on. For all of the cries against Mamdani because he claims to be a socialist, he's actually doing a damn good fucking job in New York right now.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He got the budget down to zero. How the hell that's not a good job?
Because he didn't actually do that. He got a huge loan from the governor of the state.
And?
That's not balancing a budget. Not only that, he borrowed from pensioners.
I don't listen. At the end of the day, when it comes to the state of New York, where do you think all the money in that state is coming from? It's coming from his 5 boroughs or whatever. That's where all of the wealth is in that state, is in where he's located at. If he's gotten a loan from that, if he's gotten the state to funnel money to the city and it's balanced the budget and they came up with a way they can pay it back responsibly, I see that as a positive. I think Mamdani is going to go down in history for New York as a really good governor. You don't hear notice the people that's bitching about Mamdani are not in New York. It's all the people outside. The people in that town are happy.
That's not true. You want to know who's in New York right now who's criticizing him?
Republicans.
Yeah, conservatives. There's actually.
Well, they gonna be. Well, wait, hold on. You think there's anything Mamdani could do at all that the conservatives would be like, yeah, he's a good governor? In the era of divisive politics, they're going to. That's their job. Just like a lot of Democrats are not going to give Trump credit no matter what, and Trump would not give a Democrat credit no matter what. That don't mean they're doing a bad job. That's how the political arena works.
See, now you're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm telling you how it works. It doesn't matter what Mamdani could get in there and do the exact same policies of Trump with a D behind his name, and Trump supporters would say he sucks because you can't give credit to somebody with a D behind their name.
No. No. If Mamdani were to do something that I actually liked, I would give him credit for it.
Balance the budget.
But he didn't actually balance it, though.
Okay.
Now, here's what he could do. He could get rid of all price controls on everything in the city.
Bullshit. You just talked about why shit in the city costs so damn much as a homeless man, and you want to solve it by doing that?
Yes. You want to know why? Tim, You want to know why?
Yeah, I don't even know why you would say. Go ahead. What do you explain that to me?
Because only simple-minded people who don't understand economics and third and fourth order consequences think that price controls actually work. They cause shortages. The reason why nobody can get an apartment in New York is because of the shortages, because nobody wants to build there. And nobody wants to build there because of price controls that make it impossible to actually repair buildings.
Nobody
Buildings
wants.
there are getting dilapidated and they're not looking good. And a lot of these places are not opening up new apartments to these people because Mamdani and all the idiots as they came before him to put in so many price controls. The landlords can't raise the rent enough where they can actually make repairs to their own buildings.
I'll tell you.
They don't open up new ones.
I think what you're saying.
Area to build.
I think what you're saying is.
So many vacant apartments.
I think what you're saying is crazy. When you talk about rural areas, you're talking about dilapidated apartments. Have you seen what trailer parks and shit look like in rural areas? I'll tell you.
It depends on where you go. It depends on where you go.
But you notice you don't hear that. You notice you don't hear the right talking about any dilapidated Republican city at all. None of them.
There aren't many. There aren't many conservative.
You think Mississippi don't have many dilapidated cities in it?
Yeah.
Okay. Why doesn't the right say anything about it?
Because what makes you click on the news story is negative. So they're not going to talk about good things. They're going to talk about bad things.
If you're going to talk, if you hear the right, they often talk about rundown and dilapidated cities. Ask them what metrics do you go by to determine a city is dilapidated. You tell me there's not hundreds of right-wing cities that don't fit that narrative, that they don't say nothing about.
They don't. And again, Mamdani is an idiot who doesn't understand basic economics.
Yeah. I'm riding with Mamdani based on what I've seen in other major cities, based on what the people of that city is saying. Listen, they've had other Democrat mayors and they like him better than the guys he's replacing. I think Mamdani, for the people of New York, is doing a good job.
That's because he promises things he can't keep.
You're confusing him with Trump.
I think they both may do that. And again, Trump's not a real conservative. And again, what I'm trying to say here is that eventually everything that Mamdani is promising will have to be paid. You're going to have to pay the piper at some point. And when that happens, New York is going to be in a shitload of trouble.
Well,
And
I'll
again,
tell you this.
And again, I'll tell you this right now. Come back. Let's wait about 6 months. Let's make a bet. I'll bet you 4 galaxies right now that Mamdani in 6 months will have even less apartments available to the public than before.
I don't think Mamdani's area has a problem with. I don't think it's a matter of the apartments not being available. That is a very heavily populated area. It ain't like there's a lot of vacancies in New York. I mean, it's a heavily populated area.
Actually, there are lots of vacant apartments that are not being rented out because landlords can't afford to. They can't afford because of price controls.
Okay. I actually think a lot of that shit has to do with letting wealthy folks buy Airbnbs, and they're making money treating homes as rentals and making it harder for people who want to buy a home themselves to get one. I think a lot of that, I agree with Mamdani, a lot of that shit's more attributed to wealthy people than price controls that you're talking about. I gotta move it on, but I think Mamdani is going to go down as a fairly effective leader for the city of New York. I think you're wrong on that.
Well, hey, I'll hold you to it in 6 months, man.
All right, 6 months it is. Moving on, tap the screen, get the likes on up. And by the way, what he was talking about is that he said that Mamdani has not balanced the budget. He took the money out as a loan. If he has laid out, I don't know how much money he got from the state, Hochul or whatever her name is, the governor of Tennessee. But if he got the state of Tennessee to loan the city of New York the money, obviously the state believes they're capable of paying it back. So if he takes out a loan and the loan is paid back and the city of New York is benefiting and the payments are being made, he's balanced the budget. He's replaced all of that debt that they had with a monthly or yearly loan payment or whatever it is that's probably puts them in a much better credit standing than the price of all those debts individually. Kind of like refinancing a car or whatever the case may be. You refinance a car or a home at a lower interest rate. You still have the debt, but now you're making a much less payment, or you may consolidate all of your debt. Like maybe you get multiple different debts, credit cards and mortgages and shit, student loans and things you got to pay off. You find somebody who's going to loan you the money to pay all of those bills off, and collectively you're paying that one person less than all of those individual debts were on their own. I believe that's what Mamdani has done. I believe that's what he's done. And he's obviously presented the state of New York with a repayment plan that they feel is doable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given him the money. They feel what he's done is doable. So, yeah, I got to disagree with what he's saying there. Looking in the comments, I hope Mamdani can't be the president. I don't think he can, says Kevin. If he was born in America, he can. I get why. He's obviously a socialist and he's Muslim. So those are two huge strikes on the right. So I know the right is never going to vote for him no matter what. Once you're branded a socialist or branded a Muslim, you're done on the right. So I get that. New York City don't need Captain Montana anyway. Robert, Captain Montana. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, help your boy out with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goals. Feel free to follow the program if you're watching us on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, or Clapper. Happen to be watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. Islam is a pedophile cult, says Shane. You obviously have no clue what happens in Christianity. There's no way in hell any Christian should refer to Islam as a pedophile cult. The Catholic Church alone. But I can tell you Baptist, Lutheran, Protestant, all of them fucking Christian religions, banging the fuck out of kids, banging the hell out of kids, a whole documented history of it. And you're on there talking about Islam as a... You need to look up your own religion, man. I tell you that. Looking in the comments, Islam is a... Catholic Church is doing more for the people. The government is so confused. Grouping people that live in poverty and stricken with mental health together permanently damages the people. How are they grouping them together, though? I mean, a lot of homelessness is not necessarily just people who have fallen down in their luck. A lot of it is folks that are substance abusers. Because I personally believe if you got your wits about you, you're not abusing substances, and you're not out of your mental frame of mind, you're probably not going to be homeless that long in America. I don't want to make a privileged type statement. But if you got your wits about you, you know, now if you're disabled or something like that, that's a different story. But if you're somewhat healthy and your mind is still in the right place, you can, I mean, I'm not saying you're going to be able to go out and buy a brand new 3-bedroom home, but if your goal is just to get off the street and have a roof over your head, the amount of opportunities in America are so abundant that there should, if you're homeless, there should be something wrong with you. If you're homeless for any length of time, there should be either something mentally or physically wrong with you. Because I'm fairly certain that if you took everything I owned, I wouldn't be on the street very long. I don't care if I had to go out and pay $300-400 for a jalopy and sleep in that, just a car or something. I'm not going to be on the street. I'm going to have something over my head. And then, of course, you find a way to make a few bucks and buy something better, you know, go from a car to a van to live in it or whatever, or go to a church. I'm not even religious. I'm not very religious, at least. And I would go to a church and ask the pastor, could you ask if any of your members of your congregation got a garage I could sleep in, fucking attic or whatever. I'll do whatever I got to do, sweep floors or whatever, basement of the church, whatever. I mean, if you got your wits about you and you're somewhat healthy, you shouldn't be homeless in America for long. Just my opinion. And by the way, if you're in a city, those opportunities are a lot more abundant than living out in the fucking woods, as my last guest was saying. Homelessness is people from other states come to New York City because we have homeless shelters in New York. Yeah, I'm saying if you're in a city, there's a lot more resources and things that can help you out. It just is. Many states you are not allowed to sleep in your vehicle. Then get out of that state. Then get out of that state if you can't sleep in your vehicle. Or look, you're talking to somebody who used to be and I've never been homeless, but I've came close to that life as an expediter. I used to move freight in a cargo van. So we had to sleep in the vans. It's kind of like driving a truck. You're all over the country. You can carry 6 kids. I've done this for 4 years, and I slept in vans. And I've been in those towns, as he's talking about, where it was against the law to sleep in vehicles or whatever. You go to what they call stealth camping. Stealth camping. There are plenty of places you can be in areas where it's against the law to do that and do it, as long as you keep a low profile in it. I mean, no matter where you're at, there are cars parked. Park amongst them, and don't make any waves. Get in there late. Don't turn any lights on. Get your sleep on, and get the hell up out of there early. Simple as that. 24-hour establishments you can park. I mean, there you can still do it if you know how to do it. Because I did it plenty of times in areas where you were not supposed to be, and I was able to spend nights there and do it all over the place. And I'm talking just about all 49 states. I've spent the night in the vehicle as an expediter. I've done it in all of those states, so it can be done. You just got to know how to do it. He's the brother you leave the bar to get away from. I'll tell you a good place: hotels. Walmart somewhat, but they've kind of caught on to that. But you want to generally park among cars that maybe are from out of town. Hotels have cars from all over the place. So does casinos. There are plenty of places you can park, and nobody, as long as you're not drawing attention to your vehicle, nobody's going to say anything about your vehicle being there for 7 or 8 hours straight. A lot of gas stations. I've been in rural towns making deliveries. I had to be there at 8 in the morning. And some of them tiny ass towns he's talking about where there wasn't much, find a gas station. And you just park on the side or whatever. Sometimes you can even go in and ask the cashier, I got a delivery, or make up whatever reason. As long as you look presentable, you don't look like you're fucking homeless. I got an appointment at 7 o'clock in the morning. Do you guys mind if I stay here, parked on the side or whatever? Buy soda or whatever. Most of them don't give a shit. There's plenty of places. You just got to know how to do it. Rest stops, true, but some of that stuff is, rest stops and truck stops can generally be a little bit of a distance away from the city. Most of that stuff is outside of the, outside the town. Anyway, looking in the comments, I'm just simply saying, I know you can do it because I've done it. I was left on the street of San Francisco, no glasses, and injured during COVID. Robbed, beaten up, and confused. I had nothing, bro. I survived barely. Wow. Well, it is dangerous, as he talked about. I guess the first thing I would want to do is get off the streets. The danger, look, you don't want people being able to look over you while you're sleeping, look down on you while you're sleeping. Your little possessions and shit, you want to be. That's why I would suggest trying to get your hands on a cheap car so you're not actually out in the open. Just something you can lay in. And look, you can get a big ass older car and let the back seat down and fucking sleep in the trunk so nobody even know you. I mean, look, you gotta be resourceful. You can do it though. I'd rather do that than lay on the street where somebody can look down on me while I'm sleeping. Magariats, good evening. Welcome to the show. Getting back on topic here, incorporating himself in any story. A lot of federal assistance, but is for getting rid of public assistance. The right is for getting rid of public assistance. Magariats is not letting me bring you up. I'm gonna have to move on. I don't know why it's not doing that. We'll go to Stick the Ruler. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Stick, are you there? There you go. Stick, good evening. Hey,
can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, how you doing, Tim?
I'm doing all right. We're talking about the weekend review on Trump. He's had a bunch of setbacks. Apparently, this $1.776 billion that he wanted to get from the IRS for leaking his taxes and give to the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and all these folks. A judge has already ordered that he can't give any of that money out until they investigate how the settlement was done. And then a second judge is like, we're going to look into this because we think the whole settlement is fraudulent. So he's had that. Another judge has ordered he remove his name from the Kennedy Center. So he's had a week of setbacks.
Yeah, as they should be setting his ass back, and all of that Proud Boy giveaways and all of that shit needs to be ceased and held up because that's our tax money, and I didn't authorize or told them any type of such that they can have some. So yeah, that they doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, Gen X, who happens to be a Proud Boy himself, Gen X is in the comments saying, give the Proud Boys their reparations, and he has it by a bunch of exclamation points. He does want the Proud Boys to receive their reparations.
Yeah, Gen X is just talking shit from his couch. Yeah, we ain't worried about it. They ain't gonna get it. It is what it is. Gen X ain't gonna be the only one mad. They gonna be mad too that they can't get $1.8 million per
billion,
1,500 people.
Billion.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, $1.8 million per person.
Oh.
So nah.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, yeah, they don't deserve it. They shit on in feces in the damn White House. They tore up shit. Again, taxpayer money. What you put your money, person that probably wouldn't give two shits who was the president.
Hey, hold on a second. Real quick in the comments, Juice says, if someone sends you a galaxy, will you let Duke come up? That's how the show works. If he wants to be in it, look, you know what?
Hey, so check it out. Don't send the galaxy to me right now, because I want to talk, and I'm just like the other MAGAs. I don't want to talk to Duke, so I'm good. So don't waste your galaxy, because Duke ain't shit to me. So yeah, I'm good. But on to the real topics, because when that was a topic, that was when everybody found out about it, everybody knew about it. That's not a topic anymore. The topic that affects me.
Alter Ego is wait, hold on. Alter Ego, what was that for? Alter Ego, state your case, because he did send a galaxy. So you may, what was that for, Alter Ego? Because I don't think. So do you want this guy? This guy wants him to talk to you.
So hold on. I'm gonna say it again, dude. So you get what's his name? Gen X up here. I paid Galaxy to talk to Gen X. You didn't let me up, but yet you gonna let this man up, and I just told you I don't want to talk to him.
Yeah, and that's my apologies for that. Okay, what I'll do is this. Duke, I'll go to you next, because he is right about that. Because I did the same thing with Gen X. Gen X said I don't want to be Galaxy. I think what is his name? Fucking Straight Talk did the same thing, and I honored it with them. So I will do that.
Yeah.
And I don't know how MAGA Reacts came about it. All right, go ahead. So keep going.
And so going forward, when it comes down to all the bullshit I told you, he is wanting to be looked upon as a Alexander the Great, a Caesar.
And hold on, let me make something clear, folks. I see in Alter Ego, you say, you're not wasting your galaxy. The problem is, if I bring him up and this guy drops, you're not going to get what you want is these two individuals to have an exchange. He's already indicated he's not going to have it. That's what happened with Gen X, and I got a big flack about from Stick the Ruler himself, is he wanted to talk to Gen X. If the person is going to drop, what you're requesting is not going to happen. All you're going to do is put him up and lose this guy. So unless that's what you want, is for Stick to go and for Duke to come up, because he's already indicated he's not going to stay around.
Yeah, for a fact that, again, I wouldn't be that person unless it was already happened, and like you just said, it already happened. And why do we have to actually explain or talk to somebody when they don't want to be talked to, but then at the same time, it can't be the vice versa? No, we're gonna do you, MAGA, the same way that y'all do us. Speaking of that, again, Tim, when you was in my live and you uttered that out, it was not 8 people on your head.
Did I have any friendlies in there? Did I have any friendlies in there?
It was, all of us was friendlies.
Oh, y'all wasn't. Y'all was laughing at the shit she was saying, and then y'all was criticizing me.
Hold on.
That ain't true.
No, that's not how it went. No, that's not how it went. Gangsta Grandma earlier came up there and said that you had the right to say what you had to say. Number one, I just said you went too far now, Biggs. That's what I said.
I'm going to make it clear. When she said what she said, there was no criticism of her. Hold on, there was no criticism of her at all until I called her a B. Then folks were like, "Well, yeah, she was wrong too." If I didn't say shit back to her and just let her do that, you guys would not have chastised her at all. It was totally okay for her to do that.
Number one, it's totally okay for MAGA to get up on your show and speak all the dumb shit that they say and all the lies. But it's not okay. It's not okay for somebody to come on my show and do that out of order. So number one, nobody knew she was gonna do that. No, she didn't. She did say
Nobody knew I was going to do it.
And then she came back up. But again, just like on your show, free speech. You let people talk.
Okay then. So I have free speech with the B word.
Oh, and again, that's my opinion. I just gave you my opinion.
Okay.
I didn't jump down you. I didn't shun you. I didn't drop you. I didn't do any of that. I
No,
just said, come on.
somebody, one of your moderators did though, because I complained about that too.
No, that right there was between you and I already know my sister, Miss Brooklyn.
I'm just saying,
The whole thing of-
Stick. I didn't have a friend on it. You're right. You're one of the other girls. None of them liked me on that. They was all going in on me. I don't know why you're making it sound like she was the only one attacking me. I was getting hit by all of them. All of the women on there had choice words for me.
I'm gonna say it again. It was two females that came up, two other creators that came up, and yes, they got on your head, but it was not.
It was more than two. It was the what was her
What did
name?
King Finn do?
Hold on.
See,
It was more than two, because it was one named Kim. It was one named fucking what is the other one's name? It was one named Kim. The one I called the bitch, and there's a third one. Trouble. It was three of them doing that.
Actually, okay. So again, it was not three. It was two at the time that you're talking about. You and Miss Brooklyn had already hashed out y'all whatevers. She said she was finna go to bed, whatever.
That ain't-
whatever she got off.
The point I'm making is not one of them women. The point I'm making is not one of them women from you guys, because all of them attacked me first. I didn't attack anybody first. None of them women got chastised for you guys from doing that. Not one of them. None of y'all said you guys are wrong for going after him. It was only when I attacked them back that I crossed the line. You guys was totally letting them do that shit.
So I was okay. So I just totally let her do it, even though I didn't know it was gonna be done.
Once she done it, what did you do? Once she done it, what did you do?
I'm gonna say it like this, Tim. It was like the Butch Bad built body comment that happened during the Jasmine Crockett thing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It happened, and it happened so fast that everybody like, hold on, what the just happened? Yeah, that happened. She came out of nowhere from left field, and yeah, she did that. And nobody said that she was right. And
Nobody said nothing to her at all. You guys were
Stop it.
Look. We can go over this 100 times. I'm going to stand by my position of I was being attacked by people that the whole panel did not give a fuck about that was attacking me until I said something back, and then suddenly I know what I saw, Stick. I know what I saw. If you got that live saved, bring it up. I guarantee you're going to hear people attacking me and you guys are doing nothing to say it's wrong.
Well, Tim, I'm gonna say it again. What was the attack? So it's on my platform. The attack, if you want to call it an attack, came from one person.
That's not true.
One person.
That's not true.
Hold on. Let me finish. The two people that started talking after. Well, no, the one person was already talking.
Look in the comments.
Arguing and
Look in the comments. Look in the comments. People were there. Look in the comments. People were there. They saw it, man.
I seen it too. And that's why I'm saying you didn't get attacked by 8 people. I'm telling you what happened.
So I got the number wrong. How many did I get attacked by?
I said at least 2 people, and then you and Miss Brooklyn had got into it earlier. But other than that wasn't nothing.
Stick. Let me just say this. Stick. It's irrelevant. Stick. It's irrelevant. We can talk about this for a million years. I stand by my position. You stand by yours. Nothing's going to change. If they did it, I'm going to say the same thing Samuel L. Jackson said. You're damn right, and I would do it again. It doesn't matter. We can argue about this all. If they attack me, I'm going to attack back. That's
all right. You're right. Let's move on. So when it comes down to the Trump administration, like I was saying earlier, it all boils down to this. He wants to be Alexander the Great. He wants to be God doggone. Remember, he wants his name on everything, dollar bills, Mount Rushmore, goddamn Kennedy Center. He wants to build a ballroom. He wants to tear up the reflection pond. He wants to do this. He wants to do that, and all sorts of shit. This is Trump trying to lay his marker down because his ankles is cankles. His goddamn heart's probably one Big Mac away from shutting down. Yeah, he's got a lot of problems going on. He's fearing right now he's not going to make it into heaven. Well, let me try to turn Earth into Trump heaven.
How can you say he's not going to make it into heaven?
He said it, not me. He said
Yeah,
it.
he did. Yeah, you got me on that one. He absolutely did say he's not going to make it into heaven. Why do you think he would say that? Why would you think would any man say I'm not going to make it into heaven?
Because he's doing terrible shit. And he's been doing terrible shit. The reason why he wasn't a Christian because he didn't want to follow by any of the Christian values. Now all of a sudden he's the first Jewish president and all this other shit that they were saying before. Like now he's a newfound Catholic. Like I don't know what the hell he got going on in his mind. You know, this is Trump, plausible deniability, all sorts of shit. You got people that apparently do the same shit that he does. That's why I do probably want to get up here. He's backing him so bad because he want to do the same thing that Trump does.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That's the main reason he's so in love with Trump. The main reason he ready to fondle little kids. It is what it is. Like they out there. And I'm just telling everybody beware of that bullshit.
I do want to ask you the same thing.
You gotta learn the comments.
I do want to ask the same thing I asked other folks. If somebody has committed a heinous crime, and a heinous one it is, in the past, do you treat them like they're always going to do that? Do you ever forgive them? Do you ever let them do their time, their debt to society, and move on? Or do you hold it over their head forever?
Well, like I said, it's funny we can say OJ did it, and then he got exonerated at least for that. But everybody keeps saying OJ did it, but nobody can say Trump did some shit. Nobody can say that even the people that he hang around did some shit. Like she's in a plush goddamn country club now where she can have a dog and shit. She probably got a flat screen TV, the internet, and all other shit. Like come on. Like why are y'all so quick to fucking put your knuckles up for Trump, but won't put your knuckles up for your own kids?
Because
they knuckles up for them to make sure that they get goddamn healthcare and Medicaid and Medicare and anything else that they goddamn need. But you'll rather funnel all of your money up to Trump so he can build fucking pools and try to make a Riviera of the fucking Middle East and all this other dumbass shit that y'all come up with. But nothing for yourself and nothing for your kids. You MAGA, not you saying you, Tim, but the people who believe in this shit, the people who want this shit to continuously happen the way it's happened, you are the goddamn problem. He's like fucking Outlander on the goddamn on Boys, the Boys.
But you do realize the reason they're supporting Trump is they do believe the Democrats are trying to destroy the whole damn country. And by the way, for my folks on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. We got plenty of you folks in here, hundreds of you. Smash the like button.
So that right there is what I would say to them is where's the goddamn proof? Why don't you show?
That's proof.
Every time that in my lifetime, the fucking Democrat is the one balancing the budget like Mondani in fucking New York. Why are they always the ones saving this country like goddamn Clinton had to do after Baby Bush and Reagan? I mean,
well, you got to listen to what they're saying, Stick. For instance, when the Democrats cannot answer while under oath what a woman is, they think gender-wise you're destroying the country. Listen to what they're saying. They believe that shit is what's fundamentally changing the country.
Nobody listen. They're the only one that cares about shit that don't mount to a hill of beans. How is that going to make sure my gas is cheaper? How is it going to make sure my groceries is cheaper? How is worrying about transgender going to make sure that my rent goes down? How is it going to make sure that my electricity goes down? None of that shit fucking matters. If a person want to go out and fuck a dog, hey, we already see it's on the Republican side that they doing it. Let them go ahead and fuck a dog. Fuck it. Okay, that's what he want to do. Pass that shit around to your friends, all the ones that say that they're MAGA, so y'all ass can catch scabies and any other shit that y'all can get from off these fucking dogs, right? That's what your ass need to do.
Yeah, there was a Houston
And
lawyer.
leave our kids alone. Stay out of our kids. Stay away from our kids. That's what you fucking need to do. Worrying about gay folks and what they're doing. Is that why y'all fucking Grindr keeps crashing? Huh? Every time y'all have a goddamn something somewhere, Grindr goes down. All of a sudden it's flooding. It's fucked.
How about this though? In the comments, Shane says you libtards have been brainwashed by your own damn people.
What would be my own people? Is it the liberals? Is it the black folk? What's my own people?
He got to
Like,
explain.
make it make sense.
Yeah.
That none of that made sense. You just one of those 3 too fast motherfuckers out there that again, right? You got 3 too to worry about somebody that got 3 motherfucking yachts.
I got someone in the comments.
Worried about somebody that got 3 yachts.
I got somebody in the comments right now that's saying it's the liberals. What do you say? Why are liberals protecting illegal alien pedos? So you're saying that illegal aliens are abusing children and Democrats will protect them?
I guarantee you it's more so-called patriot white tea men with pedophilia going on in this country than it ever was an immigrant. I guarantee you. I can close my eyes and say that with confidence. Not even know the damn number. I can close my eyes and say that I'm guaranteeing you it's probably in the 70s, in the 73 percentile. Y'all motherfuckers is the one doing it. The ones with 3 tooth living in rural motherfucking just like Jeremy. Jeremy ass lived in a rural fucking country.
No, not Jeremy.
Whack job.
Not Jeremy.
Goddamn whack job.
I gotta move it on stick. Not Jeremy. Come on.
No, they go out there and they get bit by a goddamn tick, and then all of a sudden they got Lyme disease and their fucking brain goes stupid.
You sound like you're talking about Kennedy.
That's what happens when you live in the woods, Jeremy. You don't know what the hell you're doing.
All right, Stick.
Stop. Yeah. Leave the Lyme disease in the woods and you bring that shit to the city.
All right, it's time for your nemesis. Stick, appreciate you coming on. All right. This man has been requested via Galaxy, so it is what it is. It is the man of the hour, Duke, indeed. You've come recommended, Duke. Did I bring him up? Let's see if he comes up. I don't know if he dropped, but he was in the. Here we go, Duke. Good evening.
What's going on? What's going on? Put me on the big screen, baby. Put me on the big screen like I do you.
Okay. There's rumors floating around about you, sir.
It's not a rumor.
You got you got dirty paperwork?
Yes, sir, I do.
What happened?
I've been told everybody that when I first. Well, what happened is that I committed a crime. Okay, it's of sexual intent. All right. 14.
Your paperwork says the victim was 14.
Well, actually 16.
16 at the time of the
person that the victim was.
16 at the time of the crime, or 16 at the time of the trial, or whatever.
16 at the time of the crime.
Why does the paperwork say 14 then?
I have no idea. I don't know. That's probably what the prosecutors probably wrote down. Who cares? But that's what it was.
But you are genuinely guilty.
That crime was. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is that the person that I committed that with, I'm married to today.
Really? Okay.
Yes, that's my wife.
And there is no other victim out there other than that. That's different. Now that puts it in a different perspective.
No. Listen, let me say something, okay? Let me say something.
Why are you letting him talk? She was 14.
No.
Hold on. It's just me and you.
Hold on.
It's just me and you.
He came. Wait. Hold on. He came recommended by the guest.
Hold on.
Tim.
Hold on. Drop her down or I'm gone.
Pulled it up. Michael pulled it up.
Okay.
She wanted
Listen,
to know
I'm going.
That's
3,
You're a pedophile. Get off the damn shit. Get up. Move.
1.
Move.
Tim,
Bye.
drop her down.
Bye.
Drop her down, Tim. Tim, drop her down.
Okay.
Tim, drop her down.
I gotta have you.
Tim, drop her down.
if you
drop her down.
no, she's
Tim, drop her down.
she
No, Tim, drop her down. Tim, no, Tim, drop her down. Tim, drop her down.
all right.
If you want to talk to me, Tim.
Gangsta, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Gangsta. We okay, because he's not denying what you're saying, Gangsta Grandma. He's actually admitting it.
Okay.
But
Now,
you're telling me, hold on, you're telling me that's your wife?
Yes, it's my wife. That's my wife. Yes, right now. Listen to me. Let me tell you everybody out here, okay?
Hold on, before you do that, before you do that, because I know I'm gonna take some flack from Gangsta Grandma. Let me just say something, Gangsta Grandma. I actually think, and the reason why I did this, I actually think it's more valuable, more interesting to hear what he has to say than to just hear you bash him. Everybody's bashing him right now. He'll probably get bashed again. I'd rather hear what he has to say. So we'll go to you, Double G, but I do want to hear what he got to say. Go ahead.
Listen to me, y'all. Okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't give a shit what nobody thinks. The only person I care about is God and my wife. And
How did you? Was it her parents?
Hold on. And I got my grandkids today. Okay. Say again.
Was it her? How did you end up getting? Did her parents call along you or something?
No, my baby mama did.
Oh.
She got mad. She wanted me back, and my baby mama, who got my son, did. So
I gotta ask, what is the age separation between you and your wife?
Let's see. We're about 15 years or so, something like that. 20, something like that.
So you were 31 and she was 16, if according to your numbers.
Yeah.
That is a crime, Duke. Even if you married her, that is a crime.
That's a crime, Tim. Let me tell you something, Tim. I'm not excusing nothing that I did. Okay. First day that I came on social media, I said, "Look, I have a felony. Okay, my stuff's perfect."
Yeah, you told me you had done time. You just didn't say for what.
Yes, that's right. Look, if you don't want to screw with me, if you don't want to fuck with me, don't fuck with me. I don't care. I walk around here. It hasn't stopped me from having a house. Hasn't stopped me from having a job. Hasn't stopped me from anything. You actually talk and interact with people just like me every day. You just don't know.
Mm-mm.
So I don't care.
Yeah, I talk to a lot of MAGA. Some of my liberals are going to say. They're going to say by talking to MAGA. I talk to everybody. Go ahead.
What do they think I'm supposed to do? What? I know what they want me to do, but that ain't happening. I walk around Houston, and I'm in Houston. If you want to come say something to me, I walk around Houston, and it's.
Listen. You've been with the same woman obviously for a while, but I do have to ask the question: how did you find yourself attracted to a 16-year-old at 31?
Actually, she came to me. How I found her attractive is that she had a child already. I thought that she was older than what she was. I didn't care. I just wanted to get between her legs. And shoot, man, once I found out, I said, fuck it, I don't care. You know, look in the black neighborhoods, this happened more than what people admit to. Okay. So they don't. Let's not act like this is some taboo thing, you know. In black
it's
families,
criminal. It's definitely taboo, Duke. It's criminal.
Yeah, it's not taboo with black neighborhoods. It always happens. Black neighborhoods have this all the time, man. Just like Aaliyah and R. Kelly. Shit, everybody knew. Nobody gave a damn. Shit.
I don't know. You're losing me when you make it sound like it's no big deal, though. I mean, you couldn't take.
Listen, Tim, it's criminal. It is a big deal. But I have done my time. I've done my. So what do you want me to do from right now?
There's nothing you can do.
Nothing I can do.
Now they have you. Now you're on the registry. You're on paperwork for life, aren't you?
Yeah.
And this ain't affecting you employment-wise and stuff like that?
No. I work. I go to school, pick up my grandkids. I go everywhere I want to go, live wherever I want to live.
Nobody's tried to approach you because you got people. Go ahead.
See, in the legal term, okay, I'm not a pedo. Okay, mine was a minor. people like to clump them two together. I'm not a predator either. Okay.
What's the difference? What's the difference?
Well, predators are somebody who go around as creeping around at playgrounds looking for people. Okay. Those they have different categories. All right. They have different categories. Some can't be around any children. Now, me, I could be around children. I can go to school. I can attend PTA meetings. I can do whatever I want to. It's just that the person that I was with was underage. Okay, that was a minor.
I'm trying.
And on top of that, I married the person, so it's really she stuck with me through the. Her and her mom testified in my trial. The mom gave consent. It's just that the prosecutor said, "Nah, it's still legal." So that's cool. You know what? I did the crime. I did the time.
How long were you in for? How long were you in for this?
15 years.
Was it a smooth stay? I mean, you got dirty paperwork.
And
normally they're not very friendly to folks in general population with your kind of paperwork.
Let me tell you something about general population, okay? The majority of everybody in there wants to be a smug dealer. Everybody says, I'm a smug dealer.
Okay.
But the majority of people in there are black people. Majority of black people are in prison because of a woman or a girl. Or for underage girls, okay? So let's not sugarcoat this like everybody is, I'm in here for robbing a... No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Mm. Well,
you know for real. And listen. Inside prison, it's about thieves. You can be whatever you want to be, but if you got a problem, let's throw these, and we're gonna get some respect. After that, it's crime.
I gotta say, I mean, your paperwork and everything, while it makes you look like a fucking monster, the fact that you guys are together and you're married, that is part of the story that I think most people did not know. And we're talking one victim.
Yeah, that's it. Just me and my lady. That's it.
I would sure like to talk to your old lady.
But she has her own platform.
And she's open?
A lot of people on my platform knows my wife. She sees her. They see her. And I'm going to continue to have her on.
I mean, I've talked to her once or twice when you were there too, but I didn't know anything about your history though.
You don't have to know anything about history. When you have good conversations back and forth, just like I have, then you have good conversations back and forth. You talk to other people out in public that probably have the same situations that I do. You just don't know it, okay? But it's not, even if you did know it, there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Commit a crime? Go to prison? I don't care. Look here. I'm living my life. I'm a United States Army combat veteran. I'm still a veteran. Can't take my veteran status away from me. So I don't care. People talk, yak, just like a stick. I don't give a shit if you don't like me. Fuck him in his ass. I don't care.
Why would a man with your charges make a statement like that? Could you pick a better route?
Because I got a pair and I can.
Oh my God. I mean,
I can. I come on here, listen here. I come on here, don't hide. No, I'm in Houston. Nobody, I wear this hat. Nobody's going to come up and tell me nothing.
Yeah, in the comments, real quick, Tanaj 1367 says, Tim giving him the benefit of the doubt is wow. I'm listening to his story. By the way, a lot other than the 14, I mean, his story does kind of match up to what he's saying. The only difference is the fact that you were in your 30s and you were hitting it off with a girl that young. That's where that's where the issue is. But as he's pointing out, they're married now. They've been together for a while. I mean, shit. I mean, go ahead, dude.
Hey, Tim. It was good then, and it was good now. Let me tell you something, okay? When I was in high school, and I went to
what?
I went to Forest Brook. Listen to me. When I was in high school, and I went to Forest Brook High School. I graduated from Forest Brook in Houston, Texas, North Forest Independent School District. Everybody from Texas Southern University all the men from Texas Southern University come over to our high school to pick up the girls. Everybody, I see.
What are you guys part of? You make it sound like you guys are part of a pedophile club.
The guys from Prairie View A&M go to Yates High School, go to Cashmere High School, go to Booker T. Washington High School, and pick up young girls like older guys like younger girls.
Yeah, but older guys know that's a crime, Duke. How do you respond?
Yeah, man,
What?
stop it! Like it. Have you ever lived in a black neighborhood?
Yeah, of course.
What city you was in?
Chicago.
In Chicago, you never seen that, huh?
I've heard stories. I didn't partake in it, so no.
Chicago, you never seen nobody with an underage female. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
No.
Man,
No.
Pimps have underage goddamn.
Well, but Duke, a pimp is a bad guy. He's beating the hell out of the person.
I didn't say any good guys. I say there are. You know what? Tim,
So you're a bad guy, is what you're saying. So you're saying you're a bad guy.
I'm me. I'm a human being. I look here. Just like everybody else, I did what I did.
But why would you go to a high school? I mean, okay, if you're a bouncer or something in a club, like I used to be a bouncer in Australia, and
Right.
I would have, if some chick snuck and got in the club and she's portraying herself as 21, 22, what are you saying that the girl that your wife, did she portray herself as much older when you were with her?
I'm gonna say here in America, okay, where underage girls go to clubs all the time, and bouncers let them in. They let them in, okay. Underage girls go in there to find men. Yes, they do, and they don't tell guys.
No.
They don't.
But
That
dude,
don't happen. Wait a minute. That don't never happen in America.
I'm sure it does, but that ain't what happened in your case.
Well, if you're sure, I didn't say that's my case.
No, what I'm saying is this. It's one thing to be. Hold on. Now, let me get a word in. Let me get a word. Dude, let me get a word in. You're just rambling on. Let me get a word in. Hold on. Let me get a word in. It's a difference between somebody tricking you and you sound like you knew she was underage and you just said it's good. I'm gonna keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna talk real slow so that you can understand.
Help me out.
Because you're trying to analyze me, but I'm telling you everything that you need to know. Okay. She came to me. All right. How she came to me? I was driving Metro. You can look it up in the files. I was driving Metro, the Metropolitan Transit Authority. Okay. That's the public bus in Houston. She came on my bus, came back up to me. Hey, I'd like to talk to you, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, I'm driving the bus. We good. What's up? Write your number down.
How did you think she was? How did you think she was? Huh?
Didn't care. I was driving. Didn't care.
So you didn't. So you just said write your number down to somebody you didn't even.
Yes, all right. Listen, on the bus, I get numbers all the time. I used to get numbers every day, every route.
You didn't look the person. You didn't look the person in the face that was giving you the number.
No, I'm driving, Tim. Goddamn, shit.
Dude.
And after she called and I met her, then I said, okay, she's kind of young, but I'm thinking about what's in between the legs.
You didn't ask how old. You didn't think about what's in between the. You think about what's in between the legs.
Tim, is this what you do? This what you do? Hey, baby, how you doing? Hey, excuse me, how old are you? Is that what you do with the women?
I've actually done it numerous times. Yes.
You don't lie. You don't never ask women their age. You don't never ask women their age.
Listen, let me tell you something. If I'm 30, let me respond to you. If I'm in my, the Australia is a perfect example where I've actually asked a woman their age because I don't want to do 15 fucking years, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna ask the age.
I understand. In Australia, that was founded on felons. Imagine that. Tim, I'm not asking you what you should do. I said okay, and when I figured that she was underage, I said, you know what? I'm gonna take a chance, and I went to her mom. Tim, and said, hey, is it cool for me and her? Her mom did not. You know what her mom told me?
Why did you go to her mom to begin with?
Because I just met her, Tim.
I've never went to a chick's mom to ask that. Who does that?
I know, Tim. Do you want to hear my story or do you want to hear your
I'm
story?
trying to understand your story, Duke.
You can't understand because you never committed the crime that I committed.
Who goes? Do you normally is that? You said you got a bunch of numbers when you were driving the bus. Did you go to all their moms before you hit it?
Tom, don't be Tim.
I'm trying to figure out.
Tim, now see, I come up here and now you're starting to ask some real dumb questions.
You made a real dumb statement.
Tim, once I found out that she was underage, I said that I'm going to go to her mom. That's when I found out. Okay? Tim, don't do that, man.
Somebody should have told you that.
Someone should have told me what?
Don't do that, man.
Tim, there's a lot of things that I do that's illegal. A lot of things I do.
Okay.
I see the sign that says 60 miles an hour. I drive 80. That's illegal.
All
That's
right.
my choice.
Okay, it's a kid.
Everybody, look. There's a majority of people in here that should have went to prison, just never got caught.
Okay, I gotta move on for time constraints, and this is obviously a very sensitive topic. Man, I don't. Yeah, I mean,
It's sensitive to you. I don't care. And let me say this again before I go. Anybody that don't want to fuck with me, don't come to my page. I don't give a shit about you.
all right. We'll leave it at that. All right, Duke. All right. Wow. I actually wanted to hear what he had to say more than I wanted to hear folks bash him, because I've heard the guy getting bashed over the last week or two. So, and look, based on what he's admitted and how proud of it he is, I understand the bashing 100%. I thought he would have been at least a little bit remorseful. He's happy he did it. So, shit. 15 years. He sounds like he kind of earned those, Tony. He sounds like, here's what I will say, though, that's really surprising to me is that normally you do a 15-year bid. The chick ain't waiting on you when you get out. So he did a 15-year bid, and then they still are together after the 15-year bid. That don't normally happen. Now, I've seen in the comments a lot of folks were saying that he was grooming her at 16 or whatever the case may be. It's hard to imagine that there may not be some validity to that. But I did look. We want you guys. Everybody knows this story because it's been floating around. I think it does more for the value of the show, what we're discussing, all of that, for folks that have heard him. So there you go. You heard what he had to say. I don't think he's going to make any friends from saying what he said, because it sounds so just the lack of remorse is so evident, but he obviously don't give a shit about that anyway. Anyway, look at it in the comments, and he done his 15, so it is what it is. His brain is fucked up. That's why he is Republican, says Freedom Fight. I don't think the Republican Party would want to take ownership of him if they knew about that. That's pretty strong. Who said? Did somebody send it? Who said they sent the galaxy? I didn't see. Did I see that? Tap the screen. We need to find people in the comments that was gifting Duke. Did he get gifts? I didn't see him getting gifts. Maybe I wasn't paying attention because I was so focused on what he was actually saying. Mike, I did get your galaxy. Good evening.
Tim, what I need to know is this. First of all, Duke, if you're still in here, fuck you and everything you stand for. Everything. You sat here and you said that shit, but fuck him. I'm about to ask you directly, Tim.
Sure.
You probably didn't think, maybe you didn't think this was coming. Are you still allowing him on your platform after today?
I probably not. And normally, look, there's I'm going to say something that's really unpopular here, but he's right. We talk to people that we know. We talk to people like him all the time. However,
No, we don't.
oh,
We don't know. We don't know.
you
we
don't
are.
know it, but
We
you
don't
don't.
know.
Hold on. Let me just finish saying this. It ain't going. There's no value to the show because nobody wants him on here, so it makes no sense to bring him up. No matter what the topic is, it's going to go back to his crimes. So it will make no sense to bring him back on.
I'm not talking about for the sake of your show. I'm talking about for you.
I would bring him up. View me like a Geraldo Rivera bringing in KKK members. Yeah, because of what I do, I would bring them up.
And again, Tim, and I appreciate you being honest. And at this point, my brother, I gotta bow out. I appreciate you bringing me up on your platform. I appreciate you platforming me, giving me the opportunity to speak what I say, but I can't do it.
Understood.
I can't do it.
Understood.
So
I'll let you bow. I'll let you bow, but that's kind of the program we run. I mean, if I pick
that's cool.
Yeah.
I do have lines, and that's my line, and I'm out.
All right, appreciate it. Look, at the end of the day, what we do here has never been popular to everybody. It is what it is. Mike, I consider Mike a friend of the program, but he does not like that type of interview. I get it. What Duke said makes him sound like a monster in the eyes of a lot of people. I get it. But as I just stated, I bring up folks. I've brought up people who flat out were racist, people who flat out anti-Semitic. I mean, it is what it is. I understand it's not going to be popular with everybody. When you run a show where free speech is the motto of the show, everybody don't want to hear everybody's speech. Everybody doesn't. But I'll tell you one thing. Nobody tuned out while he was talking. That's the purpose, is for you to hear what the other side has to say. They're not going to say things you want to hear all the time. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about that. In the comments, though, no, we don't appreciate that subject, and that shit is sick. K point blank, yes, it is. It is. But keep in mind, folks were actually paying for him to come up. People were sending galaxies to hear from Duke. So while there's people who did not want to hear from him, there were people who did want to hear from him. And that's why I brought him up, because that's what like I said, like many interviewers, they're going to have, if anybody that does what I do, that does it to a much more successful level, not that are underground like I am, they're going to have people on the show you don't like. I don't care if you, like I mentioned Geraldo, you can talk about a Jerry Springer type, you can talk about a Larry King type, no matter what. This is what we do. We just doing it on a much lower level. But that's what we're doing here. They all have people that are unpopular. Your Donahues, Sally, this is what they do. So if you don't like free speech, I say it all the time, there are plenty of programs where you can get what you want to get without dealing with somebody that's for free speech. This is a free speech program. I don't care how far to the fucking right MAGA is or how far to the left liberals are, they get a platform here. This is free speech. We don't block, ban, and censor folks. That's how the program is ran. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes on up for the 2 or 3 of you that are still here. And thank you for the one hat in the mustache that somebody showed up, Mike the Seller. I appreciate that. But it's nothing I can say. Like I said, if he was on here telling me, if he was Jeffrey Dahmer, I would bring him on the program. I'm just going to be honest with you. If he was Jeffrey Dahmer, I would bring him on the program and interview him. That's just what we do here. It's all about interviewing the person, asking them legitimate questions that people want to ask. Folks in the comments were asking me, can you talk to his wife? I passed that on. That's what an interviewer does. That's not what some of you folks in the comments, that's not what you want. I get it. There are places you can go that you will get what you want. I don't like to lose any viewers, but unfortunately, some folks are going to hear shit they don't like when you're talking free speech. Looking in the comments, Tim, you can't make everyone happy by giving in and hearing two sides. What you do is great. Let people know what is going on in a different mind. Yeah, it's called informative. That is the aim of the program. Thank you. That is the aim of the program, and it is going to make Mike went down. Somebody else, I think Takesha, somebody else in the comments was like, I'm out. What can I do? I was honest with him. He wanted my honest opinion. And my honest opinion, what do I say all the time? We don't black men or censor anything. I make it clear that if it wasn't for the fucking apps, I would even let people use the N-word. When I say free speech, I'm not joking with you. It's just people hear me say free speech, and then they get shocked when they actually hear free speech. Every show, my monologue makes it clear we are for free speech and we are MAGA friendly. So you're going to hear MAGA, you're going to hear free speech. I mean, like, wait, you don't believe me or something? Coach Briggs, thank you for the hat and mustache. Will you bring up child murderers, basically what he's saying? Would I bring them up too? It's free speech. It's free speech. I don't like it. To me, if you're abusing kids, you're not much of a step better than somebody who's taking their life. But how many of us have Netflix? Look at all the documentaries they do on shit like this. They don't say, well, this is too heinous, so we're not going to do a documentary on it. They do all of that. They interview people, and they will go into prisons if they can and interview the person that actually committed the crimes. How many different ways can I say free speech? How many different ways can I say it? Looking in the comments, Gacy Grandma said, I meant freedom of speech is for the government. We try to push it as far as we can. I get the apps, you're right, the government, whatever the case may be. We can twist it whatever or clear it up, whatever the case may be. But we do believe in letting the people speak. At what point would you not be friendly to MAGA? How much would it take? I am always going to be friendly to the speech of MAGA. That doesn't mean I'm friendly to the individual. If I get an individual that's on the program making it clear I hate black people, I will continue for the sake of the interview, asking him questions as to why and what they've done to him. That don't mean I'm friendly to the person. I am friendly to free speech. So yes, that person would be brought up. And in fact, I've had people come on the program and tell me they don't like African Americans. I've had people come on and say they don't like the Israelis. I get them all the time. I do get people who hate on the program. Obviously, people who don't like Caucasians as well. But looking in the comments, he sounded proud of his actions that he was trying to push that or another. Yeah, I didn't like that. And we all made it clear of that. He was trying to ask me, have I done it? Have I seen people doing it? No, it was a crime when I was a kid. It was a crime to do that. It wasn't punished to the level it is now, but it was even then. What was the saying? 15 will get you 20. You know, she's only 15. 15 will get you 20. As far as I can remember back, you were told that. Now he's talking 30 with a teenager. To me, if you were 22 fucking with a 16-year-old, you knew you were in dangerous territory. To be in your 30s? Now, the way he described it makes no sense to me, that you're driving a bus and chicks are just getting on and handing you their number like it's a fare. That doesn't make sense. You didn't look the bride in the face. I didn't know how old she was. I'm just getting numbers. So it could have been a chick that was 600 pounds, ain't washed up in a year. You just taking numbers, huh? No, you looked her in the face and he knew what I was getting at. Can you tell that she was super young when you took the number? So he tried to make it sound like he didn't look her in the face, which makes no sense at all. But I interview the folks and I leave it up to you, the viewer, to come to your conclusions. I'll push back if something sounds outrageous, but that's how the interview is ran. I interview the person and it's up to you to listen to it, or some people just bow out, whatever the case may be, but you're supposed to listen to it and come to your conclusions. When I'm interviewing MAGA and they're saying something that makes no sense, or a liberal that's saying something that making no sense, the comment section tells you. I don't need to hang up on the person or get rid of them. Trump has made it great to be a pedo again. Yikes. I will say this. MAGA don't seem to be concerned whether he is or not. I mean, there is look, if you can look at Biden sniffing his daughter, or you can see the racism from him saying, vote for me or you ain't black, and you see nothing at all with the way Trump is handling the Epstein files, then yeah, you're just biased in favor of Trump. If it only takes this much for you to hold Biden accountable, and Trump is doing all of this stuff to keep that list secret, you got folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene that's been riding with him since day one saying, and you still don't see any guilt in him at all, yeah, you just riding with Trump no matter what. Because there is way more circumstantial evidence around Trump than there are around a lot of liberals that you're holding accountable. There's a lot. I mean, he's doing a lot to keep that list hidden. Says many of his own former allies, up to and including punishing people that are trying to make the list public. Yeah, you have to me, it's hard to see that and not think that here, look, either you did a child or you know somebody that did and you're protecting them. It's just one or the other. There's no, to me, I don't think there's any other way around it. You either abuse a kid, talking about Trump, or you know somebody that did and you're protecting them. Am I wrong on that, MAGA?
I don't know, Tim. We'll find out in a year or so or whenever.
You're not going to find out until he's gone.
All right, so we'll find out in like 3 years.
How do you feel? How do you feel that he is trying so hard to prevent that list from becoming public? Trump.
I don't know. Until I know what he's hiding, I'm not going to make any judgments. I mean, I find it funny that Elon Musk called them out, and he was on the list more than him. Like, Elon Musk was, like, begging to go to the island, and he was calling out Trump, and Trump, no emails to the guy. As far as we know, he stopped talking to him when he said he stopped talking to him.
Yeah, you got Trump saying things like "stop talking about Epstein" and saying it's a Democrat hoax. Like he literally is trying to.
It's hurting him. It is hurting him politically.
Should it not be?
I mean, yes and
How
no.
do you view it? You're MAGA. How do you view what he's doing with the Epstein files?
I mean, he released a bunch of shit that wasn't released before, so I do give him points for that.
It took an act of Congress, MAGA. It took an act of Congress to get him to release that shit. He wasn't gonna do it on his own.
No, but he still released a bunch of shit, way more than Biden did. Biden
It took an act of Congress to get him to release it.
Even before Congress released some shit, Congress made him release some more. And again, I'm just waiting for some evidence, like some real evidence. Like,
How can you get
see an email between the two?
How
This
can
motherfucker emailed everybody in the world, yet the one guy, Trump, has no emails with him and Epstein.
How can you
He
get
got emailed with everybody.
How can you get evidence if he's actively hiding it? This is what he released. That's what he released. So how do you feel like you feel confident you're going to get anything from him when he's being so secretive?
Then we'll get it from the next guy, Tim. Until there's something, I'm not gonna make predictions.
So you think he's possibly innocent?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, why not? 100%. He's shown, like, unlike Biden, we don't have no videos of him smelling kids. We have some videos of him saying some stupid shit, but anyone could have a random stupid thought. But I don't have any videos of him smelling kids, dancing with kids, doing anything, like, remotely inappropriate.
Really?
I've never seen him. He doesn't have a history of dating younger people.
Are you kidding me? His wife is a younger people.
Like they're younger than him, but they're
wait,
not
hold on.
MAGA.
MAGA.
Is the history of him dating someone under, like, say, 25?
MAGA. He's on video talking about how good Lindsay Lohan is when she was 17 would be in bed. That you can go with the sniffing kids, but making a statement like that.
Random stupid thought.
Okay.
Again, I don't know. Did he sniff Lindsay Lohan? Do you have a video of him sniffing
No.
Lindsay Lohan?
No, but I have a video of him telling a 12-year-old I'll be dating her in 10 years.
Again, random stupid thought.
How often does he make these random stupid thoughts to
His wife was
juveniles?
12 years old at a certain point.
So what about the one?
Trump was 12 years old once upon a time.
What about the one of him saying if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her?
Again, random stupid thought.
Who do you know that has it? You sound like my last caller talking about all men do this. Do you have friends that actually say that about their daughters?
That's not the same, Tim.
Yeah, it is.
Having random thoughts is not the same as fucking sleeping with a 16-year-old or whatever old she was.
You think a dude looking at his own child and saying if she wasn't my child, I'd be dating her, which is essentially saying I'd be trying to fuck her. That's the only reason we date women. So looking at his own kid and say that's just a random stupid thought to you, huh?
I mean, yeah, it's a stupid thought for one thing. That's 100%. Very stupid thought. I really doubt he wants to fuck his daughter.
Then why would he say it on national TV?
Like, fantasize and think that way? I really doubt it.
I can't believe you said some of this stuff. I mean,
I can't believe you're saying this shit.
You're attributing.
You think he wants to fuck his own daughter? That's what you're saying.
You're attributing stuff that he is saying, which does sound like he wants to fuck his own daughter, as a random stupid thought that I feel confident you don't hear nobody else saying nothing like that.
Because because no one's on TV like, I mean, very few people are on TV like him. Because he's on TV all the time. He's been on TV his entire life. And then you got him at Howard Stern, where Howard Stern is the place to have, like, weird, like, say stupid shit. And he ended up saying some stupid shit. And if I recorded you as much as Trump is being recorded, you would have
let me give you some
of you saying stupid shit.
Let me give you some.
But you don't get recorded like him. And you don't even.
You would not catch me saying stupid shit like that, even if you had a secret mic
if
on.
If I had a camera on you 24/7, Tim, I'm sure you've said some stupid shit. It just wasn't recorded.
Let me say it like this. Let's say, for instance, you had a child with your ex, and she's now with some other dude, and your child is a teenager. And her stepfather is on TV saying, if she wasn't my stepdaughter, you know, I'd be dating her. As her biological father, just a stupid random thought would be in your mind. That's all you would think of it.
Yeah, unless he actually did something like fucking, you know, if he gets too close to her, if there's like a history of him doing shit, like rubbing up against her and hugging her too much, then I'd be like, that's suspicious. But I've never seen anything like that from him. I don't even think I've seen him kiss a person on TV or anything like that. His relationships are fucking boring. He's not like at a strip club, like he's not Dan Bilzerian, whatever. As far as I could tell, all his relationships have been boring with very mature women, and he's not fucking dating kids. I know they're younger than him, but they're not fucking. I've never seen him with anyone under 25. So I don't think I've seen him with anyone under 30.
So if your 12-year-old passed him on an escalator and he said, in 10 years I'll be dating her, you would be okay with that as her dad too?
It's a stupid thought, but unless he, you know.
I had to ask.
Of course I want to be okay with it, but come on. It's a stupid thought. I'm not going to fucking...
Ain't no way in hell a 50-year-old dude gonna pass my daughter saying, in 10 years I'll be dating her without me saying something to that dude. Yeah,
she would be 22, Tim, and it'd be legal.
But why is he seeing her? He's seeing her as fuckable now at 12.
You don't know that. You don't know that's what he meant.
What else would lead a dude to say, I'm going to be dating her? What any girl you want to date, you view her as fuckable. That's the only reason we don't date women for no other reason.
I'll tell you a story. One of my friends actually
I'm scared to hear it.
Comment. One of my friends in his 20s, we were all in our 20s. We were like 22, 24. He made this same stupid comment about a 12-year-old. That 12-year-old is like 36 right now, and she's I don't know if the math is right. I think she's in her late 20s, early 30s, and is super hot. And I'm like, shit. So in a way, it's like, it's kind of funny, but you get what I'm saying, right?
No, I don't. I don't get any of this.
Tim.
Yes.
Tim.
Yes.
Tim. You let one pedophile up in here talking his yang shit. Now you're gonna let this idiot over here.
I'm assuming he's not a pig.
I'm idiotic talk. So
let me tell you something, Maggot Reactor. I know you like to be a predator. You like sucking a white man's dick and all. You thinking you're gonna ever be at his table, but he did say that to a 10-year-old.
Again, kid. It's not prison. I'm not trying to be at anyone's table.
Little kids before he has asked little kids. He has walked into pageants, bathrooms, or whatever, the dressing rooms, and watch little kids. Shut you up with all the bullshit. I'm so sick of you maggots. You guys always want to justify everything, touching little...
They took her off. I didn't do that. They took her off. Let me just say this.
That long.
That was quick. Let me just say this. When Biden started stumbling on his words, he could excuse it. You know, I had a headache or I felt lightheaded once. But there's only so many times he can do that before folks look, dude, something's wrong with your competence. The point I'm making is you call it a stupid thought.
Biden wasn't recorded as much as Trump was. Trump was recorded.
It don't matter.
Even then, even with as little recording.
Why don't Obama's recorded a lot. Wait, hold on. Obama's recorded a lot. You know, Obama's recorded a lot. Why aren't those statements coming out of Obama's mouth? He's recorded a lot.
No, not as much as Trump.
He's recorded a lot.
Come on, man. Everything he said was prepared, and again, that's why Obama. I would love to have Obama as president with Trump's policies.
Okay, first of all,
if I could get Obama to be the front man and fucking Trump to be the back man, yeah.
You are flat out wrong, because when Trump was making those statements about Lindsay Lohan and his daughter and stuff back in the 90s, he wasn't being recorded a lot like that. Obama was being recorded more than that.
There's videos of him from the 80s.
He wasn't being recorded that much in the 80s like that.
He was always being recorded like
You
this.
think
Tim. He did it
Trump
he
in
did
the
it like
80s
40 hours with Howard Stern alone.
You think Trump in the
How
80s
many-
was being recorded more
Go
than a
on
US
YouTube
president?
and Google, Tim, go on YouTube and YouTube Howard Stern Trump and see how many hours of him sitting with Howard Stern talking shit there are.
If
So
you
of course, in like 40 hours talking to Howard Stern, he had one fucking sentence that was stupid.
if you're saying crazy shit like Trump does about raping children, yeah, Howard Stern's going to keep inviting you back because you're pissing on people and lighting up his fucking switchboard. That's why you're getting recorded, because you're saying crazy shit over and over
And
again.
listen, just like me, sometimes that shit fucking leads to you saying stupid shit. So I kind of.
I think you're taking a
If I
cake.
was in front of Howard Stern, like you're my Howard Stern, Tim. You're basically my Howard Stern. And I get caught saying stupid shit on here all the time.
You're gonna make
So I can
this is
imagine
gonna
fucking
take the
Trump doing
cake.
The same shit.
You do know I make shorts out of these videos. You're gonna be in some shorts for this shit. So
Yeah, you're my Howard Stern. I'm sure you have plenty of fucking. If you could go back and examine everything I've said, you'll have a fucking a montage of fucking stupid shit I've said. And if you fucking take them out of context and cut them and twist them, I'm sure you could make them say anything you want. That's whatever, you know.
Has I taken anything out of context in this conversation?
I mean, this whole concept of conversation is stupid, and it's mostly opinion. So I'm sure you will. I'm sure the second I hang up, you'll fucking twist my words.
Do you believe in circumstantial evidence where you don't have to be proven, but if you keep doing what looks funny over and over again, people start thinking you actually is guilty of it?
This is where you always lose me, Tim. You always say doing, and then you're like, he said this. With Trump is always shit he says. I have nothing he's actually done. It's always words he said. Nothing he's actually done. I've never seen him too close to anybody, not even someone he's actually dating.
You didn't see Biden. You didn't see Biden doing anything to abuse a kid. Yet you made your opinion
We've
on
seen
it.
him sniffing kids. There's a whole month of
That
him
ain't
sniffing kids.
Sniffing a kid is not a crime. Sniffing a
If
kid
you
is.
find one video of Trump sniffing someone, I'll take back everything I said. Give me a video of Trump sniffing someone on video.
Alter ego, I appreciate that. By the way, that's not a crime what you're talking about. So how do you jump the pedal on Biden?
It's a sign that he's.
Oh, so it's a sign. So you do see some signs now.
It's that circumstantial evidence you keep talking about. That's circumstantial evidence, like you said.
Okay, but
There's none. There's nothing. Don't
So
be
I can-
rubbing up against anyone like that.
So I can joke about possibly violating kids all I want. As long as you don't see me touching one, those are just stupid sayings.
Yeah, that's how the law works, Tim. That's the difference. Between
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. If you
What do you mean? You can joke and talk about shit all you want. That's freedom of speech. But if you actually do it, then you're in trouble. And he's not come back. Show me a video of him sniffing a kid, even hugging a kid for too long. Something. Give me some evidence. Don't tell me he said some stupid shit while talking to Howard Stern for fucking 8 hours. If I sat with Howard Stern for as much as Trump has, fuck, you'll have me saying a lot of stupid shit.
I think you found a way to do that already. I'm really amazed that you're saying.
I do that with you. You're right.
You're basically saying as long as he don't physically do it, he can joke about doing it all he wanted. You're okay with that.
I mean, even his jokes aren't like really jokes. They're just random thoughts that he didn't think about too much. It's just off the tip of it, just a random thought just came up, and instead of keeping it to himself, he just fucking said it.
I don't think they're jokes. I think they're partial confessions. I think what he's saying, he's actually done that kind of stuff.
I mean, usually when you have a fucking attraction to kids, the signs will actually show. Like you'll see him.
Yeah, like people will come forward.
Too long, sniffing them.
No,
doing something.
No, you said
But I haven't seen that at all.
You said usually when you're attracted to kids, there are signs. Yeah, like a bunch of people come. No, let me finish.
Kids,
like a bunch of people will come forward and say, "When I was a child, you abused me." That's your sign. All these people that are coming forward and saying, "When I was a kid, he actually did abuse me." That's your sign. You're just ignoring it.
That's hearsay. I'm talking about actual things on video. I'm not telling you I heard someone said that Biden sniffed someone. I've seen a montage of it on video. Give me some fucking video, Tim, of him being any kind of inappropriate with kids, like touching them too long, whatever. Just a random.
So in
thought
other
that he
words,
said out loud is not evidence.
So in other words, as long as there's no video of it, you're not gonna believe anything else. No matter if somebody tells you he did it to him, you ain't gonna believe nothing else unless you see it on video.
I want signs.
Yes or no question.
I want the actual crime. There's not even signs.
Right.
Of a
What
crime.
would make you?
There's no examples. Give me something.
What are you wanting? Witness testimony won't work. Are you saying that a video is all you will accept? They took him out too. All right, we're moving on. My guest got dropped. Tap the screen, get the likes on it. We will move on with the program. Don't know what happened there. Tim, he's a true MAGA defender. Yeah, I think the way he defended MAGA today, yeah. I never seen you looking the way you look tonight, lady in red. That's what he was really defending the shut up, because that's crazy that he said you could go past his own daughter that's 12 and say, I'll be dating her in 10 years, and he would dismiss that as the father of the kid. Wow. That will make America great again. No, it won't. He will not believe it. He can see it in plain view, and he will defend it. Yeah, that's what it seems like, is that. And I don't think he's alone in that. I don't think MAGA Reaction's alone in that. I do, and this is what I keep saying on the program all the time, is that one of the good benefits that Trump has is he's in a unique position where you can't say anything bad about him, and MAGA will give it any credibility at all. I mean, like I've asked MAGA all the time, and I've said on the program many times, is that let's say Trump actually did commit some sort of felony. Not saying he did, but for the sake of this experiment, let's say he actually did commit a major felony. I often ask MAGA, who could tell you, if Trump is saying I'm innocent, who could tell you he did something wrong and you would actually believe it? And the answer is really nobody. There would have to be really, really convincing video for them to see it. Maybe, and I think even in that case, some of them wouldn't believe it. But he is in a very unique position that he could do something, and there is no amount of eyewitness testimony, nobody's going to be able to come forward. Not even the DOJ or some law enforcement or some judge, nobody. MAGA's going to believe him over anybody. So there's just, and like I said, like Karma, whatever in the comments says, you can't prove nothing. That's the point. You realize how many people have been convicted off of eyewitness testimony and things like that? Everybody in jail is not serving because the crime was proven. Sometimes you listen to what the witnesses are saying or what the victims are saying, and the jury judges their credibility. In Trump's case, that's not going to happen. It's going to be impossible almost to convict him of anything. If he's saying he's innocent and you don't believe nobody more than him, then he's always going to be innocent, which is what has happened. MAGA cares deeply about proof except for storming capitals, says Silly Geese as hell. So many black men are in jail for lies. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people are in jail for just solely based off eyewitness testimony. And in many cases, the witness was compensated, which means they had an incentive to possibly lie on the person. You know, we'll shorten your sentence. We want to lock him up for this murder that we ain't been able to solve. It would be good on our record if we could solve this murder so we can use him. If you testify against him, then this drug beef you're dealing with or these parking tickets, it might even be something minor. We'll forget about that. And people turn other folks in. So, yeah, everybody that's doing time is not in there because shit has been proven. So I don't know when it comes to Trump why everything's got to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. I'll tell you this. What happened on January 6th, a mere mortal that played the role of Trump would have went to jail for that. A mere mortal without the adoration and love of MAGA that Trump gets. A regular person would, let's say, for instance, a whole bunch of people stormed City Hall on behalf of some other person. And the same stuff happened. They went in City Hall and they did all that. A mere mortal that organized that would go to prison for that. You would not, you organized this, you threw a protest, and you sent them to City Hall and they tore up the place and shit like that. And a mere mortal would go to prison for that. But Trump, like I said, they just have a different opinion of that for him. Don't that little fat piggy like Donald Trump use all those childish third grade names to show exactly how intelligent, Trump cheated on every multiple marriage he's had. Complete loser. I don't know if he's losing, but he certainly is not a faithful husband. There's tons of Trump pics and videos of his being inappropriate with kids. He hit on a 10-year-old at Trump Tower on a hot mic. Yeah, we talked about that, telling her he'll be dating her in 10 years. But as you heard my last guest say, if you don't have pictures of him actually abusing a kid, none of that stuff's going to matter. You got to actually have pictures of him actually in the act of abusing a kid. Other than that, he can joke about it. He can make statements. They're not going to buy into any of that. Brandon, good evening.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't even know, man. This show went left. This show is went left.
Completely left. And just a couple things. I hope your guest comes back. He's really good. He's had a lot of information.
He's really good. Yeah, he's really good.
And he just to be here to hear somebody on the other side make sense on there is cool. And I hope he thinks about it, and he was upset about it for a good reason. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
You mean
it was terrible.
Let me ask you. And I agree. I agree with what he said. Hold on. I agree with what he says. Makes him sound like a monster. But let me ask you: do you believe I should censor certain guests based on their content?
And what they did, absolutely. God damn, I'm with you. I wanted to hear what he said. Completely. I did want to hear
I could sense that from my audience that over 100 more people were here when he was talking. My audience was.
I wanted to hear what he said. I don't agree with nothing. Right now, I'm sitting right next to my daughter, and she's 17.
Mm-hmm.
And if somebody came into mind, 30 years old, trying to get with my daughter, it would be a problem. You wouldn't be in jail. I would be in jail. So, I get with listening, what everybody has to say, but it was hard to hear it.
Yeah.
It was terrible because he was grooming her, period. 19, she doesn't know nothing.
Well, according to him, she approached him, though.
She did, but she's 16. What does she know? Let's be honest.
Let me say this, and I'm by no means defending what he did whatsoever. I think he certainly deserved the time he got in prison.
You didn't do that. By the way, you didn't do that. The whole thing. I
was letting him speak.
Yeah, for real.
I was letting him speak. Yeah. I didn't bring him up to bash him. I didn't bring him up to bash him. I brought him in to hear what he had to say.
And he talked.
Yeah.
And MAGA, I was listening to MAGA, and my head was spinning. I have a daughter. I've never in my life, I'm 41 years old. I've never thought of anything like that. You could put any camera in here. Only thing you're gonna see is me fucking.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Let me just say this. Hold on. Let me just say this now, because like he said she approached him. Let me ask you this: I don't know if you got married at a young age or whatever, but have you ever been approached by a girl that was underage while you were an adult?
Yes.
So it does, and that's what I was going to say. Because when I was a bouncer, I had people like that approach me. Because I would never want to commit such a heinous felony, end up in prison. I don't care how hot she looks. I'm not going to touch it. But what I'm saying is, it ain't always when you see the older dude with he ain't always grooming her. Some of these girls are so fast, as they used to say, that they do approach older dudes. That does happen.
I mean, it's been going in for years. If we go back, it's been going in forever. The only thing is, like you said, when I see and I know, and yes, I do ask, I can't do that. I don't want to do it. It's not
I wouldn't even. Like I said, the fact that you're fucking up your life. I don't care. Like I said, I don't care how attractive this person look or whatever reaction I'm having to him. The fact is because this guy is saying it ain't affecting him at all. I don't believe that. I'm not going to, not to mention 15 years of your freedom gone. Fuck that.
That was wild. Listen, I want to hear that shit. I don't want to go to jail. I'm scared of jail. I want to be here free, doing what I do. But this stuff that I'm listening to now, I feel like we're going backwards like hell. Nothing is making sense. Yeah. I mean, nothing is making sense. I mean, he said, can we stop for a moment? Trump is a grown ass, 80 years old man. What he says is how he feels, period. It's not because he doesn't know or what's going on. He is saying it, but this is how he feels, what he's been through. When he first came out in 16, and I know about Trump because I'm from New York, I know he's an asshole. He's always been. Nobody likes the motherfucker, but people who doesn't know and they didn't see it or whatever, they always have excuses for him. But when he said, if she was not my daughter, I would fuck her.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to throw up again.
Yeah, real quick in the comments. My last guest, Maga Reacts, is pointing out Trump wasn't 80 at the time. No, when he said that, because we talked about this. So hold on. We talked about this on the show last time. He said that about Lindsay Lohan in 2004. So we're talking 22 years ago. So he said that about Lindsay Lohan when she was 17, because she's 39 now. So just factor in how old Trump was 22 years ago, talking about a 17-year. He still was way too fucking old. He's way too old to be saying that. Yeah, he was older than I am now. He was older then than I am now.
He said, because you're rich, you can go and grab the pussy. Excuse my French, everybody. But he said you can just do that. And he said everybody around him said this. Everybody says it in the locker room and stuff like that. We've never.
No.
Now, yes, we can get terrible. Oh, I got her, man. She was good. Or I got that. But if they don't say yes, you cannot do that.
Yeah, ain't nobody in the locker room admitting rape.
Means no, and not because you can. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what my last caller was making it sound like. It's just stupid stuff. I'm like, who you hanging around? Dudes don't. Nobody talks like that.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking. If you're saying that and you've done it too, I've never looked at it. He said because the girl is now 30 years old or 20 years old.
Yeah.
But back then she was probably like, I think he said 14, 16 years old. And I said, now she's beautiful and everything like that. Somebody said when she's getting in the future, I would probably, if I look at you and you're a kid, I'm not saying that in the future.
Right.
I don't give a fuck about what's going on with you. It is sick. And yes, it's because of Trump. He lets that be okay. It's okay. Because we all do it. No, we don't all do that.
No.
Who does that?
Well, according to Maga Reacts, it happens a lot. And I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Everything he said, I actually agree with him. There's a lot of people who do it. There is, let me take it back. When I say I don't see it. There is people out there who do it. He is one of them. Trump is one of them. But it's a small percentage. I'm trying to get it out. But anyways, percentage.
Yeah.
Who does that? It's not right. I can't believe we even having this conversation. It's okay to say, you know what, that shit is not okay. Like he said, he's with Trump because of his policies and stuff like that. But don't say it on the other side. Where Epstein, everything that's coming out is huge, and he didn't let it out.
But is the policy so good that you'll turn a blind eye to abusing children?
No. To me, it's not.
But what about MAGA? Do you think to MAGA the policy is so good that if he's abusing children, they'll turn a blind eye to that?
Yes, it's because he said it. I don't know why we won't say it. Cult is real. Brainwash is real. He said we believe it, but when you look at the facts, it's not there.
How about this? How about this? On my YouTube side, I got a couple guests saying that the entire rap culture says worse stuff than Trump has said about minors, I guess is what they're indicating.
I've never heard it, but there is a lot of things they say that I don't agree about our black people. I don't. And there's a lot of things I stopped listening to because
I'd say this. I do recall NWA and Eazy-E, especially on that song "She Swallowed It." Yeah. You know, the girl was only 14 and a whole sucking dick like a special episode. But I will say this: modern hip hop songs are not talking about pedophilia. I haven't heard any of them talking about that.
And they're not. it's negative toward black women,
Yeah.
but it's not pedo.
It's misogynistic, but it ain't pedophilia.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah,
Everything he said, a lot of the things they say is fucking terrible. But it's not pedo. It's just not.
And I'll agree with Closeted Talk by saying those people are not our president. You can't be. We're comparing our president to gangster rappers. Like, that just shows you how low the bar is.
You're absolutely serious. And that's another thing. Whenever they talk about him, we're talking about people who are on TikTok, YouTube. People who are talking about something. They don't matter. I love what you do. Everybody else, you matter to what you listen, what we listen to, and see what's going on in the world. But at the end of the day, he's the president of a USA. You have to go above everything else so we can look up and say,
But that's the difference. That's the difference is that MAGA does not believe President Trump's, particularly his rhetoric, should be held to a higher standard. They think if you're saying it, I don't either, but they do believe
it. But I don't agree with Trump. I don't agree with nobody else. But I have respect, not for Trump. I'm sorry, I'm saying Trump. Bush. I didn't agree with everything Bush did. But it was some respect he had for the office that makes you say, you know what? He came to my honestly. Bush came to my class in New York, and he was coming in, and I was excited. I was so excited. It's the president. I was like, oh, this is so cool. It's a president. Everybody was. Black, white, it doesn't matter. But now you get Trump. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to.
You wouldn't be happy. You wouldn't be happy to meet President Trump.
Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not.
He is the president, though.
I don't give a. I can sit here and people won't say it. I'm real. He is my president. He won. Period. I voted for her, but he did win, and I can go around all day. He's not mine. His policies is fucking me up. So he's my president, even if it's fucked up. He's my president. I'm not going to take away from him, but I am not going to love him. He can come here all he wants.
Well, he's already said he hates Democrats. So my guess is he don't want you to love him because he don't like you.
He hate me too.
Yeah, he don't like you. So
I don't care. I don't have love for him either. Especially because as a black man, I don't give a fuck what's going on. Everything he's taken away from us. I'm black first, and I don't give a fuck what nobody else say. With all love, and I love everybody. But when you taking everything else we have, just taking away books, everything, and act like it's okay, and say I listened to you before talking about everything has to go to race. The day that Republicans can go in Congress or anywhere, the president go up front and say we got to get rid of KKK, we got to get rid of what you call them, the ones who went to
Proud Boys.
Yeah, anybody.
He has condemned the KKK. It took him forever to do it, but he has condemned the KKK.
Come on, and he did that, and then he invited him to his down there in Florida.
Did it?
That actually happened. Let's not make it up.
He invited. Wait a minute, you saying he invited the KKK to Mar-a-Lago? I never heard that before.
Facts. I'm gonna look it up and I'm gonna send it to you, and we can go back on that. And then when you look at the Proud Boys, you government pardon. That's just as bad.
Yeah.
That's just as bad.
I can't defend the pardons. I can't even explain them.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I can't. There's no explanation for that. Look, if you believe some of them got over sentenced, that's one thing. You go through the charges and the convictions with a fine-tooth comb, and you get the ones out that has been mistreated. But to pardon them all, there's no defense for that.
And if that's the case, what about the six in New York?
Are you with the Central Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
You fucked up, and it was right. They were innocent.
I don't have a defense for that. I don't have a defense.
And what you do? You treat them bad, and you said they still belong in
Well,
prison.
some would say it looks racial. I got to move it on, though, Brandon, but I don't have a defense of pardoning all of the January 6th rioters.
I appreciate you. Keep going. It was hard to listen to, and I get where he's coming from because we do have to put our foot down in some way what's going on. But I love listening to him and you. They're good people, and I hope he just, if you're listening, and I hope you are, I know you're upset, and I know you have to put your foot down, but you two together are great, and keep going on. By the way, if you listen, Grandma, I love you too.
Oh.
You have a good one.
Appreciate it. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Help your boy with the hat and mustache, TikTok cap, go. I haven't mentioned that in a minute. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. By the way, this is uncensored. I think today has been, and I see the comments, Cardinal says we love Mike. Yeah, Mike is a friend of the program for certain. He's always welcome back here. But look, sometimes you're going to get, I don't know, maybe, you know, like on YouTube, sometimes if it's going to be a video of somebody getting shot or something harsh, they make you click consent. You know, maybe some of these programs, I have to tell folks, you know, the following viewer discretion or listener discretion, or if this is, you know, you got young kids in the room, this is the time to log out. I don't know. Maybe I should have gave one of those type of talks before bringing Duke up. Maybe. But we are for free speech, folks. We're always going to be for free speech. We don't censor guests because of what they got to say. That's just not the kind of show we run. I mean, far left, far right, criminals, you name it. We're going to interview them. We're going to interview him. We're not siding with them. I made it clear his charges make him sound like a damn monster. I made it clear to him he deserved the 15 years he got in there. Because he was boastful. He was boastful about what he did. But people wanted to hear what he had to say. And so did I. And that's what happened. Tap the screen. The American president wife isn't American, nor the vice president. Okay, I don't get that one. No. Tim, a warning would have been better for people triggered by trauma, etc. True, but I guess in the case of this guy, though, who didn't know what he was? Now, my YouTube audience didn't know who he was, but on TikTok, his reputation preceded him. Everybody already knew what he was. I mean, that shit's been floating around. His dirty charges, all of that. What he was convicted of and did, everybody already knew it. It's been floating around for about almost 2 weeks or more. So I wouldn't have needed to warn anybody on TikTok. Everybody already knew what he had went down for, and he certainly didn't have a problem talking about it. Wow, I did not expect that. Please clip that conversation. I fell asleep and missed it. Says Shirt 14. Well, it probably will be clipped, but I'll tell you this, Shirt. All of my lives are on YouTube. The Handsome Liberal YouTube. Just click on live streams. When you see the main graphic, all of my lives have a main graphic on the screen that occupies the screen most of the time until I'm playing articles and things like that. That's the thumbnail for that show. And it's usually two of them because there's two different camera angles. But yeah, you'll be able to find it. It's on there. It's going the whole conversation will be on there. It's on right after. Yes. Shanti says it on. Yeah, the minute the live ends, I think YouTube goes through it or whatever. I mean, occasionally they may ban it for something, but I don't think they're going to ban that one though. I mean, but yeah, very rare. For the most part, it's on there. Within probably 20 minutes or so, that live will be on there in its entirety and you can hear it. Only thing you don't get is the comments flowing up on here. You don't get that. Somebody says you can rewind on YouTube now. Oh, really? Didn't know that. Then maybe so. I don't listen to a lot of my own lives because I'm doing editing and stuff after they end. And help your boy with the TikTok cap, hat, mustache, go tap the screen, get the likes on up. We're trying to deliver here. Might be time to end this. We've been on here for a while, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The show must go on. It's kind of how we run it, and we do believe in free speech. So it is what it is. You laughed and giggled as he spread lies. No, if I was laughing, it was because I was astonished at how awful some of the stuff he said was sounding. Sometimes people have a different emotional reaction to horrible shit than maybe you expect. Nothing he said was funny. Look it in the comments, though. I thought it was a great show, says Alter Ego, and I appreciate your support and your comment there, Alter Ego. So we'll leave it at that. Then talk about something that will be there is no solution to what he was doing. There's nothing. There's always going to be prey and predators. There's no way around that. I mean, there's no way to end that. You can execute as many predators as you want. There will always be a new one. They're always going to exist. I'll tell you this, when we talk about the Epstein stuff, the fact that Trump, and I guess to a lesser degree Biden too, but particularly Trump, has done little to nothing to bring those people to justice. In fact, he's kept their names hidden. When you factor in that the Epstein predators are all super wealthy people and they've been able to maintain their anonymity because of Trump, it's safe to assume that new kids are getting victimized. Because that's one of the beliefs. That's why they put you on a registry for your life, because they believe that if you've done it once, you're capable of doing it again. So by him keeping all of these names secret, it's safe to assume some of them are out there still doing it. If it's really in their mind to keep doing it, which is why they castrate you and do all kinds of stuff to stop you, he's done nothing. They're all free. So yeah, it's safe to assume some of them folks that he is protecting and keeping their names anonymous, they're out there, they're reoffending. Guaranteed that if we ever get to the bottom of the Epstein files, guaranteed, if we get to the bottom of that, you're going to find out at least some of them have reoffended since Trump became president and kept it, or since Biden too. You wouldn't throw Biden in if that makes you happy, but guaranteed some of them folks, since it became known there's an Epstein file out there, that some of them did more stuff because they were not brought to justice. Guaranteed there's more victims happening because you're keeping this anonymous. Looking in the comments, imagine this time Kamala president. What about it? Okay, somebody says, oh really? So if that's true, why didn't Biden release the Epstein files? I don't know, but he should be held accountable for not releasing it as well. No, there was a claim that the files were sealed under Biden. Go figure. But this is what I have to say all the damn time. Anytime Trump is accused of doing something that is wrong, referring to Biden is not a defense for Trump. If you want to say Biden done some things, well, what about Clinton? What about isms is not a defense for Trump. You can't bring up anything that Trump did without somebody, well, what about this? That ain't a defense for him, though. That's just pointing to somebody else. That's just trying to deflect the conversation. That's not saying Trump is innocent of it. That's just saying, well, there's other people that did the same thing. Okay, fine. When Biden was in office, Kash Patel, Bongino, and many other right-wing podcasters were blaming Biden, saying that Tom Hanks and Oprah Winfrey and Will Smith and all of them were on the list. They were demanding justice when Biden was president. Once Trump became president, their demands for justice got real quiet all of a sudden, which makes it look like you weren't really in favor of justice. You just were in favor of getting liberals. The minute it started looking like it might be somebody you care about, you were okay with it not coming to fruition. That's what it looks like. It's the same thing when you hear about liberal judges letting out bad people and you're demanding that they actually hold people accountable and not be so soft on crime. Then the minute the J6ers are caught, suddenly your whole stance changes. Yeah, well, you know, it is the people's house. Yeah, they beat up a few cops. They didn't die. The whole stance changes. So you're not seeking justice. You just want certain people to get caught up in it. Go figure. Dems would have used any damaging evidence against Trump if there was any in the files. Deflecting to the Dems is not excusing why Trump ain't delivering this stuff. His falling out with Marjorie Taylor Greene is astonishing. Why would Marjorie Taylor Greene say that he told her, my friends will get hurt? So say what you want about the Democrats. There are people who are undoubtedly MAGA that are coming out and saying Trump is blocking the release of the files. Bobart is another one. Bobart, the congresswoman from Colorado, those are not liberals. Why are they saying that? Why are they saying that Trump is hiding the files? Marjorie Taylor Greene was down with the program. She wasn't a traitor. She was down with MAGA all the way. Why would she say that? So I don't, go figure on it. I don't know what to say. Somebody said they rhinos. Yeah. The minute you go against Trump, you become a rhino. Rhino means you're Republican in name only, not you don't like Trump. Right? Marjorie Taylor Greene, all the money she raised, there is probably a heap of Republican politicians that got their job because Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the biggest fundraisers for the Republican Party, and she was sharing that money to help other Republicans get elected. All you got to do is go against Trump and you're a rhino, huh? Voted with Trump like 95, 96% of the time, and she's a rhino. Let me tell you folks what a Republican in name only really is. It's Trump. If you think about what Trump stands for, he's not a Republican. He is the rhino. Trump, I use Trump and Bernie Sanders all the time in regards to their comparison. Bernie Sanders was a socialist. He was not a Democrat. Trump is a populist. He's not a Republican. Both of them gentlemen, when they ran for president, Trump and Bernie Sanders, because you need a lot of money to run, they ran under the umbrella of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party because they needed access to the coffers of those conventions. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. He's not a Democrat, but he ran as a Democrat because he needed access to all that money. Trump is a populist. He's not a Republican, but he ran as a Republican to get access to all that money. Here's the proof. The leaders of those parties did not like either one of those guys. Bernie Sanders had a lot of pushback from the Clintons, a lot of pushback from, what is her name, Nancy Pelosi. The leaders of the Democrat Party did not want Bernie Sanders, so they knew he was not one of them. And they knew if they let him in, he would fundamentally change what the party stood for. And they were able to stop Bernie Sanders from rising to the top of that party. Trump, same thing. The leaders of the Republican Party did not like Trump. Bush, Romney's, McCain's, Reagan families, because of the same reason that Democrats didn't like Bernie Sanders. He's not one of us, and if you let him in, he's going to fundamentally change what our party stands for. The only difference is the Democrats are able to stop Bernie Sanders. The right was not able to stop Trump. And now that Trump is in, he's done exactly that. That party does not stand for what it used to stand for. It's not a small government. It's not fiscally responsible. It's not the core tenets of conservatism went out the window with Trump. Even the Christianity aspect, most of that stuff has went out the window with him. He's not what you guys used to stand for. Your party's totally different now. That's why the Democrats stopped Bernie Sanders, because he was going to do that. So you want to say what is a rhino? Trump is your rhino. He is your rhino. He's come in, he's changed your party, and now he's got you convinced what traditional Republicans are is not right anymore. He's got you convinced people like the late John McCain was a rhino, or Marjorie Taylor Greene, all these folks. Mike Pence is about as conservative as you can be. He's a rhino. But Trump is supposed to be the idea. He's not a conservative. He's a populist. Anyway, you guys have been fundamentally changed in regards to what you stand for. How will that affect your party going forward? History will tell. I don't know. Maybe it'll be beneficial, maybe not. But the Republican Party is not for what it once stood. It's been completely changed because you've gotten behind Trump and been convinced that everybody you used to like is a bad guy now. All of the leaders of the Republican Party I just named, people that you voted to lead your party going forward. You voted for Mitt Romney to be at the top of the ticket. You voted for John McCain to be at the top of the ticket. You voted for the Bushes to be at the top of the ticket. You voted for the Bushes to be president. Well, you were voting for all of them to be president. And Trump has now convinced you that all of them folks are bad guys now. Whoa! Terry Armstrong. I was not expecting that. Future encounter. Wow. Thank you. Absolutely. It was a dry day until you just did that. Thank you very much, Terry Armstrong, for that show of support. So it is what it is. Like I said, we'll see what happens going forward. What the Republican Party or what it will be going forward. But it's a different party now that Trump is the leader of it. So name something that Donald Trump has done that aligns with Christianity or admits you are an uninformed, low IQ, mouth-breathing pig. Damn. Well, it is hard to look. I suppose he's putting in other people that are really pro-Christian, but him himself, no, Trump is not a very pro-Christian person. I mean, he's on video saying, I don't ask God for forgiveness. He's obviously said, I'm not getting into heaven. Couldn't even cite a Bible verse. I mean, he's not very Christian. He's not. So I'll leave it at that. Mike Johnson uses Christianity as a beard for his Grindr account. Oh my God. What policy do you Democrats have? All the ones you don't like, Melissa. Minimum wage increase, you don't like that. You're not pro-choice. Those are all policies. Common sense gun laws, things you don't like. They got tons of policies. You just don't like them. So go figure. A lot of the social programs, the Democrats believe in universal health care. All of the programs you don't like. So when you say Democrats have no policies, they have plenty of them. What do you think you've been complaining about for the last 5 or 6 years? You've been complaining about all the policies they have that you don't like. Our policy was standing by NATO. Our policy was the Iran deal, the JCPOA or whatever they call it. Our policy was standing by Ukraine. Those are all policies. You just don't like them. GOP is not conservative anymore. Yeah, I don't believe they are. I mean, when Trump says he wants to nationalize the election and put Republicans in control, there is nothing small government about that. Alter ego. Thank you. Yeah, there's nothing small. Trump is hardcore pro-big government. Pro-big government. The right, you used to have folks like, not Greg Gutfeld on Fox, Eric Bolling. I think he's on Newsmax now. Used to be on Fox on the 5. Carry a copy of the Constitution in his pocket. The right was really pro-Constitution. They're not anymore under Trump. They're okay with all sorts of things that go against the Constitution under Trump. I mean, we're talking about naming memorials and money after a living president. The guy ain't even dead yet. They're totally okay with that. Trump is using big government to do things that does not benefit the people whatsoever. Now we're about to have a UFC fight on the White House lawn. I don't know how much that costs, but do you want to spend your tax money to pay for that while we're dealing with this economy? All of those things is getting done. Water fountains and shit like that are being painted, and I mean, he's enriching himself and making his life lavish and doing little to nothing for the American people. And the right is like, yeah, it's cool. This is cool. I mean, he's even on TV saying I'm not really concerned with the economy and I'm not concerned with the midterms. And this is cool. He's doing a good job. So I don't get it. I guess it's just Trump derangement syndrome if you don't see good in everything he does. Let's see, during 9/11, NATO issued Article 4 and aided us in our attack on Afghanistan. I don't get that either, the America alone thing. Being a nationalist and only focusing on America first, while I don't favor it, it would make more sense if we weren't going to go around the world attacking everybody. But if you're going to say fuck the world and then start also attacking I read an article the other day that said Trump has threatened to attack or has attacked 1 out of every 13 countries on earth. Now that sounds very high, and I have a hard time believing it, but there are a lot of countries he has fucked with so far in only a year and a half of presidency. Just think about all the countries we've either hit or threatened since he's been president. Syria, Nigeria, Palestine, Yemen, obviously Iran is in there. I think we may have struck Iraq once, I don't know. Venezuela, we're threatening Cuba. I mentioned Greenland. I mean, I can think of 9 or 10 of them off the top of my head. It's just amazing. Colombia is another one he threatened. I know Colombia's in there. It's just amazing how many. We're talking a year and a half. That's it. We're not talking about over his span of 8 years. Cuba, yeah, he's threatening Cuba. It's amazing how this is America first. I don't see it. So Doomsday Minute is MAGA not considered about Trump's safety anymore. There will be so many people there. I don't understand what you're saying there about that. That part I do not understand. Anyway, I'll wrap it up. I appreciate you folks with the 150 30,000 nearly. Trump is a real nut job. He's ruining our relationships with the world. And MAGA likes that though. MAGA thinks he's doing a good job. Well, before I drop, I gotta talk to Doomsday. I gotta talk to Doomsday. Doomsday, good evening.
Hey, good evening, man.
Why is your man threatening to attack so many people?
You know, I have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to that many. I don't see it being that many. We do have former allies. Cuba, I mean, who hasn't had disagreements with Cuba? The reflection pool. Your idea with how many presidents do you think have tried to fix the reflected pools?
I don't know, but I don't think it has to be done now.
I can tell you if you'd like to know.
Sure.
He's the one that's doing it. So both Barack Obama and Joe Biden have spent millions of dollars trying to fix those pools and make them not.
Is that really a big deal in the eyes of most Americans?
What I'm saying to you is, listen, maybe not to you. I have walked alongside those reflected pools, and twice I've been there, they've stunk. And I don't want that for my, capital, but maybe that's not important to you.
In a ballroom too, huh?
Maybe it's important. Well, I do think that the president needs a safe space to bring in heads of state. Maybe that's not important to you.
In the tribunal arch? In the tribunal arch too, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with the arch, be honest with you. But, I mean, listen, if I'm not paying for it with tax dollars, I don't see a problem with it.
You are paying for it with tax dollars.
You say that. I haven't gotten a bill for it.
And his name on the Kennedy Center too?
Not anymore. You guys have.
But how did you feel about him doing it? Okay, even if his name, hold on, even if his name comes off, you've already paid money for him to change all kinds of shit to put his name on there.
Hey, guess what? The Kennedy Center is an absolute shithole. If you've never been inside the Kennedy Center, he was willing to fix it. All you had to do was put his name on it, and he was going to fix it for you.
So why does his name got to be on it to fix it?
You ask him. Why don't ask me? Why are you asking me? But if the man is willing to, he's got something about having his name on shit. Okay, I know two other people that are exactly the same way as this president.
Who? Oh, you mean
friends of mine?
Okay.
Yeah, I have friends of mine that if there's not something in it for them, they don't want anything to do with it.
His name on a passport and currency and our national park papers. You okay with all that?
Loves to see his name, and I think a lot of it has to do with pissing you off. Not you specifically, but I think it has a lot to do with pissing off his political enemies. If he gets you worried about that, then you are not worried about other things.
Yeah, like little girls being abused. You're right, like little girls being abused. He's causing us to talk about other stuff as opposed to little kids being abused.
What are you talking about? He's found like 300,000 kids y'all lost.
We're talking about Epstein stuff.
You have any evidence that he did anything to little girls?
No, but he's making sure we don't find out.
Well, no, he's not. He's the one that released the documents. Motherfucker, why do you say stuff like that?
You're telling me.
He's the only one that released those documents to you so you could find out.
So there is nothing that hasn't been released is what you're saying.
Every single document has been released.
That ain't true.
It is true. Wait. Because listen, do you know who has the documents to redact it? They've got to redact information from you. Do you know why?
No, explain.
Because your side of the aisle forced them to do redactions on the information. As far as President Trump was concerned, you could have had everything and all of it unredacted. But no, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all your side demanded redactions. Save the victims. That's why. That's why you don't have those documents.
Let me ask the viewers by way of yes or no in the comments, and I got plenty of MAGA here, and I'm doing a poll on it too. The question is yes or no. Has Trump released all the Epstein files? Type in the comments yes or no. Do you agree with my caller?
There's a law. You cannot listen. There is a law stating that he's released the documents. He passed a freaking It's an executive order or a law.
Is there anybody, let me ask you, is there anybody in DC at all that's saying all of the files have been released other than you?
Again, just because you don't have them in your hand doesn't mean
I get that.
Released to you.
I get that, but that's not stopping Marco Rubio or Vance and saying all the files. Has any of them said what you're saying and all the files have been released?
That's constantly the argument.
I have not.
They are trying to get the documents to you. If you have a problem, go talk to Nancy Pelosi. Go talk to Hakeem Jeffries. If you want those documents faster, that's who you need to talk to. Because we are spending millions of taxpayer dollars.
So you're telling me, you're saying Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem. So you're telling me the minority Democrats can release it, but the people that are in power, like Mike Johnson, they can't release it?
No, listen, again, why do you have...
You're confusing me, that's why. You're confusing me, that's why.
Okay, well, let's not be confused, okay? Let's not be confused. If I say to you, I've got a bunch of documents in my safe, go in there and knock yourself out, and they come in and tell you, hey, you can't have those documents. There's information on that document that's going to victimize people. You can't release those to people. You can't just hand them out to people until that information is redacted. That doesn't mean not releasing it. I told you could have it.
Here's what I don't get.
No, wait. You asked me to explain this to you. Let me finish my explanation. That is not me not releasing the documents to you. That is your side of the aisle saying we do not want you releasing victim information. You can't have them until you redact them.
Here's what I don't get. So why is Marjorie Taylor Greene saying he told her to stop talking about Epstein and he didn't want to release the files? Lorraine Bobart is saying
he's tired of hearing about it.
I'm tired. Why are they asking? So they.
I am sick and fucking tired of you guys talking about bullshit.
So it really is a Democrat hoax, like Trump said.
100%. Until you come up with some evidence with me on someone doing something, it is still a hoax. There is a hoax that there's life on other planet. Until you show me an alien, motherfucker, there is not life on any other planet.
So all of these people that claim they were victimized by Trump and all of them are just lying then.
No.
Why are they saying it then?
Well, I'm not saying that they're lying. The FBI is saying they're lying.
No, the FBI is not saying they're lying.
Yes, they are. The FBI has totally discredited like 6 or 8 different people claiming to have been abused by the president. They said they're not credible. And by the way, Tim, if you have some photographic evidence, some video evidence, if you have some type of don't even have to have proof. Come to me with some type of evidence.
So was anybody abused at all? What is this? Hold on. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail? If nobody got abused, nothing happened, why is she locked up?
Well, no. There were people definitely abused.
Who?
The question is,
who?
The question is not that. The question is, who abused them, and did they pay the price?
That's what I'm asking.
To me,
why is she locked up?
Looks like to me the only 2 people that abused anybody was Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Those are the only 2 people that faced any kind of repercussions. Don't you think?
No. Yeah, they don't want to face repercussions because.
Who else then? Who else?
I think Trump is one of those people.
Oh, yeah? Give me some evidence. Give me some evidence.
I can't because he got control of it.
Show me something. If you think that, what makes you think that? Show me some evidence. Help me out here.
I think
you got
that
all these questions.
I think that if Trump snapped his fingers, we could get every victim. No, he did not.
That's not true. Obviously, it's not true.
No, he didn't.
Why do you think we don't have this evidence? What do you think is stopping you from getting those documents? Go ahead.
Him.
How? How's he stopping you?
He's telling the DOJ to make excuses to not release it.
Why?
Because he's in it. Because he's in it. Because he's in it.
No. It's because he was told to redact the victim's information.
This is what he released. What the hell can we
Yes.
do with this? What can we do
Yeah,
with this?
thank you, Nancy Pelosi. Thank you, Nancy Pelosi.
So why can't he? Now that he's in power, why can't he undo Nancy Pelosi's work?
Tim, do you have any documentation that the president?
I'm asking the question. No, answer that question. Now that he's in power, you want to blame Nancy Pelosi. Now that he's in power, he can remove Nancy Pelosi's work. Why ain't he doing that?
No, he can't.
You telling
No,
me?
he can't.
You're telling me that? Wait, hold on. Now wait a minute. Nancy Pelosi. Hold on. Let me speak. Nancy Pelosi has had the job that Mike Johnson now has. If Nancy Pelosi can redact, Mike Johnson can unredact. You're telling me Trump couldn't get him to do that?
No, but he could. That's
Why won't he?
exactly what the left wants. They want the president to release those unredacted files. That's exactly
why
what they
won't
want.
he?
And here's what you'll say. You have re-victimized all of these poor women who were victimized by. That's exactly what you'll say.
The women have come forward.
Game.
Well, two things. First of all, the women have come forward. Second of all, they've already leaked a lot of shit that victimized the women. They've kept they've kept the abuse.
That was your side.
No, it's
Again,
that happened under your side. Those women.
No. Every single leaked redaction has come from the left. The right, we are unconcerned.
Okay.
We do not think the president did anything nefarious at all to any women at any time.
The minute he became president, you became unconcerned. If Kamala Harris had won, you guys would be still trying to get to the bottom of this.
No. I meant unconcerned about the president. He did what he was asked to do. He released the documents. I told you this months ago. The only way you will believe that the president did not do anything and that you have received all of the documents. Number one, you will never believe that Trump didn't do anything. That's a foregone conclusion.
His actions are terrible.
Did something to kids, you will go to your grave thinking he did something to kids. Without any proof, that's what you'll think. So it doesn't matter what he releases or doesn't release. You will think that Elon Musk shot the Epstein files into space in the back of that Tesla. Those are the documents that you need, the ones that are floating around in fucking space. You will never, until Trump is in prison, you will never, ever believe that he didn't do anything to kids.
He certainly ain't acting like an innocent person, straight.
The hell he isn't. He's acting exactly like an innocent person.
Why did he fall out with Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Because she asked for a job she couldn't have, and when she was denied that job, the president became persona non grata with her.
So it didn't have nothing to do with Epstein at all.
What's that?
He didn't fall out with her over Epstein at all.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't. Now, look, I don't speak for Marjorie Taylor Greene, but I can read between the lines. I happen to know that she was asking for a job. I don't know exactly what that job was, but she is extremely upset with him. Same thing with George Conway. George Conway really loved the president, worked very hard to get the president elected, was denied a position, and there isn't a bigger enemy of the president than George Conway.
Real quick, in regards to my poll on YouTube, has Trump released all the Epstein files? We had almost 30 votes. So far, 15% of you says yes, he has released all the Epstein files. 85% says no. I don't think that's going to get much more lopsided.
Listen, I could have told you what the results were going to be. Your audience is made up of a bunch of very partisan people. They're just like you. We've talked about that.
You're not partisan?
Yes, I'm very partisan.
Oh, so they're just like us, not me.
No. They're like you in that they're partisan in your way. They're partisan. Okay. I am very partisan. That's why I feel comfortable in calling you partisan. No, the partisan part is not the problem. Unless I see evidence that the president did something, I am not about convicting an innocent.
What kind of evidence do you need to see?
Tim, you do your worst. Give me your best. Give me your best evidence that the president did something to a child. Go ahead. I have begged you to give me that information. So far, you have produced nothing. And it doesn't bother you that you don't have any evidence, but you still think that he's guilty of something.
Well, I mean, to me, victims describing his dick says a lot.
Do what?
Victims describing his dick.
How do you know that they're right about their description, Tim? Have you seen the president's dick a lot? Tell us what it tasted like. It's ridiculous.
You think all these girls just made this stuff up?
I bet that if I gave it some thought, I could describe 99% of the penises on the planet. They all look pretty much the same.
So let me ask you. So you honestly believe all these people who are claiming that he victim, you think they're just making it up?
I think some of them are being victimized by the people. Look, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Anita Hill was that was a direct political attack against Clarence Thomas. The same thing with Blasey Ford. They were attacking Brett Kavanaugh. She was not abused by Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah, but this is not one person.
Brett Kavanaugh assaulting her. The same thing with E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll didn't get anywhere near the president of the United States. That never, ever happened.
Here's the difference, Straight Talk. First of all, the people on Trump were children at the time. You think and one of them was interviewed by the FBI like 4 times as a minor. You think a minor just made up a detailed story on Trump?
Happens all the time. My best
all of these people?
Listen, my best friend is a attorney, family law attorney. Dude, every single week he is working on a case where the wife said the husband did something to the children, anything to win. They will say anything.
Based on what you're saying, based on what you're saying, no witness testimony is going to matter. When you say show me the evidence, what could I possibly show you?
Yeah, if you have images, if you have corroborating witnesses, people that were not abused, that watched the president abuse somebody, if you had, let me see, what else? If you could put the president in the same place at the same time, none of that is true.
I believe a lot of that is certainly with E. Jean Carroll. They can put him in.
Police report. Show me a police report from then. Show every single time the FBI has said, listen, we've heard this story before. Palm Beach Sheriff's Department said, listen, President Trump was calling and telling us about this guy for years. I honestly hope you are never accused of something like this in your life. It can destroy you.
Yeah, I agree with that, but the idea that multiple people are accusing me of the same thing, that ain't gonna happen, Straight Talk.
Listen, people get swatted. You know that there are people that will go and swat other people, call the police, and bring SWAT to their homes. I mean, putting them in a lot of danger, dude. They don't think twice about it.
Well, to me, Trump looks more like the guy who somebody accused him of multiple bank robberies, and you got lots of video of him bragging about how easy it is to rob banks and what it's like to rob one. I mean, he's also made a lot of statements that lean in the direction of somebody who's doing this stuff. He said a lot of stuff.
Give me an example of this.
If she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her while his daughter was a minor.
What does that mean? I mean,
what is it?
What do you think the president is saying when he says that?
Any man that looks at a woman and says he would be dating her views that person as fucking.
2 weeks ago, I was telling someone, I cannot understand why my youngest daughter, I'll show you a picture of this kid. She's absolutely gorgeous. Have no idea why no one is asking her, no one asked her out.
Would you date her if she wasn't your daughter?
If she wasn't, no, I'm 58 years old.
Exactly. That's how old he was over Lindsay Lohan when he made the same statement. That's exactly what we're talking about.
But listen, you can say that was distasteful if you want. Was she of age?
She was 17, straight talk.
Okay, yeah, okay, great. I mean, it wasn't his kid.
Notice how when I asked you about your own daughter, seen that passion come out of you, but then when I went to Trump, how it neutralized all of a sudden.
No. Listen, I would be horrified if he was talking about if he was talking about someone. You said 17, okay, 17.
I asked you.
Sure what the quote. You gotta tell me what the quote was.
I asked you.
I want to fuck this kid. Is that what he said?
You said she would be great in bed.
Who did?
Trump.
All right.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is what, and I could play it for you if you want to hear it. But here's what I'm saying. When I asked you, talked about how nice your daughter looks, and you wonder why people aren't dating her. And then I asked you, would you date her if she wasn't your child? You got aggressive. I'm 50-something fucking years. In other words, why the hell would you ask me something like that? But then when I pinned the same scenario to Trump, it just all oozed out of you. You sort of became gentle and calm again.
Well, I can assure you that I am not talking about anybody. And by the way, you're talking about me versus him.
I don't have an answer for
hold on. You're asking me, would I say something? The answer is no. But I'm not going to sit here and throw. Look, I know a ton of people.
What if he said about your? What if he said that about your daughter? What if he said that about your daughter? If she, your daughter's 12 and he goes, in 10 years I'll be dating her, and that was your daughter, how would you feel?
Yeah, he would have needed dental work.
He's done that.
He needed dental work.
He's actually done that to a child that young, on video, by the way.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think he did. Show me the video. Let me see. Who was he talking to when he said this? I think you made this up in your fucking head is what I think.
It's common video, straight talk. I'll bring it up for you so you can come up with it.
I would love to see
I'll let you spin and deny it, but it's common video that he said it. So hold on a second. I'm dying to hear what you have to say.
Because you know me to be so unfair.
No, I know you to be.
I know you to be. When he said it.
No, I know you to be so defensive of Trump. I won't say unfair. But you are very defensive of Trump.
Yeah, that is true. I am guilty of that. So
Yeah.
go ahead, show me your worst.
Okay.
Show me what the bad man said to you.
Here's what the bad man said.
Okay, you start and I'm ready.
In the wake of questions and allegations about Donald Trump's behavior towards women, ET discovered this footage in our archive, which we provided to CBS News.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
That's the video. In 10 years, you can hear her voice. She's obviously very
when
young.
When she's of age, right? When she's of age, I'm going to be dated.
So why is he looking at a young kid and saying that right now?
He isn't. He's looking at her 10 years from now. Why is that offensive?
Why would he say that about any? What does he say? What's making him say that about that one girl?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is it okay for Leonardo DiCaprio to break up with women at 25 years old? They've reached their usefulness to him. No one says shit. It's fine. But the president, because he's the president, no one said dick to Donald Trump. But to President Trump, he's got to be a different person. Y'all fuck off.
So do you think it's okay for him to say this to a kid that's way underage like that?
No, he did not say, again, this is what I'm talking about.
He didn't say that to her?
He's not telling a 10-year-old child that. He is telling an adult in 10 years when she's 20, I will be dating her.
So he's looking at a 10-year-old and he can determine that.
In 10 years.
But he's looking at her while she's.
10-year-old.
But he's
in
coming.
10 years.
But he's coming to
he
that.
Didn't say, bring me that 10-year-old so I can date her. He said, bring me that 10-year-old when she's 20 and I'm going to be dating her.
And that's okay.
Perfectly fine with me. That I'm down with. That is, yes.
Wow.
No problem. Wow. And if he said that about my own kid, I'm fine with that. Don't touch my baby until she's of age. Do that and you are done.
Okay.
You guys just want to hate the president. That's what I thought for sure you were going to pull that grab him by the pussy. I was, How many people have said the exact same thing as the president?
None that I've ever
By
heard.
saying that women have a tendency, not all women, but there are women that are out there that are groupies. They have a name for it. It's called groupies. They will go.
Have you?
with
Let me
me,
ask
with
you.
me.
Have you ever looked at it? Because Trump is what, 80 this year, so 1990.
80 some years old.
So
I know, man.
1992 is what, 30?
Yeah.
I mean, so how old would he have been in 1992?
What? He would have been in his
40s,
just about
50s?
60.
Yeah. No, he was younger than that because he's only 80 this year, so 26
So
years.
he's in his 50s and he's wanting to date someone that was in her 20s.
He's looking at her while she's 10 and coming to that. So in other words, he's 50 damn near, looking at a 10-year-old and saying, when I'm 60 and she's 20, I don't be This don't sound bad at all.
20-year-old. You don't want to date a 20-year-old, Tim?
At 60?
I mean, how old? You're in your 60s now?
No. What the fuck? No, I'm not in my 60s. I look that bad to
Well, I'm 50. I'm 58. I am 58. Okay, and I love my wife very, very much.
You sure?
I don't want to date anyone other
Does
than my
does
wife.
your wife know you think like what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely.
I sure like to talk to
My
her.
wife has been married to me for 22 years. You don't think she knows me? She knows me very well, Tim. You've spoken to my wife.
I didn't ask her I didn't ask her if she would be okay with you talking about a 10-year-old is attractive enough to think about hitting on her in 10 years. It's a 10-year-old.
You got some PDO tendencies right there. That's where your brain goes. I have to admit that is he was not talking about a 10-year-old kid. He was talking about a 20-year-old kid.
Okay.
He's talking about a 20-year-old woman, and you got a problem with that.
She's only 10 now. You don't even know what she's going to turn out.
And you make it. And you are imagining. You are fantasizing about him doing something to her at 10. That's where your brain is working. You're not doing the math. You're not adding the 10 years, and there's a reason for that. And you got to get it checked out. You got to figure out why you're not adding that 10 years to that. Why that math is difficult for you.
I think what you're saying is crazy. I want you to hear this one. This is another one. I mean, with Trump, we got a load of these, but listen to this one. Now he's talking about he's sexualizing a 1-year-old. Maybe that helps a little bit more.
Sexualizing a 1-year-old?
The 1-year-old.
What does Tiffany have of yours, and what does Tiffany have of Miles?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's a really beautiful baby, and she's got Marla's legs. We don't know whether or not she's got this part yet, but time will tell.
Yep.
The kid is 1. He's talking about he don't know if the titties are going to be there yet. That's a 1-year-old.
Wait, what? Play that again. You heard what?
Listen to it again. Notice he puts his hands up and he says this part of her.
What does Tiffany have of yours, and what does Tiffany have of Miles?
Well, I think that she's got a lot of moral, and she's a really beautiful
What
baby.
does Tiffany have of Miles?
Yeah.
So he's comparing his current wife, the Marla Maples, who is very large-chested. He's comparing the mother of the child and whether or not Tiffany is going to be like her mom, and that's an issue. You got a problem.
I could not imagine talking about my 1-year-old daughter on national TV, wondering if she's going to have her mom.
Asked the question, what is the same between your 1-year? How do you see?
He's already contemplating whether his 1-year-old will have big titties or not. Jesus Christ.
He was asked. Listen, dude, I don't know what to tell.
Hold on. Out of all the, hold on, straight to hold on. Out of all the things, hold on, hang on. Out of all the things you could have in common with your mom, her eyes or her hair, you go straight to the titties? Really? On a 1-year-old?
Listen, I do not, but I definitely understand.
Oh my
I
God.
know who I voted for. Okay, I know exactly who that guy is. And you guys seem surprised and shocked and shit. That is what's hilarious to me. You guys have known Donald Trump for 40 years. He has been a public figure for 40 years. None of this mattered until you had to call him Mr. President.
Right. I'm just going to tell you this. when you look at all the quotes he has out there, and then people start coming forward and accusing him of doing things that are similar to his quotes, it's hard to just dismiss it as all fabricated. You've been bragging about doing the shit they're accusing you of for years.
Now, listen, here's what I want to do. I want to take everything you've ever said in the last 40 years, and I want to clip it out, and let's compare you to the president.
Okay.
Let's take you out of context. Let's take you when you didn't even, you misspoke, or when you said things and later went, God damn, I can't believe I said that. I want to do the same thing to you. The only difference is his were recorded, and you guys been digging.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
very good clips.
I'll tell you something. First of all, Trump is not the only person that's recorded. I mean, there's a lot of people that are on TV all the damn time. Hold on. There's a lot of people on TV all the damn time. And you notice all these crazy ass quotes ain't coming up from them. There's a lot of people that get recorded all the time. There's tons of footage. They're old. I mean, Betty White was on TV a lot. Did you hear any of this shit coming out of Betty White? I mean, there's a whole bunch of
Betty White. Yes, sir. Are you fucking kidding me?
She was abusing kids?
No.
Did she make jokes about it?
Listen, Tim, this is my point. This is why I have a problem with this. Because you guys do not agree with him politically. That's why it's bad. That's all. You want to turn it into something that it's not, so you score political points. Betty White said some of the same most outrageous shit. You picked the wrong star to be doing that to. She's known for that. Was known for that.
I ain't heard nothing like this.
Oh, I'm sure you have. I am 100% sure you have. She is hilarious. Everyone thought it was funny because it came out of an 80-year-old woman's mouth.
So she actually has video footage out there of her sexualizing young kids?
Not just kids.
But what about kids though? Does she have stuff out there saying stuff like this about underage kids?
No, I don't.
Then she don't have it.
I don't think he does either. I don't think
he do.
No, he doesn't. Listen, dude. When you are talking about 10 years from now, that is not talking about a young kid anymore. You are now talking about an adult.
So when he was talking about how great Lindsay Lohan at 17 would be in bed, that's okay too?
I didn't hear that quote.
You ain't heard none of this shit because you're so used to defending
No, I'm asking you. You have been so good about playing me the actual quote. And I'm beginning to get more understanding of how your brain works. Because it's only weird in a sick person's mind.
Okay, let's do it again then. As the old Dusty used to say, let's do it again.
Roll it back.
I think there's.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan now?
I think she's hot.
There's something there, right?
Yes.
But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close up of her chest.
That was not the president's voice.
It's not over with. It's not over with. That's him and Howard Stern are doing it, but it's not over with. You stopped it before it's over with.
I know that. Well, hold on a second. That was not the president that said that. That was someone he was talking to. Who was that person?
Howard Stern.
Okay. Roll the tape again. I haven't heard you say shit about Howard Stern.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan now?
I think she's hot.
Okay, do you want to hear it or do you want to talk over it?
Well, what I'm
hold on. It's a 50. Hold on.
To say it
if
you're not the fucking president.
It's a 50-second clip. I'll give you a ton of time to rebut, but damn it, let the fucking clip play.
Go back. I want to hear it from the beginning.
He's the one that talks about what do you think about Lindsay Lohan, and then we'll go from there.
What do you think of Lindsay Lohan now?
I think she's hot.
There's something there, right?
Yes.
But you have to like freckles. I've seen a close up of her chest.
Yes.
And a lot of freckles. Are you into freckles?
There's more.
Oh, I'm sure.
Why the hell is it? There's more to. I've heard.
If the father's a wreck, like the way he is,
right?
You imagine the sex with this troubled.
Yeah, you're probably right. She's probably deeply troubled and therefore great in bed.
Back in the day.
How come the deeply troubled women?
Yes.
Deeply troubled.
Right.
They're always the best in bed. If for some reason what I said is true, I mean they're just unbelievable.
I can tell from the.
You don't want to be with them for the long term. But for the short term, there's nothing like it.
Okay, before you start talking, let me just say this. Howard Stern being the interview, he is goading Trump into this shit, and Trump is taking all the bait. I mean, he's leading Trump to say shit that Trump shouldn't be saying, and Trump has no problem saying it. But Howard Stern is goading him into it. What?
I have
She's
said that
17.
a million times.
She's 17.
I have said that 1 million times. Women that are very troubled in the brain, everybody knows you can fuck crazy, you just don't marry it. Everyone knows that.
She's 17.
Guess what? Guess what? Are you sure she was 17?
Yeah, I looked at this.
Was Donald Trump aware that Lindsay Lohan was 17 when he said that?
This happened in 2004.
You're sure that
I'm trying to respond to you.
17-year-old Lindsay Lohan.
I'm trying to respond to you.
Hold on. You said I would have a chance to respond.
You asked me a question.
I heard Howard Stern talking about a 17-year-old.
Are you ready for the answer? Or you want to continue talking?
Go ahead.
Okay, I made it clear Howard Stern is goading him into this shit and saying things he shouldn't say. But this was done in 2004, and it was no deny. I mean, you can look at Lindsay Lohan in 2004. When she had the Herbie the Bug movie, you could tell she was young. I mean, and how old was Trump in 2004? Doesn't matter. You know he was way older than her 22 years ago. Way old. I mean, he was almost 60 at the time. So, yeah, so he knew he was talking about somebody who was super duper young compared to him.
Who knew that?
Trump.
What are you doing? Hold on a second, Tim.
Is that the feds?
No, someone swatted me. My wife came down. I'm yelling at you too much. My wife came down, tried to close my door, and it's hot in this office. And she's trying to close, so I'm quiet.
Well, we'll go ahead and wrap it up. We've said enough.
No. I want to answer this question.
Sure,
Number
give me the
one,
answer.
You gave me a clip of Howard Stern doing what Howard Stern does. Howard Stern asked Donald Trump a question. He did not say, hey, Lindsay Lohan is 17. Would you like to fuck her? He didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that.
He said, what do you think of Lindsay Lohan? And the president, out of concern for Lindsay Lohan...
Can I say something? This is a pedophile shit right here. Pedophile shit.
Well, then shut up. Then don't say anything. Go back to your lot. Go back to the truck stop.
You are nasty, motherfucker. You're
telling me I'm nasty? What about all those people at the truck stop that are not getting service because you decided to come up and waste my time?
This is the shit that I would do. You know what? I want to bend his ass over and make him a whole bitch.
There you go.
Because he's a pedophile. He's a shit ass. He knows what Trump is.
How much would it cost?
Clips after clips.
How much would that cost?
You're the one that allows. Look at this. This is crap. This is your shit that you trashed. This is, you had one man
help
up
yourself,
in
could you?
who got 12
She sent the galaxy.
years.
Oh, I know.
I sure did. Sit there and what, you gonna whoop my ass? Because I guarantee you wouldn't.
I guarantee you I wouldn't. I guarantee you I wouldn't touch you with Tim's hands.
This is the garbage that you get. This is
I guarantee you that.
Let me tell you something.
No, you don't tell me anything,
today,
okay?
I will
Put your
wash
dentures back
ugly,
in.
No good for nothing else.
Put your dentures back in. Get back to the truck stop. Make me that money.
With your 2 centimeter dick.
Real quick.
God. You justify everything. You better shut your ugly ass up. You no good for nothing, rapist. And I know
that's why you wanted to come talk to me. I think you sweet on me.
Hell no.
I think you really like me. You missed me, didn't you? You missed me, didn't you?
No.
Okay. I got my own lives. You can come see me.
I would never be around you.
Oh, I bet. That's why you can't. You spend money to come talk to me. Whisper them sweet
nothings. Not
nothings.
for you, man. I didn't spend a dime for you.
Yes, you did. Those galaxies aren't free, are they, boo?
Who is your beloved maggot? This is what you believe in, Tim.
And galaxies aren't free. You're spending all that money to talk to your dad.
This is what the maggots are, Tim. All of them come up here and they justify what he has done, what Trump has done. Duke was bragging about what he's
done. I have shown you over and over again. It's all in your mind. Your dirty, disgusting, slimy mind. That's what I've shown you.
No good
I hold up a mirror and let you see yourself in it. And you don't like what it looks like.
You're a sport. Mayonnaise.
Stop looking
All right, folks.
Honey, I look good. Let me tell you something.
Ass back out there
good.
on that.
I look
Truck
good.
stop.
Nothing on my body is.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Well, who? My daddy don't need shit from your ugly ass. My daddy went out.
I'm
and
your
worked.
daddy.
Unlike your ugly ass. Unlike your ugly no.
Very successful conversation there, Granny.
Because your ass is nasty. You're nasty. Do you even look at yourself in your mirror and say, damn, you're nasty? I mean, you are justifying pedo shit. You out there making excuses, spin yourself.
I'm not the
into
one
a
sitting at
dreadful-
home listening to the president and making up bullshit just
What he
so
said
I
out
can
of his
hate the man.
mouth. Oh,
That's
I
not what
was
I'm doing.
hurt 10 fucking years coming from a 10-year-old, and then
I don't
talking
have to-
about people his 1-year-old boobs. You're nasty, dog. Ugh. You're just nasty.
All right, folks.
Stop talking to her like that. Hey, AG.
On God.
This is
what
you.
you're
This is who
saying,
you vote with. AG.
I saw, yep, I saw
You go into that voting booth, and this is the woman that you vote with.
I'd rather vote for. I know. I know pedo. I know pedo. I don't
got
fuck
you.
little boys like you. I don't fuck little girls like you.
2 minutes.
Stop spending that snap money on Galaxy.
Well, unfortunately, I like white men, and that's a good thing for me.
There you go.
I like my chocolate, bitch, and wood. You'll never see me with an underage kid.
Yeah,
You'll never
closeted.
see
Let me
me
tell you
with a
something. You will
pedophile.
never hear someone like that in my life, ever. You have my promise. Ever will you see this woman in my
No,
life.
because you are that person. I learned it by watching you, Dad. You are her in your lives. You are that person.
No,
Yes.
I had a 2.5-hour live today. Perfect conversations with people. I don't allow rudeness and disgusting people like that in my life. Now, Tim, you got a different business model. I get it. I get it.
All right.
This is part of your income. I got no problem with it at all.
I got people right now in my DM.
Yeah, closeted. I don't kick people that argue with me. I kick people who are rude to me. I kick people immediately who want to be rude, and that goes for everybody.
All right. Okay. Well, I gotta move it on for time.
Get your money's worth there.
We'll leave it at Gangsta Grandma. You definitely let them know. So I gotta move it on. All right. Doomsday. You always draw the audience well. I got to move it on though. Man.
Hey, listen.
Real quick.
Hey, thanks for coming by the other day. I appreciate it. You know, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
It is not a good look for someone to be making comments like that. It is not a good look. But that is not why I hired the man. Okay? That is not why I will
It ain't why you hired him. Doomsday, it's not why you hired him. It's what you're turning a blind eye to. Is what's astonishing.
No. I'm not turning a blind eye to it. I'm not. I don't obsess about the president. I know that the president has said things that I don't agree with, and I would never say.
You think all of that? You think all of that is gibberish? You don't think he's acted out on none of the shit he be saying? None of that has ever been done. Grabbing him by the.
Do I think that he has been with a child? No, I absolutely do not. And
you don't think he just?
Hold on. You should be very careful. Very careful. If you're bearing false witness against someone, you should be extremely careful because that's coming back on you.
We voted him in. He bears false witness against people every day.
Hold on. You voted for the president?
No, we as a country, we vote. He's bearing false witness on the media.
You're responsible for that. Well, welcome to MAGA. Look, I love you. That's awesome.
All right, it's time to take your ass to bed. Good night. I appreciate it.
Take it now.
We'll talk later. Oh my God. All right, maybe this show has had too much. Maybe I've done too much this evening because I'm spinning now. Real quick before I do drop, has Trump released all the Epstein files? Looks like almost 100 people voted. 12% of you said yes. 12% of you said yes, Trump has released all the Epstein files. 88% said no. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I got to go. I'm jacked up in it here. So thanks for tuning in. 12%. Wow. Who are those 12% is what I want to know.